Chapter 1. A Theatrical Party. The memory of the public is short. Already, the intense interest and excitement aroused by the murder of George Alfred St. Vincent Marsh, 4th Baron Edgeware, is a thing past and forgotten. Newer sensations have taken its place. My friend, Hercule Poirot, was never openly mentioned in connection with the case. This, I may say, was entirely in accordance with his own wishes. He did not choose to appear in it. The credit went elsewhere, and that is how he wished it to be. Moreover, from Poirot's own peculiar private point of view, the case was one of his failures. He always swears that it was the chance remark of a stranger in the street that put him on the right track. However that may be, it was his genius that discovered the truth of the affair. But for Hercule Poirot, I doubt if the crime would have been brought home to its perpetrator. I feel, therefore, that the time has come for me to set down all I know of the affair in black and white. I say know the ins, and I see outs of the case thoroughly. And I may also mention the sham. I shall be fulfilling the wishes of a very fascinating lady in so doing. I have often recalled that day in Poirot's prim, neat little sitting room when, striding up and down a particular strip of carpet, my little friend gave us his masterly and astounding resume of the case. I am going to begin my narrative where he did on that occasion, at a London theater in June of last year. Carlotta Adams was quite the rage in London at that moment. The year before, she had given a couple of matinees which had been a wild success. This year, she had a 3 weeks season, of which this was the last night but one. Carlotta Adams was an American girl with the most amazing talent for single-handed sketches, unhampered by makeup or scenery. She seemed to speak every language with ease. Her sketch of an evening in a foreign hotel was really wonderful. In turn, American tourists, German tourists, middle-class English families, questionable ladies, impoverished Russian aristocrats, and weary discreet waiters all flitted across the scene. Her sketches went from grave to gay and back again. Her dying Czechoslovakian woman in hospital brought a lump to the throat. A minute later, we were rocking with laughter as a dentist plied his trade and chatted amiably with his victims. Her program closed with what she announced as some imitations. Here again, she was amazingly clever. Without makeup of any kind, her features seemed to dissolve suddenly and reform themselves into those of a famous politician, or a well-known actress, or a society beauty. In each character, she gave a short, typical speech. These speeches, by the way, were remarkably clever. They seemed to hit off every weakness of the subject selected. One of her last impersonations was Jane Wilkinson, a talented young American actress well known in London. It was really very clever. Inanities slipped off her tongue, charged with some powerful emotional appeal, so that in spite of yourself, you felt that each word was uttered with some potent and fundamental meaning. Her voice, exquisitely toned, with a deep husky note in it, was insipid. The restrained gestures, each strangely significant, the slightly swaying body, the impression even, of strong physical beauty. How she did it. I cannot think I had always been an admirer of the beautiful Jane Wilkinson. She had thrilled me in her emotional parts, and I had always maintained, in face of those who admitted her beauty but declared she was no actress, that she had considerable histrionic powers. It was a little uncanny to hear that well-known, slightly husky voice with the fatalistic drop in it that had stirred me so often, and to watch that seemingly poignant gesture of the slowly closing and unclosing hand, and the sudden throwback of the head with the hair shaken back from the face that I realized she always gave at the close of a dramatic scene. Jane Wilkinson was one of those actresses who had left the stage on her marriage only to return to it a couple of years later. 3 years ago, she had married the wealthy but slightly eccentric Lord Edgware. Rumor went that she left him shortly afterwards. At any rate, 18 months after the marriage, she was acting for the films in America, and had this season appeared in a successful play in London. Watching Carlotta Adams' clever but perhaps slightly malicious imitation, it occurred to me to wonder how such imitations were regarded by the subjects selected. Were they pleased at the notoriety, at the advertisement it afforded, or were they annoyed at what was, after all, a deliberate exposing of the tricks of their trade? Was not Carlotta Adams in the position of the rival conjurer who says, "Oh, this is an old trick. Very simple. I'll show you how this one's done"? I decided that if I were the subject in question, I should be very much annoyed. I should, of course, conceal my vexation. But decidedly, I should not like it. One would need great broad-mindedness and a distinct sense of humor to appreciate such a merciless exposé. I had just arrived at these conclusions when the delightful, husky laugh from the stage was echoed from behind me. I turned my head sharply. In the seat immediately behind mine, leaning forward with her lips slightly parted, was the subject of the present imitation, Lady Edgeware, better known as Jane Wilkinson. I realized immediately that my deductions had been all wrong. She was leaning forward, her lips parted, with an expression of delight and excitement in her eyes. As the imitation finished, she applauded loudly, laughing and turning to her companion, a tall, extremely good-looking man, of the Greek god type, whose face I recognized as one better known on the screen than on the stage. It was Brian Martin, the hero of the screen, most popular at the moment. He and Jane Wilkinson had been starred together in several screen productions. "Marvelous, isn't she?" Lady Edgware was saying. He laughed. "Jane, you look all excited." "Well, she really is too wonderful. Heaps better than I thought she'd be." I did not catch Brian Martin's amused rejoinder. Carlotta Adams had started on a fresh improvisation. What happened later is, I shall always think, a very curious coincidence. After the theater, Poirot and I went on to supper at the Savoy. At the very next table to ours were Lady Edgware, Brian Martin, and two other people whom I did not know. I pointed them out to Poirot, and, as I was doing so, another couple came and took their places at the table beyond that again. The woman's face was familiar, and yet strangely enough. For the moment, I could not place it. Then suddenly I realized that it was Carlotta Adams at whom I was staring. The man I did not know. He was well groomed, with a cheerful, somewhat vacuous face. Not a type that I admire. Carlotta Adams was dressed very inconspicuously in black. Hers was not a face to command instant attention or recognition. It was one of those mobile, sensitive faces that preeminently lend themselves to the art of mimicry. It could take on an alien character easily, but it had no very recognizable character of its own. I imparted these reflections of mine to Poirot. He listened attentively, his egg-shaped head cocked slightly to one side, whilst he darted a sharp glance at the two tables in question. "So that is Lady Edgware?" "Yes, I remember. I have seen her act. She is belle femme. And a fine actress, too." "Possibly. You don't seem convinced." "I think it would depend on the setting. My friend, if she is the center of the play, if all revolves round her, yes, then she could play her part. I doubt if she could play a small part adequately, or even what is called a character part. The play must be written about her and for her. She appears to me of the type of women who are interested only in themselves." He paused and then added rather unexpectedly, "Such people go through life in great danger." "Danger," I said, surprised. "I have used a word that surprises you. I see, mon eye, yes, danger, because, you see, a woman like that sees only one thing, herself. Such women see nothing of the dangers and hazards that surround them, the million conflicting interests and relationships of life. No, they see only their own forward path. And so, sooner or later, disaster." I was interested. I confessed to myself that such a point of view would not have struck me. "And the other?" I asked. "Miss Adams." His gaze swept to her table. "Well," he said, smiling, "what do you want me to say about her?" "Only how she strikes you." "Mon cher, am I tonight the fortune-teller who reads the palm and tells the character, 'You could do it better than most'?" I rejoined, "It is a very pretty faith that you have in me, Hastings. It touches me. Do you not know, my friend, that each one of us is a dark mystery, a maze of conflicting passions and desires and aptitudes? Mais oui, c'est vrai. One makes one's little judgments, but 9 times out of 10 one is wrong." "Not Hercule Poirot," I said, smiling. "Even Hercule Poirot. Oh, I know very well that you have always a little idea that I am conceited, but, indeed, I assure you, I am really a very humble person." I laughed. "You, humble. It is so. Except, I confess it, that I am a little proud of my mustaches. Nowhere in London have I observed anything to compare with them." "You're quite safe," I said dryly. "You won't, so you are not going to risk judgment on Carlotta Adams." "Elle est artiste," said Poirot simply. "That covers nearly all, does it not? Anyway, you don't consider that she walks through life in peril. We all do that, my friend," said Poirot gravely. "Misfortune may always be waiting to rush out upon us. But as to your question, Miss Adams, I think we'll succeed. She is shrewd, and she is something more. You observed without doubt that she is a Jewess. I had not. But now that he mentioned it, I saw the faint traces of Semitic ancestry." Poirot nodded. "It makes for success, that. Though there is still one avenue of danger, since it is of danger we are talking. You mean love of money. Love of money might lead such a one from the prudent and cautious path. It might do that to all of us." I said, "That is true. But at any rate, you or I would see the danger involved. We could weigh the pros and cons. If you care for money too much, it is only the money you see. Everything else is in shadow. I laughed at his serious manner. Esmeralda, the gypsy queen, is in good form, I remarked teasingly. The psychology of character is interesting, returned Poirot, unmoved. One cannot be interested in crime without being interested in psychology. It is not the mere act of killing. It is what lies behind it that appeals to the expert. You follow me. Hastings, I said that I followed him perfectly. I have noticed that when we work on a case together, you are always urging me on to physical action. Hastings, you wish me to measure footprints, to analyze cigarette ash, to prostrate myself on my stomach for the examination of detail. You never realize that by lying back in an armchair with the eyes closed, one can come nearer to the solution of any problem. One sees then with the eyes of the mind. I don't. I said, when I lie back in an armchair with my eyes closed, one thing happens to me, and one thing only. I have noticed, it said Poirot. It is strange. At such moments, the brain should be working feverishly, not sinking into sluggish repose. The mental activity, it is so interesting, so stimulating. The employment of the little gray cells is a mental pleasure. They only can be trusted to lead one through fog to the truth. I am afraid that I have got into the habit of averting my attention whenever Poirot mentions his little gray cells. I have heard it all so often before. In this instance, my attention wandered to the four people sitting at the next table. When Poirot's monologue drew to a close, I remarked with a chuckle, "You have made a hit, Poirot. The fair Lady Edgware can hardly take her eyes off you. Doubtless, she has been informed of my identity," said Poirot, trying to look modest and failing. "I think it is the famous mustaches." I said, "She is carried away by their beauty." Poirot caressed them surreptitiously. "It is true that they are unique," he admitted. "Oh, my friend, the toothbrush, as you call it, that you wear, it is a horror, an atrocity, a willful stunting of the bounties of nature. Abandon it, my friend, I pray of you." "By Jove," I said, disregarding Poirot's appeal, "the lady's getting up. I believe she's coming to speak to us. Brian Martin is protesting, but she won't listen to him." Sure enough, Jane Wilkinson swept impetuously from her seat and came over to our table. Poirot rose to his feet, bowing, and I rose also. Hercule Poirot. Isn't it said the soft, husky voice? At your service. Poirot, I want to talk to you. I must talk to you, but certainly. Madam, will you not sit down? No, not here. I want to talk to you privately. We'll go right upstairs to my suite. Brian Martin had joined her. He spoke now with a deprecating laugh. You must wait a little. Jane, we're in the middle of supper. So is me. Poirot. But Jane Wilkinson was not so easily turned from her purpose. Why? Brian. What does that matter? We'll have supper sent up to the suite. Speak to them about it, will you? And, Brian. She went after him as he was turning away, and appeared to urge some course upon him. He stood out about it, I gathered, shaking his head and frowning. But she spoke even more emphatically, and finally, With a shrug of the shoulders, he gave way. Once or twice, during her speech to him, she had glanced at the table where Carlotta Adams sat, and I wondered if what she were suggesting had anything to do with the American girl. Her point gained. Jane came back, radiant. "We'll go right up now," she said, and included me in a dazzling smile. The question of our agreeing or not agreeing to her plan did not seem to occur to her mind. She swept us off without a shade of apology. "It's the greatest luck just seeing you here this evening. Poirot," she said as she led the way to the lift. "It's wonderful how everything seems to turn out right for me." I'd just been thinking and wondering what on earth I was going to do, and I looked up, and there you were at the next table. And I said to myself, Poirot will tell me what to do." She broke off to say second floor to the lift boy. "If I can be of aid to you," began Poirot. "I'm sure you can. I've heard you're just the most marvelous man that ever existed. Somebody's got to get me out of the tangle I'm in, and I feel you're just the man to do it." We got out at the second floor, and she led the way along the corridor, paused at a door, and entered one of the most opulent of the Savoy suites, casting her white fur wrap on one chair and her small jeweled bag on the table. The actress sank onto a chair and exclaimed, Poirot. Somehow or other, I've just got to get rid of my husband. Chapter 2. A supper party. After a moment's astonishment, Poirot recovered himself. "But, madame," he said, his eyes twinkling, "getting rid of husbands is not my specialty." "Well, of course, I know that. It is a lawyer you require." "That's just where you're wrong. I'm just about sick and tired of lawyers. I've had straight lawyers and crooked lawyers, and not one of them's done me any good. Lawyers just know the law. They don't seem to have any kind of natural sense." "And you think I have?" She laughed. "I've heard that you're the cat's whiskers." Poirot, comment. "The cat's whiskers I do not understand." "Well, that you're it, madame. I may or may not have brains. As a matter of fact, I have. Why pretend? But your little affair. It is not my genre. I don't see why not. It's a problem." "Oh, a problem. And it's difficult," went on Jane Wilkinson. "I should say, you weren't the man to shy at difficulties. Let me compliment you on your insight, madam, but all the same, me, I do not make the investigations for divorce. It is not pretty. Ce métier-là. My dear man, I'm not asking you to do spying work. It wouldn't be any good. But I've just got to get rid of the man, and I'm sure you could tell me how to do it." Poirot paused a while before replying. When he did, there was a new note in his voice. "First tell me, madam, why you are so anxious to get rid of Lord Edgware." There was no delay or hesitation about her answer. It came swift and pat. "Why? Of course. I want to get married again." What other reason could there be? Her great blue eyes opened ingenuously. "But surely a divorce should be easy to obtain." "You don't know my husband. Poirot. He's... She shivered. "I don't know how to explain it. He's a queer man. He's not like other people." She paused and then went on. "He should never have married anyone. I know what I'm talking about. I just can't describe him. But he's queer. His first wife, you know, ran away from him. Left a baby of 3 months behind. He never divorced her. and she died miserably abroad, somewhere. Then he married me. Well, I couldn't stick it. I was frightened. I left him and went to the States. I've no grounds for a divorce, and if I've given him grounds for one, he won't take any notice of them. He's a kind of fanatic. In certain American states, you could obtain a divorce. Madam, that's no good to me. Not if I'm going to live in England. You want to live in England? Yeah. Who is the man you want to marry? That's just it. The Duke of Merton. I drew in my breath sharply. The Duke of Merton had so far been the despair of matchmaking mamas. A young man of monkish tendencies, a violent Anglo-Catholic. He was reported to be completely under the thumb of his mother, the redoubtable Dowager Duchess. His life was austere in the extreme. He collected Chinese porcelain and was reputed to be of aesthetic tastes. He was supposed to care nothing for women. I'm just crazy about him, said Jane sentimentally. He's unlike anyone I ever met. And Merton Castle is too wonderful. The whole thing is the most romantic business that ever happened. He's so good-looking, too. Like a dreamy kind of monk. She paused. I'm going to give up the stage when I marry. I just don't seem to care about it anymore. In the meantime, said Poirot dryly, Lord Edgware stands in the way of these romantic dreams. Yes, and it's driving me to distraction. She leaned back thoughtfully. Of course, if we were only in Chicago, I could get him bumped off quite easily. But you don't seem to run to gunmen over here. Over here, said Poirot, smiling. We consider that every human being has the right to live. Well, I don't know about that. I guess you'd be better off without some of your politicians. And knowing what I do of Edgeware, I think he'd be no loss. Rather the contrary. There was a knock at the door, and a waiter entered with supper dishes. Jane Wilkinson continued to discuss her problems with no appreciation of his presence. But I don't want you to kill him for me, Poirot. Merci, madame. I thought perhaps you might argue with him in some clever way. Get him to give in to the idea of divorce. I'm sure you could. I think you overrate my persuasive powers. Madame. Oh, but you can surely think of something. Poirot. She leaned forward. Her blue eyes opened wide again. You'd like me to be happy, wouldn't you? Her voice was soft, low, and deliciously seductive. I should like everybody to be happy, said Poirot cautiously. Yes, but I wasn't thinking of everybody. I was thinking of just me. I should say you always do that. Madam, he smiled, you think I'm selfish. Oh, I did not say so. Madame, I dare say I am, but, you see, I do so hate being unhappy. It affects my acting, even, and I'm going to be ever so unhappy unless he agrees to a divorce or dies. On the whole, she continued thoughtfully, it would be much better if he died. I mean, I'd feel more finally quit of him. She looked at Poirot for sympathy. You will help me, won't you, Poirot? She rose, picking up the white wrap, and stood looking appealingly into his face. I heard the noise of the voices outside in the corridor. The door was ajar. If you don't, she went on. If I don't, madam. She laughed. I'll have to call a taxi and go round and bump him off myself. Laughing, she disappeared through a door to an adjoining room just as Brian Martin came in with the American girl. Carlotta Adams and her escort, and the two people who had been supping with him and Jane Wilkinson. They were introduced to me as Mr. and Mrs. Whitburn. "Hello," said Brian. "Where's Jane? I want to tell her I've succeeded in the commission she gave me." Jane appeared in the doorway of the bedroom. She held a lipstick in one hand. "Have you got her?" "How marvelous, Miss Adams. I do admire your performance, so I felt I just had to know you. Come in here and talk to me while I fix my face. It's looking too perfectly frightful." Carlotta Adams accepted the invitation. Brian Martin flung himself down in a chair. "Well, M. Poirot," he said, "you were duly captured. Has our Jane persuaded you to fight her battles? You might as well give in sooner as later. She doesn't understand the word no. She has not come across it. Perhaps. A very interesting character." "Jane," said Brian Martin. He lay back in his chair and puffed cigarette smoke idly towards the ceiling. "Taboos have no meaning for her. No morals whatever. I don't mean she's exactly immoral. She isn't. Amoral is the word, I believe. Just sees one thing only in life, what Jane wants." He laughed. "I believe she'd kill somebody quite cheerfully, and feel injured if they caught her and wanted to hang her for it. The trouble is that she would be she hasn't any brains. Her idea of a murder would be to drive up in a taxi, sail in under her own name and shoot." "Now, I wonder what makes you say that," murmured Poirot. You know her well." "Monsieur, I should say I did." He laughed again, and it struck me that his laugh was unusually bitter. "You agree, don't you?" He flung out to the others. "Oh, Jane's an egoist," agreed Mrs. Whitburn. "An actress has got to be, though. That is, if she wants to express her personality." Poirot did not speak. His eyes were resting on Brian Martin's face, dwelling there with a curious speculative expression that I could not quite understand. At that moment, Jane sailed in from the next room, Carlotta Adams behind her. I presume that Jane had now fixed her face, whatever that term denoted, to her own satisfaction. It looked to me exactly the same as before, and quite incapable of improvement. The supper party that followed was quite a merry one, yet I sometimes had the feeling that there were undercurrents which I was incapable of appreciating. Jane Wilkinson. I acquitted of any subtleties. She was obviously a young woman who saw only one thing at a time. She had desired an interview with Poirot, and had carried her point and obtained her desire without delay. Now, she was obviously in high good humor. Her desire to include Carlotta Adams in the party had been, I decided, a mere whim. She had been highly amused, as a child might be amused, by the clever counterfeit of herself. No, the undercurrents that I sensed were nothing to do with Jane Wilkinson. In what direction did they lie? I studied the guests in turn. Brian Martin. He was certainly not behaving quite naturally, but that, I told myself, might be merely characteristic of a film star. The exaggerated self-consciousness of a vain man, too accustomed to playing a part to lay it aside easily. Carlotta Adams, at any rate, was behaving naturally enough. She was a quiet girl with a pleasant low voice. I studied her with some attention now that I had a chance to do so at close quarters. She had, I thought, distinct charm, but charm of a somewhat negative order. It consisted in an absence of any jarring or strident note. She was a kind of personified soft agreement. Her very appearance was negative. Soft, dark hair, eyes a rather colorless pale blue, pale face, and a mobile, sensitive mouth. A face that you liked, but that you would find it hard to know again if you were to meet her, say, in different clothes. She seemed pleased at Jane's graciousness and complimentary sayings. Any girl would be, I thought, and then, just at that moment, something occurred that caused me to revise that rather too hasty opinion. Carlotta Adams looked across the table at her hostess, who was at that moment turning her head to talk to Poirot. There was a curious, scrutinizing quality in the girl's gaze. It seemed a deliberate summing up, and at the same time, it struck me that there was a very definite hostility in those pale blue eyes. Fancy, perhaps, or possibly professional jealousy. Jane was a successful actress who had definitely arrived. Carlotta was merely climbing the ladder. I looked at the three other members of the party, Mr. and Mrs. Whodunit. What about them? He was a tall, cadaverous man, she a plump, fair, gushing soul. They appeared to be wealthy people with a passion for everything connected with the stage. They were, in fact, unwilling to talk on any other subject. Owing to my recent absence from England, they found me sadly ill-informed. And finally Mrs. Whodunit turned a plump shoulder on me and remembered my existence no more. The last member of the party was the dark young man with the round, cheerful face, who was Carlotta Adams' escort. I had had my suspicions from the first that the young man was not quite so sober as he might have been. As he drank more champagne, this became even more clearly apparent. He appeared to be suffering from a profound sense of injury. For the first half of the meal, he sat in gloomy silence. Towards the latter half, he unbosomed himself to me, apparently under the impression that I was one of his oldest friends. What I mean to say, he said, "It isn't? No. Dear old chap, it isn't." I omit the slight slurring together of the words. I mean to say, he went on, I ask you, if you take a girl well, butting in, going round upsetting things, not as though I'd ever said a word to her I shouldn't have done. She's not the sort, you know, Puritan fathers, the Mayflower, all that. Dash it. The girl's straight. What I mean is, what was I saying? That it was hard luck. I said soothingly, well, dash it all. It is. Dash it. I had to borrow the money for this beano from my tailor. Very obliging chap. My tailor. I've owed him money for years. Makes a sort of bond between us. Nothing like a bond, is there? Dear old fellow. You and I. Who the devil are you? By the way, my name is Hastings. You don't say so. Now, I could have sworn you were a chap called Spencer Jones. Dear old Spencer Jones. Met him at the Eton and Harrow and borrowed a fiver from him. What I say is, one face is very like another face. That's what I say. If we were a lot of chinks, we wouldn't know each other apart. He shook his head sadly, then cheered up suddenly and drank off some more champagne. Anyway, he said, I'm not a damned nigger. This reflection seemed to cause him such elation that he presently made several remarks of a hopeful character. "Look on the bright side. My boy," he adjured me. "What I say is, look on the bright side. One of these days, when I'm 75 or so, I'm going to be a rich man. When my uncle dies, then I can pay my tailor." He sat smiling happily at the thought. There was something strangely likable about the young man. He had a round face and an absurdly small black mustache that gave one the impression of being marooned in the middle of a desert. Carlotta Adams, I noticed, had an eye on him, and it was after a glance in his direction that she rose and broke up the party. "It was just sweet of you to come up here," said Jane. "I do so love doing things on the spur of the moment, don't you?" "No," said Miss Adams. "I'm afraid I always plan a thing out very carefully before I do it. It saves worry." There was something faintly disagreeable in her manner. "Well, at any rate, the results justify you," laughed Jane. "I don't know when I enjoyed anything so much as I did your show tonight." The American girl's face relaxed. "Well, that's very sweet of you," she said warmly, "and I guess I appreciate your telling me so. I need encouragement. We all do." "Carlotta," said the young man with the black mustache, "shake hands and say thank you for the party to Aunt Jane and come along." The way he walked straight through the door was a miracle of concentration. Carlotta followed him quickly. "Well," said Jane, "what was that blew in and called me Aunt Jane? I hadn't noticed him before." "My dear," said Mrs. Whitburn, "you mustn't take any notice of him. Most brilliant as a boy in the O.U.D.S. You'd hardly think so now, would you? I hate to see early promise come to nothing. But Charles and I positively must toddle." The Whitburns duly toddled, and Brian Martin went with them. "Well, M. Poirot." He smiled at her. "Eh bien, Lady Edgware. For goodness sake, don't call me that. Let me forget it. If you aren't the hardest-hearted little man in Europe. But no, I am not hard-hearted. Poirot. I thought, had quite enough champagne. Possibly a glass too much. Then you'll go and see my husband, and make him do what I want. I will go and see him." Poirot promised cautiously. "And if he turns you down, as he will, you'll think of a clever plan. They say you're the cleverest man in England. Poirot. Madame, when I am hard-hearted, it is Europe you mention. But for cleverness, you say only England. If you put this through, I'll say the universe." Poirot raised a deprecating hand. "Madam, I promise nothing. In the interests of the psychology, I will endeavor to arrange a meeting with your husband. Psychoanalyze him as much as you like. Maybe it would do him good. But you've got to pull it off, for my sake. You've got to have my romance. Mr. Poirot," she added dreamily, "just think of the sensation it will make." Chapter 3. The Man with the Gold Tooth. It was a few days later, when we were sitting at breakfast, that Poirot flung across to me a letter that he had just opened. "Well, mon ami," he said, "what do you think of that?" The note was from Lord Edgware, and in stiff formal language it made an appointment for the following day at 11. I must say that I was very much surprised. I had taken Poirot's words as uttered lightly in a convivial moment, and I had had no idea that he had actually taken steps to carry out his promise. Poirot, who was very quick-witted, read my mind, and his eyes twinkled a little. But yes, mon ami, it was not solely the champagne. I didn't mean that. But yes, but yes. You thought to yourself, the poor old one. He has the spirit of the party. He promises things that he will not perform, that he has no intention of performing. But, my friend, the promises of Hercule Poirot are sacred. He drew himself up in a stately manner as he said the last words. Of course, of course. I knew that, I said hastily. But I thought that perhaps your judgment was slightly, what shall I say, influenced. I am not in the habit of letting my judgment be influenced, as you call it. Hastings, the best and driest of champagne, the most golden-haired and seductive of women. Nothing influences the judgment of Hercule Poirot. No, mon ami. I am interested, that is all. In Jane Wilkinson's love affair. Not exactly that. Her love affair, as you call it, is a very commonplace business. It is a step in the successful career of a very beautiful woman. If the Duke of Merton had neither a title nor wealth, his romantic likeness to a dreamy monk would no longer interest the lady. No, Hastings, what intrigues me is the psychology of the matter, the interplay of character. I welcome the chance of studying Lord Edgware at close quarters. You do not expect to be successful in your mission. Pourquoi pas? Every man has his weak spot. Aisen, do not imagine, Hastings, that because I am studying the case from a psychological standpoint, I shall not try my best to succeed in the commission entrusted to me. I always enjoy exercising my ingenuity. I had feared an allusion to the little gray cells and was thankful to be spared it. So we go to Regent Gate at 11 tomorrow, I said. We, Poirot, raised his eyebrows quizzically. Poirot. I cried. You are not going to leave me behind. I always go with you. If it were a crime, a mysterious poisoning ease, an assassination, these are the things your soul delights in. But a mere matter of social adjustment, not another word. I said determinedly, I'm coming. Poirot laughed gently, and at that moment we were told that a gentleman had called. To our great surprise, our visitor proved to be Brian Martin. The actor looked older by daylight. He was still handsome, but it was a kind of ravaged handsomeness. It flashed across my mind that he might conceivably take drugs. There was a kind of nervous tension about him that suggested the possibility. Good morning, M. Poirot, he said in a cheerful manner. You and Captain Hastings breakfast at a reasonable hour. I am glad to see. By the way, I suppose you are very busy just now. Poirot smiled at him amiably. No, he said. At the moment, I have practically no business of importance on hand. Come now, laughed Brian. Not called in by Scotland Yard. No delicate matters to investigate for royalty. I can hardly believe it. You confound fiction with reality. My friend, said Poirot, smiling. I am, I assure you, at the moment completely out of work, though not yet on the dole. Dieu merci. Well, that's luck for me, said Brian with another laugh. Perhaps you'll take on something for me. Poirot considered the young man thoughtfully. You have a problem for me. Yes, he said in a minute or two. Well, it's like this. I have, and I haven't. This time his laugh was rather nervous. Still considering him thoughtfully, Poirot indicated a chair. The young man took it. He sat facing us, for I had taken a seat by Poirot's side. And now, said Poirot, let us hear all about it. Brian Martin still seemed to have a little difficulty in getting underway. The trouble is that I can't tell you quite as much as I'd like to. He hesitated. It's difficult. You see, the whole business started in America. In America, yes. A mere incident first drew my attention to it. As a matter of fact, I was traveling by train, and I noticed a certain fellow. Ugly little chap. Clean-shaven, glasses, and a gold tooth. Ah, a gold tooth? Exactly. That's really the crux of the matter. Poirot nodded his head several times. I begin to comprehend. Go on. Well, as I say, I just noticed the fellow. I was traveling. By the way, to New York. 6 months later, I was in Los Angeles, and I noticed the fellow again. Don't know why I should have, but I did. Still, nothing in that. Continue. A month afterwards, I had occasion to go to Seattle, and shortly after I got there, who should I see but my friend again. Only this time he wore a beard. Distinctly curious, wasn't it? Of course, I didn't fancy it had anything to do with me at that time. But when I saw the man again in Los Angeles, beardless, in Chicago, with a mustache and different eyebrows, and in a mountain village disguised as a hobo, well, I began to wonder. Naturally, and at last, well, it seemed odd, but not a doubt about it. I was being what you call shadowed. Most remarkable. Wasn't it? After that, I made sure of it. Wherever I was, there, somewhere near at hand, was my shadow made up in different disguises. Fortunately, owing to the gold tooth, I could always spot him. Ah, that gold tooth. It was a very fortunate occurrence. It was, pardon me, Martin. But did you never speak to the man? Question him as to the reason of his persistent shadowing? No, I didn't. The actor hesitated. I thought of doing so once or twice, but I always decided against it. It seemed to me that I should merely put the fellow on his guard and learn nothing. Possibly, once they had discovered that I had spotted him, they would have put someone else on my track, someone whom I might not recognize. En effet, someone without that useful gold tooth. Exactly. I may have been wrong, but that's how I figured it out. Now, Martin, you referred to they just now. Whom did you mean by they? It was a mere figure of speech used for convenience. I assumed, I don't know why, a nebulous they in the background. Have you any reason for that belief? None. You mean you have no conception of who could want you shadowed or for what purpose? Not the slightest. At least, continue, said Poirot encouragingly. I have an idea, said Brian Martin slowly. It's a mere guess on my part. Mind. A guess may be very successful sometimes. Monsieur, it concerns a certain incident that took place in London about 2 years ago. It was a slight incident, but an inexplicable and an unforgettable one. I've often wondered and puzzled over it, just because I could find no explanation of it at the time. I am inclined to wonder if this shadowing business might not be connected in some way with it, but for the life of me, I can't see why or how. Perhaps I can. Yes. But you see, Brian Martin's embarrassment returned. The awkward thing is that I can't tell you about it. Not now. That is, in a day or so, I might be able to. Stung into further speech by Poirot's inquiring glance, he continued desperately. You see, a girl was concerned in it. Ah, parfaitement. An English girl. Yes, at least. Why? Very simple. You cannot tell me now, but you hope to do so in a day or two, or that means that you want to obtain the consent of the young lady. Therefore, she is in England. Also, she must have been in England during the time you were shadowed, for if she had been in America, you would have sought her out then and there. Therefore, since she has been in England for the last 18 months, she is probably, though not certainly, English. It is good reasoning that, rather, now tell me, Poirot, if I get her permission, will you look into the matter for me? There was a pause. Poirot seemed to be debating the matter in his mind. Finally, he said, why have you come to me before going to her? Well, I thought. He hesitated. I wanted to persuade her to clear things up. I mean to let things be cleared up by you. What I mean is, if you investigate the affair, nothing need be made public. Need it. That depends, said Poirot calmly. What do you mean, if there is any question of crime? Oh, there's no crime concerned. You do not know. There may be, but you would do your best for her, for us. That, naturally. He was silent for a moment, and then said, tell me, this follower of yours, this shadow, of what age was he? Oh, quite youngish. About 30. Ah, said Poirot, that is indeed remarkable. Yes, that makes the whole thing very much more interesting. I stared at him. So did Brian Martin. This remark of his was, I am sure, equally inexplicable to us both. Brian questioned me with a lift of his eyebrows. I shook my head. Yes, murmured Poirot. It makes the whole story very interesting. He may have been older, said Brian doubtfully. But I don't think so. No, no. I am sure your observation is quite accurate. Martin. Very interesting. Extraordinarily interesting. Rather taken aback by Poirot's enigmatical words. Brian Martin seemed at a loss what to say or do next. He started making desultory conversation. An amusing party the other night, he said. Jane Wilkinson is the most high-handed woman that ever existed. She has the single vision, said Poirot, smiling. One thing at a time. She gets away with it. 2, said Martin. How people stand it, I don't know. One will stand a good deal from a beautiful woman. My friend, said Poirot with a twinkle. If she had the pug nose, the sallow skin, the greasy hair, then she would not get away with it, as you put it. I suppose not, conceded Brian, but it makes me mad sometimes. All the same, I'm devoted to Jane, though in some ways, mind you, I don't think she's quite all there. On the contrary, I should say she was very much on the spot. I don't mean that inexactly. She can look after her interests all right. She's got plenty of business shrewdness. No, I meant morally. Ah, morally. She's what they call amoral. Right and wrong don't exist for her. Huh. I remember you said something of the kind the other evening. We were talking of crime just now. Yes, my friend, well, it would never surprise me if Jane committed a crime. And you should know her well, murmured Poirot thoughtfully. You have acted much with her, have you not? Yes. I suppose I know her through and through, and up and down. I can see her killing anybody quite easily. Ah, she has the hot temper. Yes, no, not at all. Cool as a cucumber. I mean, if anyone were in her way, she'd just remove them, without a thought. And one couldn't really blame her, morally. I mean, she'd just think that anyone who interfered with Jane Wilkinson had got to go. There was a bitterness in his last words that had been lacking heretofore. I wondered what memory he was recalling. You think she would do murder? Poirot watched him intently. Brian drew a deep breath. Upon my soul, I do. Perhaps. One of these days. You'll remember my words. I know her, you see. She'd kill as easily as she'd drink her morning tea. I mean it, M. Poirot. He had risen to his feet. Yes, said Poirot quietly. I can see you mean it. I know her, said Brian Martin again. Through and through. He stood frowning for a minute. Then with a change of tone, he said, as to this business we've been talking about, I'll let you know. Poirot, in a few days. You will undertake it, won't you? Poirot looked at him for a moment or two, without replying. Yes, he said at last, I will undertake it. I find it interesting. There was something queer in the way he said the last word. I went downstairs with Brian Martin. At the door he said to me, did you get the hang of what he meant about that fellow's age, I mean? Why was it interesting that he should be about 30? I didn't get the hang of that at all. No more did I admitted. It doesn't seem to make sense. Perhaps he was just having a game with me. No, I said. Poirot is not like that. Depend upon it. The point has significance since he says so. Well, blessed if I can see it. Glad you can't either. I'd hate to feel I was a complete mutt. He strode away. I rejoined my friend. Poirot. I said, what was the point about the age of the shadower? You do not see. My poor Hastings. He smiled and shook his head. Then he asked, what did you think of our interview? On the whole, there's so little to go upon. It seems difficult to say. If we knew more, even without knowing more, do not certain ideas suggest themselves to you? Mon ami. The telephone ringing at that moment saved me from the ignominy of admitting that no ideas whatever suggested themselves to me. I took up the receiver. A woman's voice spoke, a crisp, clear, efficient voice. This is Lord Edgware's secretary speaking. Lord Edgware regrets that he must cancel the appointment with M. Poirot for tomorrow morning. He has to go over to Paris tomorrow unexpectedly. He could see M. Poirot for a few minutes at 12:15 this morning, if that would be convenient. I consulted Poirot. Certainly. My friend, we will go there this morning. I repeated this into the mouthpiece. Very good, said the crisp, businesslike voice. 12:15 this morning. Chapter 4. An Interview. I arrived with Poirot at Lord Edgware's house in Regent Gate in a very pleasant state of anticipation. Though I had not Poirot's devotion to the psychology, yet the few words in which Lady Edgware had referred to her husband had aroused my curiosity. I was anxious to see what my own judgment would be. The house was an imposing one, well built, handsome, and slightly gloomy. There were no window boxes or such frivolities. The door was opened to us promptly, and by no aged, white-haired butler, such as would have been in keeping with the exterior of the house. On the contrary, it was opened by one of the handsomest young men I have ever seen. Tall, fair. He might have posed to a sculptor for Hermes or Apollo. Despite his good looks, there was something vaguely effeminate that I disliked about the softness of his voice. Also, in a curious way, he reminded me of someone, too, whom I had met quite lately, but who it was I could not for the life of me remember. We asked for Lord Edgware. This way, sir. He led us along the hall, past the staircase, to a door at the rear of the hall. Opening it, he announced us in that same soft voice which I instinctively distrusted. The room into which we were shown was a kind of library. The walls were lined with books. The furnishings were dark and somber, but handsome. The chairs were formal and not too comfortable. Lord Edgware, who rose to receive us, was a tall man of about 50. He had dark hair, streaked with gray, a thin face, and a sneering mouth. He looked bad-tempered and bitter. His eyes had a queer, secretive look about them. There was something, I thought, distinctly odd about those eyes. His manner was stiff and formal. Hercule Poirot. Captain Hastings, please be seated. We sat down. The room felt chilly. There was little light coming in from the one window, and the dimness contributed to the cold atmosphere. Lord Edgware had taken up a letter, which I saw to be in my friend's handwriting. I am familiar, of course, with your name, Poirot. Who is not? Poirot bowed at the compliment, but I cannot quite understand your position in this matter. You say that you wish to see me on behalf of... He paused. My wife. He said the last two words in a peculiar way, as though it were an effort to get them out. That is so, said my friend. I understood that you were an investigator of crime. Poirot. Of problems. Lord Edgware. There are problems of crime. Certainly, there are other problems. Indeed. And what may this one be? The sneer in his words was palpable by now. Poirot took no notice of it. I have the honor to approach you on behalf of Lady Edgware, he said. Lady Edgware, as you may know, desires a divorce. I am quite aware of that, said Lord Edgware coldly. Her suggestion was that you and I should discuss the matter. There is nothing to discuss. You refuse, then refuse. Certainly not. Whatever else Poirot had expected, he had not expected this. It is seldom that I have seen my friend utterly taken aback, but I did on this occasion. His appearance was ludicrous. His mouth fell open. His hands flew out. His eyebrows rose. He looked like a cartoon in a comic paper. Comment, he cried. What is this? You do not refuse. I am at a loss to understand your astonishment. Poirot, écoutez, you are willing to divorce your wife. Certainly I am willing. She knows that perfectly well. I wrote and told her so. You wrote and told her so. Yes, 6 months ago. But I do not understand. I do not understand at all. Lord Edgware said nothing. I understood that you were opposed to the principle of divorce. I do not see that my principles are your business. Poirot, it is true that I did not divorce my first wife. My conscience would not allow me to do so. My second marriage, I will admit frankly, was a mistake. When my wife suggested a divorce, I refused point blank. 6 months ago, she wrote to me again, urging the point. I have an idea she wanted to marry again. Some film actor or fellow of that kind. My views had, by this time, undergone modification. I wrote to her at Hollywood telling her so. Why, she has sent you to me I cannot imagine. I suppose it is a question of money. His lips sneered as he said the last words. Extremely curious, murmured Poirot. Extremely curious. There is something here I do not understand at all. As regards money, went on Lord Edgware, I have no intention of making any financial arrangement. My wife deserted me of her own accord. If she wishes to marry another man, I can set her free to do so, but there is no reason why she should receive a penny from me, and she will not do so. There is no question of any financial arrangement. Lord Edgware raised his eyebrows. Jane must be marrying a rich man, he murmured cynically. There is something here that I do not understand, said Poirot. His face was perplexed and wrinkled with the effort of thought. I understand from Lady Edgware that she had approached you repeatedly through lawyers. She did, replied Lord Edgware dryly. English lawyers, American lawyers, every kind of lawyer, down to the lowest kind of scallywag. Finally, as I say, she wrote to me herself, you having previously refused. That is so, but on receiving her letter, you changed your mind. Why did you change your mind? Lord Edgware. Not on account of anything in that letter, he said sharply. My views happen to have changed. That is all. The change was somewhat sudden. Lord Edgware did not reply. What special circumstances brought about your change of mind? Lord Edgware. That, really, is my own business. Poirot. I cannot enter into that subject. Shall we say that gradually I had perceived the advantages of severing what, you will forgive my plain speaking, I considered a degrading association. My second marriage was a mistake. Your wife says the same, said Poirot softly. Does she? There was a queer flicker for a moment in his eyes, but it was gone almost at once. He rose with an air of finality, and as we said goodbye, his manner became less unbending. You must forgive my altering the appointment. I have to go over to Paris tomorrow. Perfectly. Perfectly. A sale of works of art is a matter of fact. I have my eye on a little statuette. A perfect thing in its way. A macabre way. Perhaps, but I enjoy the macabre. I always have. My taste is peculiar. Again that queer smile. I had been looking at the books in the shelves near. There were the memoirs of Casanova, also a volume on the Comte de Sade, another on medieval tortures, Amao, I remembered Jane Wilkinson's little shudder as she spoke of her husband. That had not been acting. That had been real enough. I wondered exactly what kind of a man George Alfred St. Vincent Marsh, 4th Baron Edgeware, was. Very suavely, he bid us farewell, touching the bell as he did so. We went out of the door. The Greek god of a butler was waiting in the hall. As I closed the library door behind me, I glanced back into the room. I almost uttered an exclamation as I did so. That suave, smiling face was transformed. The lips were drawn back from the teeth in a snarl. The eyes were alive with fury and an almost insane rage. I wondered no longer that 2 wives had left Lord Edgware. What I did marvel at was the iron self-control of the man. To have gone through that interview with such frozen self-control, such aloof politeness. Just as we reached the front door, a door on the right opened. A girl stood at the doorway of the room, shrinking back a little as she saw us. She was a tall, slender girl, with darkened hair and a white face. Her eyes, dark and startled, looked for a moment into mine. Then, like a shadow, she shrank back into the room again, closing the door. A moment later, we were out in the street. Poirot hailed a taxi. We got in, and he told the man to drive to the Savoy. "Well, Hastings," he said with a twinkle. That interview did not go at all as I figured to myself it would. No, indeed, what an extraordinary man Lord Edgware is. I related to him how I had looked back before closing the door of the study and what I had seen. He nodded his head slowly and thoughtfully. I fancy that he is very near the borderline of madness. Hastings, I should imagine he practices many curious vices, and that beneath his frigid exterior he hides a deep-rooted instinct of cruelty. It is no wonder both his wives left him. As you say, Poirot, did you notice a girl as we were coming out? A dark girl with a white face? Yes, I noticed her, mon ami. A young lady who was frightened and not happy. His voice was grave. Who do you think she was? Probably his daughter. He has one. She did look frightened, I said slowly. That house must be a gloomy place for a young girl. Yes, indeed. Ah, here we are, mon ami. Now, to acquaint her ladyship with the good news, Jane was in, and after telephoning, the clerk informed us that we were to go up. A page boy took us to the door. It was opened by a neat, middle-aged woman with glasses and primly arranged gray hair. From the bedroom, Jane's voice, with its husky note, called to her, "Is that M. Poirot Ellis? Make him sit right down. I'll find a rag to put on and be there in a moment." Jane Wilkinson's idea of a rag was a gossamer negligee which revealed more than it hid. She came in eagerly, saying, "Well," Poirot rose and bowed over her hand. Exactly the words, "Madame, it is well." Why, how do you mean Lord Edgware is perfectly willing to agree to a divorce? What? Either the stupefaction on her face was genuine, or else she was indeed a most marvelous actress. Mais, Poirot, you've managed it. At once. Like that, why, you're a genius. How in mercy's name did you set about it? Madam, I cannot take compliments where they are not earned. 6 months ago, your husband wrote to you withdrawing his opposition. What's that, you say? Wrote to me, where it was when you were at Hollywood. I understand. I never got it. Must have gone astray, I suppose. And to think I've been thinking and planning and fretting and going nearly crazy all these months. Lord Edgware seemed to be under the impression that you wished to marry an actor. Naturally. That's what I told him. She gave a pleased child's smile. Suddenly, it changed to a look of alarm. Why? Poirot, you didn't go and tell him about me and the Duke No. Reassure yourself. I am discreet. That would not do at all. Well, you see, he's got a queer, mean nature. Marrying Merton, he'd feel, was perhaps a kind of leg up for me, so then naturally he'd queer the pitch. But a film actor's different. Though, all the same, I'm surprised. Yes, I am. Aren't you surprised? Ellis, I had noticed that the maid had come to and fro from the bedroom, tidying away various outdoor garments which were lying flung over the backs of chairs. It had been my opinion that she had been listening to the conversation. Now it seemed that she was completely in Jane's confidence. Yes, indeed. Milady, his lordship must have changed a good deal since we knew him, said the maid spitefully. Yes, he must. You cannot understand his attitude. It puzzles you, suggested Poirot. Oh, it does. But anyway, we needn't worry about that. What does it matter what made him change his mind, so long as he has changed it? It may not interest you, but it interests me. Madame? Jane paid no attention to him. The thing is that I'm free at last. Not yet, madame. She looked at him impatiently. Well, going to be free. It's the same thing. Poirot looked as though he did not think it was. The Duke is in Paris, said Jane. I must cable him right away. Won't his old mother be wild? Poirot rose. I am glad, madame, that all is turning out as you wish. Goodbye, M. Poirot, and thanks awfully. I did nothing. You brought me the good news. Anyway, M. Poirot. And I'm ever so grateful. I really am. And that is that, said Poirot to me, as we left the suite. The single idea, herself. She has no speculation, no curiosity as to why that letter never reached her. You observe, Hastings. She is shrewd beyond belief in the business sense, but she has absolutely no intellect. Well, the good God cannot give everything, except to Hercule Poirot. I said slyly, you mock yourself at me. My friend, he replied serenely, but come, let us walk along the embankment. I wish to arrange my ideas with order and method. I maintained a discreet silence until such time as the oracle should speak. That letter, he resumed when we were pacing along by the river. It intrigues me. There are 4 solutions of that problem. My friend, 4. Yes, first, it was lost in the post. That does happen, you know. But not very often? No. Not very often? Incorrectly addressed. It would have been returned to Lord Edgware long before this. No. I'm inclined to rule out that solution, though, of course, It may be the true one. Solution 2. Our beautiful lady is lying when she says she never received it. That, of course, is quite possible. That charming lady is capable of telling any lie to her advantage with the most childlike candor, but I cannot see, Hastings, how it could be to her advantage. If she knows that he will divorce her, why send me to ask him to do so? It does not make sense. Solution 3. Lord Edgware is lying, and if anyone is lying, it seems more likely that it is he than his wife. But I do not see much point in such a lie. Why invent a fictitious letter sent 6 months ago? Why not simply agree to my proposition? No. I am inclined to think that he did send that letter, though what the motive was for his sudden change of attitude, I cannot guess. So we come to the fourth solution, that someone suppressed that letter. And there, Hastings, we enter on a very interesting field of speculation, because that letter could have been suppressed at either end, in America or England. Whoever suppressed it was someone who did not want that marriage dissolved. Hastings, I would give a great deal to know what is behind this affair. There is something. I swear there is something. He paused and then added slowly, something of which as yet I have only been able to get a glimpse. Chapter 5. Murder. The following day was the 30th of June. It was just 9:30 when we were told that Inspector Japp was below and anxious to see us. It was some years since we had seen anything of the Scotland Yard inspector. "Ah, c'est bon, Japp," said Poirot. "What does he want?" "I wonder help." I snapped. "He's out of his depth over some case, and he's come to you." I had not the indulgence for Japp that Poirot had. It was not so much that I minded his picking Poirot's brains. After all, Poirot enjoyed the process. It was delicate flattery. What did annoy me was Japp's hypocritical pretense that he was doing nothing of the kind. I liked people to be straightforward. I said so, and Poirot laughed. "You are the dog of the bulldog breed, eh, Hastings? But you must remember that the poor Japp, he has to save his face. So he makes his little pretense. It is very natural." I thought it merely foolish, and said so. Poirot did not agree. Not. The outward form, it is a bagatelle, but it matters to people. It enables them to keep the amour propre. Personally, I thought a dash of inferiority complex would do Japp no harm, but there was no point in arguing the matter. Besides, I was anxious to learn what Japp had come about. He greeted us both heartily. "Just going to have breakfast. I see. Not got the hens to lay square eggs for you yet, M." Poirot. This was an allusion to a complaint from Poirot as to the varying sizes of eggs which had offended his sense of symmetry. "As yet, no," said Poirot, smiling. "And what brings you to see us so early?" "My good Japp, it's not early, not for me. I've been up and at work for a good 2 hours. As to what brings me to see you, well, it's murder." "Murder," Japp nodded. "Lord Edgware was killed at his house in Regent Gate last night, stabbed in the neck by his wife." By his wife, I cried. In a flash, I remembered Brian Martin's words on the previous morning. Had he had a prophetic knowledge of what was going to happen? I remembered, too, Jane's easy reference to bumping him off. Amoral. Brian Martin had called her. She was the type, yes, callous, egoistical, and stupid. How right he had been in his judgment. All this passed through my mind while Japp went on. "Yes, actress, you know, well known. Jane Wilkinson. Married him 3 years ago. They didn't get on. She left him. Poirot was looking puzzled and serious. What makes you believe that it was she who killed him? No belief about it. She was recognized, not much concealment about it, either. She drove up in a taxi. A taxi, I echoed involuntarily. Her words at the Savoy that night coming back to me. Rang the bell. Asked for Lord Edgware. It was 10 o'clock. Butler said he'd see. Oh, she says. Cool as a cucumber. You needn't. I am Lady Edgware. I suppose he's in the library. And with that, she walks along and opens the door and goes in and shuts it behind her. Well, the butler thought it was queer. But all right. He went downstairs again. About 10 minutes later, he heard the front door shut. So, anyway, she hadn't stayed long. He locked up for the night about 11. He opened the library door, but it was dark, so he thought his master had gone to bed. This morning, the body was discovered by a housemaid, stabbed in the back of the neck, just at the roots of the hair. Was there no cry? Nothing heard. They say not. That library's got pretty well soundproof doors, you know, and there's traffic passing too. Stabbed in that way, death results amazing quick. Straight through the cistern into the medulla. That's what the doctor said. Or something very like it. If you hit on exactly the right spot, it kills a man instantaneously. That implies a knowledge of exactly where to strike. It almost implies medical knowledge. Yes, that's true. A point in her favor as far as it goes. But 10 to 1, it was a chance. She just struck lucky. Some people do have amazing luck, you know. Not so lucky if it results in her being hanged. Mon ami, observed Poirot. No. Of course she was a fool. Sailing in like that and giving her name and all. Indeed, very curious. Possibly she didn't intend mischief. They quarreled, and she whipped out a penknife and jabbed him one. Was it a penknife? Something of that kind. The doctor says, whatever it was, she took it away with her. It wasn't left in the wound. Poirot shook his head in a dissatisfied manner. No, no, my friend. It was not like that. I know the lady. She would be quite incapable of such a hot-blooded, impulsive action. Besides, she would be most unlikely to have a penknife with her. Few women have, and assuredly not Jane Wilkinson. You know her. You say, M. Poirot. Yes, I know her. He said no more for the moment. Jap was looking at him inquisitively. Got something up your sleeve, M. Poirot, he ventured at last. Ah, said Poirot, that reminds me. What has brought you to me? Eh? It is not merely to pass the time of day with an old comrade. Assuredly not. You have here a nice, straightforward murder. You have the criminal. You have the motive. What exactly is the motive? By the way, wanted to marry another man. She was heard to say so not a week ago. Also heard to make threats. Said she meant to call round in a taxi and bump him off. Ah, said Poirot. You are very well informed, very well informed. Someone has been very obliging. I thought his eyes looked a question, but if so, Jap did not respond. We get to hear things. M. Poirot. He said stolidly, Poirot nodded. He had reached out for the daily paper. It had been opened by Jap, doubtless while he was waiting, and had been cast impatiently aside on our entry, in a mechanical manner. Poirot folded it back at the middle page, smoothed and arranged it. Though his eyes were on the paper, his mind was deep in some kind of puzzle. "You have not answered," he said presently. "Since all goes in the swimming fashion, why come to me because I heard you were at Regent Gate yesterday morning? I see. Now, as soon as I heard that, I said to myself, something here. His lordship sent for me. Poirot. Why, what did he suspect? What did he fear? Before doing anything definite, I'd better go round and have a word with him." "What do you mean by anything definite? Arresting the lady, I suppose." "Exactly. You have not seen her yet." "Oh, yes, I have. Went round to the Savoy first thing. Wasn't going to risk her giving us the slip." "Ah," said Poirot. "So you—" He stopped. His eyes, which had been fixed thoughtfully, and up to now, unseeingly, on the paper in front of him, now took on a different expression. He lifted his head and spoke in a changed tone of voice. "And what did she say? My friend?" "What did she say? I gave her the usual stuff. Of course. About wanting a statement and cautioning her. You can't say the English police aren't fair. In my opinion, foolishly so. But proceed. What did Milady say? Took hysterics? That's what she did. Rolled herself about, threw up her arms, and finally flopped down on the ground. Oh, she did it well. I'll say that for her. A pretty bit of acting." "Ah," said Poirot blandly. "You formed, then, the impression that the hysterics were not genuine." Jap winked vulgarly. "What do you think I'm not to be taken in with those tricks? She hadn't fainted, not she, just trying it on. She was, I'll swear, she was enjoying it." "Yes," said Poirot thoughtfully. "I should say that was perfectly possible. What next?" "Oh, well, she came to, pretended to, I mean, and moaned and groaned and carried on, and that sour-faced maid of hers doped her with smelling salts, and at last she recovered enough to ask for her solicitor. Wasn't going to say anything without her solicitor. Hysterics one moment, solicitor the next. Now I ask you, is that natural behavior, sir?" "In this case, quite natural." "I should say," said Poirot calmly. "You mean because she's guilty and knows it. Not at all. I mean because of her temperament. First, she gives you her conception of how the part of a wife suddenly learning of her husband's death should be played. Then, having satisfied her histrionic instinct, her native shrewdness makes her send for a solicitor. That she creates an artificial scene and enjoys it is no proof of her guilt. It merely indicates that she is a born actress. Well, she can't be innocent. That's sure." "You are very positive," said Poirot. "I suppose that it must be so." She made no statement. "You say no statement at all?" Jap grinned. "Wouldn't say a word without her solicitor. The maid telephoned for him. I left 2 of my men there and came along to you. I thought it just as well to get put wise to whatever there was going on before I went on with things. And yet, you are sure?" "Of course I'm sure. But I like as many facts as possible. You see, there's going to be a big splash made about this. No hole and corner business. All the papers will be full of it. And you know what papers are. Talking of papers, said Poirot, how do you account for this? My dear friend, you have not read your morning paper very carefully. He leant across the table, his finger on a paragraph in the Society News. Japp read the item aloud. Sir Montague Corner gave a very successful dinner party last night at his house on the river at Chiswick. Among those present were Sir George and Lady Defies, Mr. James Blunt, the well-known dramatic critic, Sir Oscar Hammerfelt of the Overton Film Studios, Miss Jane Wilkinson, Lady Edgware, and others. For a moment, Japp looked taken aback. Then he rallied. What's that got to do with it? This thing was sent to the press beforehand. You'll see. You'll find that Our Lady wasn't there. Or that she came in late, 11 o'clock or so. Bless you. Sir, you mustn't believe everything you see in the press to be gospel. You of all people ought to know better than that. Oh, I do. I do. It only struck me as curious. That was all. These coincidences do happen. Now, Poirot, close as an oyster I know you to be, by bitter experience. But you'll come across with things, won't you? You'll tell me why Lord Edgware sent for you. Poirot shook his head. Lord Edgware did not send for me. It was I who requested him to give me an appointment. Really? And for what reason? Poirot hesitated a minute. I will answer your question, he said slowly, but I should like to answer it in my own way. Japp groaned. I felt a sneaking sympathy with him. Poirot can be intensely irritating at times. I will request, went on Poirot, that you permit me to ring up a certain person and ask him to come here. What person? Mr. Brian Martin, the film star. What's he got to do with it, I think, said Poirot, that you may find what he has got to say interesting and possibly helpful. Hastings, will you be so good? I took up the telephone book. The actor had a flat in a big block of buildings near St. James's Park. Victoria, 49499. The somewhat sleepy voice of Brian Martin spoke after a few minutes. Hello? Who's speaking? What am I to say? I whispered, covering the mouthpiece with my hand. Tell him, said Poirot, that Lord Edgware has been murdered, and that I should esteem it a favor if he would come round here and see me immediately. I repeated this meticulously. There was a startled exclamation at the other end. My God, said Martin. So she's done it. Then I'll come at once. What did he say? Asked Poirot. I told him. Ah, said Poirot. He seemed pleased. So, she's done it then. That is what he said. Then it is as I thought. It is as I thought. Japp looked at him curiously. I can't make you out, Poirot. First you sound as though you thought the woman might not have done it after all, and now you make out that you knew it all along. Poirot only smiled. Chapter 6. The Widow. Brian Martin was as good as his word. In less than 10 minutes, he had joined us. During the time that we awaited his arrival, Poirot would only talk of extraneous subjects and refused to satisfy Japp's curiosity in the smallest degree. Evidently, our news had upset the young actor terribly. His face was white and drawn. Good heavens. Poirot, he said as he shook hands. This is a terrible business. I'm shocked to the core, and yet I can't say I'm surprised. I've always half suspected that something of this kind might happen. You may remember I was saying so yesterday. May we? May we? Said Poirot. I remember perfectly what you said to me yesterday. Let me introduce you to Inspector Japp, who's in charge of the case. Brian Martin shot a glance of reproach at Poirot. I had no idea. He murmured, You should have warned me. He nodded coldly to the inspector. He sat down, his lips pressed tightly together. I don't see, he objected. Why, you asked me to come round. All this has nothing to do with me. I think it has, said Poirot gently. In a case of murder, one must put one's private repugnances behind one. No, no. I've acted with Jane. I know her well. Dash it all. She's a friend of mine. And yet, the moment that you hear Lord Edgware is murdered, you jump to the conclusion that it is she who has murdered him, remarked Poirot dryly. The actor started. Do you mean to say? His eyes seemed starting out of his head. Do you mean to say that I'm wrong? That she had nothing to do with it? Japp broke in. No, no. Mr. Martin, she did it right enough. The young man sank back again in his chair. For a moment, he murmured, I thought I'd made the most ghastly mistake. In a matter of this kind, friendship must not be allowed to influence you, said Poirot decisively. That's all very well. But, my friend, do you seriously wish to range yourself on the side of a woman who has murdered murder, the most repugnant of human crimes? Brian Martin sighed. You don't understand. Jane is not an ordinary murderess. She has no sense of right or wrong. Honestly, she's not responsible. That'll be a question for the jury, said Japp. Come, come, said Poirot kindly. It is not as though you were accusing her. She is already accused. You cannot refuse to tell us what you know. You have a duty to society, young man. Brian Martin sighed. I suppose you're right, he said. What do you want me to tell you? Poirot looked at Japp. Have you ever heard Lady Edgware, or perhaps I'd better call her Miss Wilkinson, utter threats against her husband? Asked Japp. Yes, several times. What did she say? She said that if he didn't give her her freedom, she'd have to bump him off. And that was not a joke, eh? No, I think she meant it seriously. Once she said she'd take a taxi and go round and kill him. You heard that, M. Poirot. He appealed pathetically to my friend. Poirot nodded. Japp went on with his questions. Now, Mr. Martin, we've been informed that she wanted her freedom in order to marry another man. Do you know who that man was? Brian nodded. Who it was? The Duke of Merton. The Duke of Merton, who? The detective whistled. Flying at high game. Eh? Why? He's said to be one of the richest men in England. Brian nodded more dejectedly than ever. I could not quite understand Poirot's attitude. He was lying back in his chair, his fingers pressed together, and the rhythmic motion of his head suggested the complete approval of a man who has put a chosen record on the gramophone and is enjoying the result. Wouldn't her husband divorce her? No, he refused absolutely. You know that for a fact. Yes. And now, said Poirot, suddenly taking part once more in the proceedings, you see where I come in, my good Japp. I was asked by Lady Edgware to see her husband and try and get him to agree to a divorce. I had an appointment for this morning. Brian Martin shook his head. It would have been of no use, he declared confidently. Edgware would never have agreed. "You think not," said Poirot, turning an amiable glance on him, sure of it. Jane knew that in her heart of hearts, she'd no real confidence that you'd succeed. She'd given up hope. The man was a monomaniac on the subject of divorce. Poirot smiled. His eyes grew suddenly very green. "You are wrong, my dear young man," he said gently. "I saw Lord Edgware yesterday, and he agreed to a divorce." There was no doubt that Brian Martin was completely dumbfounded by this piece of news. He stared at Poirot with his eyes almost starting out of his head. You saw him yesterday," he spluttered. "At 12:15, said Poirot in his methodical manner. "And he agreed to a divorce." "He agreed to a divorce. You should have told Jane at once," cried the young man reproachfully. "I did, M. Martin." "You did," cried Martin and Japp together. Poirot smiled. "It impairs the motive a little. Does it not?" he murmured. "And now, M. Martin, let me call your attention to this." He showed him the newspaper paragraph. Brian read it, but without much interest. "You mean this makes an alibi?" he said. "I suppose Edgeware was shot sometime yesterday evening." "He was stabbed, not shot," said Poirot. Martin laid the paper down slowly. "I'm afraid this does no good," he said regretfully. "Jane didn't go to that dinner." "How do you know I forget?" "Somebody told me." "That is a pity," said Poirot thoughtfully. Japp looked at him curiously. "I can't make you out, monsieur. Seems now as though you don't want the young woman to be guilty." No, my good Japp. I am not the partisan you think. But frankly, the case as you present it revolts the intelligence." "What do you mean?" "Revolts the intelligence. It doesn't revolt mine." I could see words trembling on Poirot's lips. He restrained them. "Here is a young woman who wishes, you sec, to get rid of her husband. That point I do not dispute. She told me so frankly." "Eh bien, how does she set about it?" "She repeats several times in the loud, clear voice before witnesses that she is thinking of killing him. She then goes out one evening, calls at his house, has herself announced, stabs him and goes away. What do you call that, my good friend? Has it even the common sense? It was a bit foolish." "Of course. Foolish. It is the imbecility." "Well," said Japp, rising, "it's all to the advantage of the police when criminals lose their heads. I must go back to the Savoy now. You permit that I accompany you?" Japp made no demur, and we set out. Brian Martin took a reluctant leave of us. He seemed to be in a great state of nervous excitement. He begged earnestly that any further development might be reported to him. "Nervy sort of chap," was Japp's comment on him. Poirot agreed. At the Savoy, we found an extremely legal-looking gentleman who had just arrived, and we proceeded all together to Jane's suite. Japp spoke to one of his men. Anything, he inquired laconically. She wanted to use the telephone. Who did she telephone to? Inquired Japp eagerly. Jay's? For mourning. Japp swore under his breath. We entered the suite. The widowed Lady Edgware was trying on hats in front of the glass. She was dressed in a filmy creation of black and white. She greeted us with a dazzling smile. "Why, M. Poirot, how good of you to come along. Mr. Moxon." This was to the solicitor. I'm so glad you've come. Just sit right by me and tell me what questions I ought to answer. This man here seems to think that I went out and killed George this morning. Last night, madam, said Jap. You said this morning, 10 o'clock. I said 10 p. Well, I can never tell which is which. M is and PM is. It's only just about 10 o'clock now, added the inspector severely. Jane's eyes opened very wide. Mercy, she murmured. It's years since I've been awake as early as this. Why, it must have been early dawn when you came along. One moment. Inspector, said Mr. Moxon in his ponderous legal voice. When am I to understand that this, regrettable, most shocking occurrence took place round about 10 o'clock last night, sir? Why? That's all right, said Jane shortly. I was at a party. Oh, she covered her mouth up suddenly. Perhaps I oughtn't to have said that. Her eyes sought the solicitor's in timid appeal. If, at 10 o'clock last night, you were at a party, Lady Edgware, I can see no objection to your informing the inspector of the fact. No objection whatever. That's right, said Jap. I only asked you for a statement of your movements yesterday evening. You didn't. You said 10-something. And anyway, you gave me the most terrible shock. I fainted dead away. Mr. Moxon? About this party, Lady Edgware. It was at Sir Montague Corners, at Chiswick. What time did you go there? The dinner was for 8:30. You left here when I started about 8 o'clock. I dropped in at the Piccadilly Palace for a moment to say goodbye to an American friend who was leaving for the States, Mrs. Van Duzen. I got to Chiswick at 9:15. What time did you leave? About 11:30. You came straight back here, yes, in a taxi, no, in my own car. I hire it from the Daimler people. And whilst you were at the dinner party, you didn't leave it. Well, So you did leave it. It was like a terrier pouncing on a rat. I don't know what you mean. I was called to the telephone when we were at dinner. Who called you? I guess it was some kind of hoax. A voice said, Is that Lady Edgware? And I said, yes, that's right. And then they just laughed and rang off. Did you go outside the house to telephone? Jane's eyes opened wide in amazement. Of course not. How long were you away from the dinner table? About a minute and a half. Jap collapsed after that. I was fully convinced that he did not believe a word she was saying. But having heard her story, he could do no more until he had confirmed or disproved it. Having thanked her coldly, he withdrew. We also took our leave, but she called Poirot back. Poirot, will you do something for me? Certainly. Madame, send a cable for me to the Duke in Paris. He's at the Crillon. He ought to know about this. I don't like to send it myself. I guess I've got to look the bereaved widow for a week or two. It is quite unnecessary to cable. Madame, said Poirot gently, it will be in the papers over there. Why, what a headpiece you've got. Of course it will. Much better not to cable. I feel it's up to me to keep up my position, now everything's gone right. I want to act the way a widow should. Sort of dignified, you know. I thought of sending a wreath of orchids. They're about the most expensive things going. I suppose I shall have to go to the funeral. What do you think? You will have to go to the inquest first, madame. Why, I suppose that's true. She considered for a moment or two. I don't like that Scotland Yard inspector at all. He just scared me to death. Uh, Poirot. Yes, seems it's kind of lucky I changed my mind and went to that party after all. Poirot had been going towards the door. Suddenly, at these words, he wheeled round. What is that you say? Madame, you changed your mind. Yes, I meant to give it a miss. I had a frightful headache yesterday afternoon. Poirot swallowed once or twice. He seemed to have a difficulty in speaking. Did you say so to anyone, he asked at last. Certainly I did. There was quite a crowd of us having tea, and they wanted me to go on to a cocktail party, and I said no. I said my head was aching, fit to split, and that I was going right home, and that I was going to cut the dinner too. And what made you change your mind? Madame Ellis went on at me. Said I couldn't afford to turn it down. Old Sir Montague pulls a lot of strings, you know, and he's a crotchety creature. Takes offense easily. Well, I didn't care. Once I marry Merton, I'm through with all this. But Ellis is always on the cautious side. She said there's many a slip, etc. And after all, I guess she's right. Anyway, off I went. You owe Ellis a debt of gratitude. Madame, said Poirot seriously, I suppose I do. That inspector had got it all taped out, hadn't he? She laughed. Poirot did not. He said in a low voice, all the same, this gives one furiously to think. Yes, furiously to think. Ellis called Jane. The maid came in from the next room. Poirot says it's very lucky you made me go to that party last night. Ellis barely cast a glance at Poirot. She was looking grim and disapproving. It doesn't do to break engagements. Milady, you're much too fond of doing it. People don't always forgive it. They turn nasty. Jane picked up the hat she had been trying on when we came in. She tried it again. I hate black, she said disconsolately. I never wear it, but I suppose, as a correct widow, I've just got to. All those hats are too frightful. Ring up the other hat place. Ellis, I've got to be fit to be seen. Poirot and I slipped quietly from the room. Chapter 7. The Secretary. We had not seen the last of Jap. He reappeared about an hour later, flung down his hat on the table, and said he was eternally blasted. You have made the inquiries? Asked Poirot sympathetically. Jap nodded gloomily. And unless 14 people are lying, she didn't do it. He growled. He went on. I don't mind telling you. Poirot. That I expected to find a put-up job. On the face of it, it didn't seem likely that anyone else could have killed Lord Edgware. She's the only person who's got the ghost of a motive. I would not say that. Mais continuez. Well, as I say, I expected to find a put-up job. You know what these theatrical crowds are. They'd all hang together to screen a pal. But this is rather a different proposition. The people there last night were all big guns. They were none of them close friends of hers, and some of them didn't know each other. Their testimony is independent and reliable. I hoped then to find that she'd slipped away for half an hour or so. She could easily have done that, powdering her nose or some excuse. But no. She did leave the dinner table as she told us to answer a telephone call. But the butler was with her, and, by the way, it was just as she told us. He heard what she said. Yes, quite right. This is Lady Edgware. And then the other side rang off. It's curious that, not that it's got anything to do with it. Perhaps not, but it is interesting. Was it a man or a woman who rang up a woman? I think she said, "Curious," said Poirot thoughtfully. "Never mind that," said Japp impatiently. "Let's get back to the important part." The whole evening went exactly as she said. She got there at 9:15, left at 11:30, and got back here at 11:45. I've seen the chauffeur who drove her. He's one of Daimler's regular people. And the people at the Savoy saw her come in and confirm the time. Eh bien, that seems very conclusive. Then what about those two in Regent Gate? It isn't only the butler. Lord Edgware's secretary saw her too. They both swear by all that's holy that it was Lady Edgware who came there at 10 o'clock. How long has the butler been there? 6 months. Handsome chap. By the way, yes, indeed. Eh bien, my friend. If he has only been there 6 months, he cannot have recognized Lady Edgware, since he had not seen her before. Well, he knew her from her pictures in the papers. And anyway, the secretary knew her. She's been with Lord Edgware 5 or 6 years, and she's the only one who's absolutely positive. "Ah," said Poirot, "I should like to see the secretary. Well, why not come along with me? Now, thank you, mon ami. I should be delighted to do so. You include Hastings in your invitation?" I hope Japp grinned. "What do you think? Where the master goes, there the dog follows." He added in what I could not think was the best of taste. "Reminds me of the Elizabeth Canning case," said Japp. "You remember how at least a score of witnesses on either side swore they had seen the gypsy, Mary Squires, in 2 different parts of England. Good reputable witnesses, too, and she with such a hideous face there couldn't be two like it. That mystery was never cleared up. It's very much the same here. Here's a separate lot of people prepared to swear a woman was in 2 different places at the same time. Which of 'em is speaking the truth? That ought not to be difficult to find out, so you say. But this woman, Miss Carroll, really knew Lady Edgware. I mean, she'd lived in the house with her day after day. She wouldn't be likely to make a mistake. We shall soon see. Who comes into the title I asked? A nephew. Captain Ronald Marsh? Bit of a waster. I understand. What does the doctor say as to the time of death? Asked Poirot. We'll have to wait for the autopsy to be exact. You know. See where the dinner had got to. Japp's way of putting things was, I'm sorry to say, far from refined, but 10 o'clock fits in well enough. He was last seen alive at a few minutes past 9 when he left the dinner table, and the butler took whiskey and soda into the library. At 11 o'clock, when the butler went up to bed, the light was out, so he must have been dead then. He wouldn't have been sitting in the dark. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. A moment or two later, we drew up to the house, the blinds of which were now down. The door was opened to us by the handsome butler. Japp took the lead and went in first. Poirot and I followed. The door opened to the left, so that the butler stood against the wall, on that side. Poirot was on my right, and being smaller than I was. It was only just as we stepped into the hall that the butler saw him, being close to him. I heard the sudden intake of his breath, and looked sharply at the man, to find him staring at Poirot with a kind of startled fear visibly on his face. I put the fact away in my mind for what it might be worth. Japp marched into the dining room, which lay on our right, and called the butler in after him. Now then, Alton, I want to go into this again very carefully. It was 10 o'clock when this lady came. Her ladyship? Yes, sir. How did you recognize her? Asked Poirot. She told her name, sir. And besides, I've seen her portrait in the papers. I've seen her act, too. Poirot nodded. How was she dressed? In black, sir. Black walking dress. And a small black hat. A string of pearls and gray gloves. Poirot looked a question at Jap. White taffeta evening dress and ermine wrap, said the latter succinctly. The butler proceeded. His tale tallied exactly with that which Jap had already passed on to us. Did anybody else come to see your master that evening? Asked Poirot. No, sir. How was the front door fastened? It has a Yale lock. Sir, I usually draw the bolts when I go to bed. Sir, at 11, that is. But last night Miss Geraldine was at the opera, so it was left unbolted. How was it fastened this morning? It was bolted, sir. Miss Geraldine had bolted it when she came in. When did she come in? Do you know? I think it was about 11:45. Sir, then, during the evening, until 11:45, the door could not be opened from the outside without a key. From the inside, it could be opened by simply drawing back the handle. Yes, sir. How many latchkeys were there? His lordship that had his, sir. And there was another key in the hall drawer, which Miss Geraldine took last night. I don't know if there were any others. Does nobody else in the house have a key? No, sir. Miss Carroll always rings. Poirot intimated that that was all he wished to ask, and we went in search of the secretary. We found her busily writing at a large desk. Miss Carroll was a pleasant, efficient-looking woman of about 45. Her fair hair was turning gray, and she wore pince-nez, through which a pair of shrewd blue eyes gleamed out on us. When she spoke, I recognized the clear, businesslike voice that had spoken to me through the telephone. Poirot, she said as she acknowledged Jap's introduction. Yes, it was with you. I made that appointment for yesterday morning. Precisely, mademoiselle. I thought that Poirot was favorably impressed by her. Certainly, she was neatness and precision personified. Well, Inspector Jap, said Miss Carroll, what more can I do for you? Just this. Are you absolutely certain that it was Lady Edgware who came here last night? That's the third time you've asked me. Of course I'm sure. I saw her. Where did you see her? Mademoiselle? In the hall? She spoke to the butler for a minute. Then she went along the hall and in at the library door. And where were you? On the first floor, looking down. And you were positive. You were not mistaken. Absolutely. I saw her face distinctly. You could not have been misled by a resemblance. Certainly not. Jane Wilkinson's features are quite unique. It was her. Jap threw a glance at Poirot as much as to say, You see. Had Lord Edgware any enemies? Asked Poirot suddenly. Nonsense, said Miss Carroll. How do you mean, nonsense? Mademoiselle, enemies. People in these days don't have enemies, not English people. Yet Lord Edgware was murdered. That was his wife, said Miss Carroll. A wife is not an enemy. No, I'm sure it was a most extraordinary thing to happen. I've never heard of such a thing happening. I mean to anyone in our class of life. It was clearly Miss Carroll's idea that murders were only committed by drunken members of the lower classes. How many keys are there to the front door? 2, replied Miss Carroll promptly. Lord Edgware always carried one. The other was kept in the drawer in the hall, so that anybody who was going to be laid in could take it. There was a third one, but Captain Marsh lost it. Very careless. Did Captain Marsh come much to the house? He used to live here until 3 years ago. Why did he leave? Asked Jap. I don't know. He couldn't get on with his uncle. I suppose. I think you know a little more than that. Mademoiselle, said Poirot gently. She darted a quick glance at it. I am not one to gossip, Poirot, but you can tell us the truth concerning the rumors of a serious disagreement between Lord Edgware and his nephew. It wasn't so serious as all that. Lord Edgware was a difficult man to get on with. Even you found that I'm not speaking of myself. I never had any disagreements with Lord Edgware. He always found me perfectly reliable. But as regards Captain Marsh, Poirot stuck to it, gently continuing to goad her into further revelations. Miss Carroll shrugged her shoulders. He was extravagant, got into debt. There was some other trouble. I don't know exactly what. They quarreled. Lord Edgware forbade him the house. That's all. Her mouth closed firmly. Evidently, she intended to say no more. The room we had interviewed her in was on the first floor. As we left it, Poirot took me by the arm. A little minute. Remain here if you will. Hastings, I am going down with Jap. Watch till we have gone into the library. Then join us there. I have long ago given up asking Poirot questions, beginning why. Like the Light Brigade, mine not to reason why. Mine, but to do or die. Though fortunately, it has not yet come to dying. I thought that possibly he suspected the butler of spying on him and wanted to know if such were really the case. I took up my stand, looking over the banister. Poirot and Jap went first to the front door out of my sight. Then they reappeared walking slowly along the hall. I followed their backs with my eye until they had gone into the library. I waited a minute or two in case the butler appeared, but there was no sign of anyone. So I ran down the stairs and joined them. The body had, of course, been removed. The curtains were drawn, and the electric light was on. Poirot and Jap were standing in the middle of the room, looking round them. Nothing here? Jap was saying, and Poirot replied with a smile. Alas, not the cigarette ash, nor the footprint, nor a lady's glove, nor even a lingering perfume, nothing that the detective of fiction so conveniently finds. The police are always made out to be as blind as bats in detective stories, said Jap with a grin. I found a clue once, said Poirot dreamily. But since it was 4 feet long instead of 4 centimeters, no one would believe in it. I remembered the circumstances and laughed. Then I remembered my mission. It's all right, Poirot, I said. I watched. But no one was spying upon you, as far as I could see. The eyes of my friend Hastings, said Poirot in a kind of gentle mockery. Tell me, my friend, did you notice the rose between my lips? The rose between your lips, I asked in astonishment. Jap turned aside, spluttering with laughter. You'll be the death of me. Poirot, he said. The death of me. A rose. What next? I had the fancy to pretend I was Carmen, said Poirot, quite undisturbed. I wondered if they were going mad, or if I was— You did not observe it, Hastings. There was reproach in Poirot's voice. No, I said, staring. But then I couldn't see your face. No matter. He shook his head gently. Were they making fun of me? Well, said Jap, no more to do here. I fancy I'd like to see the daughter again if I could. She was too upset before for me to get anything out of her. He rang the bell for the butler. Ask Miss Marsh if I can see her for a few moments. The man departed. It was not he, however, but Miss Carroll, who entered the room a few minutes later. Geraldine is asleep, she said. She's had a terrible shock. Poor child. After you left, I gave her something to make her sleep, and she's fast asleep now. In an hour or two. Perhaps. Jap agreed. In any case, there's nothing she can tell you that I can't, said Miss Carroll firmly. What is your opinion of the butler? Asked Poirot. I don't like him much, and that's a fact, replied Miss Carroll. But I can't tell you why. We had reached the front door. It was up there that you stood. Was it not last night? Mademoiselle, said Poirot suddenly, pointing with his hand up the stairs. Yes. Why? And you saw Lady Edgware go along the hall into the study? Yeah. And you saw her face distinctly? Certainly. But you could not have seen her face, mademoiselle. You can only have seen the back of her head from where you were standing. Miss Carroll flushed angrily. She seemed taken aback. Back of her head, her voice, her walk. It's all the same thing. Absolutely unmistakable. I tell you, I know it was Jane Wilkinson, a thoroughly bad woman, if there ever was one. And turning away, she flounced upstairs. Chapter 8. Possibilities. Jap had to leave us. Poirot and I turned into Regent's Park and found a quiet seat. I see the point of your rose between the lips now, I said, laughing. At the moment, I thought you had gone mad. He nodded without smiling. You observe, Hastings, that the secretary is a dangerous witness. Dangerous because inaccurate. You notice that she stated positively that she saw the visitor's face. At the time, I thought that impossible. Coming from the study, yes, but not going to the study. So I made my little experiment, which resulted as I thought, and then sprung my trap upon her. She immediately changed her ground. Her belief was quite unaltered, though I argued, and after all, a voice and a walk are just as unmistakable. No, no. Why, Poirot, I think a voice and the general gait are about the most characteristic things about a person. I agree. And therefore, they are the most easily counterfeited. You think? Cast your mind back a few days. Do you remember one evening, as we sat in the stalls of a theater, Carlotta Adams, but then she is a genius. A well-known person is not so difficult to mimic. But I agree she has unusual gifts. I believe she could carry a thing through without the aid of footlights and distance. A sudden thought flashed into my mind. Poirot. I cried. You don't think that possibly? No, that would be too much of a coincidence. It depends how you look at it. Hastings. Regarded from one angle, it would be no coincidence at all. But why should Carlotta Adams wish to kill Lord Edgware? Poirot. She did not even know him. How do you know she did not know him? Do not assume things. Hastings. There may have been some link between them, of which we know nothing. Not that that is precisely my theory. Then you have a theory. Yes. The possibility of Carlotta Adams being involved struck me from the beginning. But, Poirot, wait, Hastings, let me put together few facts for you. Lady Edgware, with a complete lack of reticence, discusses the relations between her and her husband, and even goes so far as to talk of killing him. Not only you and I hear this, a waiter hears it. Her maid probably has heard it many times. Brian Martin hears it. And I imagine Carlotta Adams herself hears it. And there are the people to whom these people repeat it. Then, on that same evening, the excellence of Carlotta Adams' imitation of Jane is commented upon. Who had a motive for killing Lord Edgware, his wife? Now, supposing that someone else wishes to do away with Lord Edgware. Here is a scapegoat ready to his hand. On the day when Jane Wilkinson announces that she has a headache and is going to have a quiet evening, the plan is put into operation. Lady Edgware must be seen to enter the house in Regent Gate. Well, she is seen. She even goes so far as to announce her identity. Ah, c'est un peu trop. Ça. It would awaken suspicion in an oyster. And another point, a small point. I admit, the woman who came to the house last night wore black. Jane Wilkinson never wears black. We heard her say so. Let us assume, then, that the woman who came to the house last night was not Jane Wilkinson, that it was a woman impersonating Jane Wilkinson. Did that woman kill Lord Edgware? Did a third person enter that house and kill Lord Edgware? If so, did the person enter before or after the supposed visit of Lady Edgware? If after, what did the woman say to Lord Edgware? How did she explain her presence? She might deceive the butler who did not know her, and the secretary who did not see her at close quarters. But she could not hope to deceive a husband. Or was there only a dead body in the room? Was Lord Edgware killed before she entered the house sometime between 9 and 10? Stop. Poirot, I cried. You are making my head spin. No, no, my friend, we are only considering possibilities. It is like trying on the clothes. Does this fit? No. It wrinkles on the shoulder. This one, yes, that is better. But not quite large enough. This other one is too small. So on, and so on. Until we reach the perfect fit? The truth. Who do you suspect of such a fiendish plot? I asked. Ah, that is too early to say. One must go into the question of who has a motive for wishing Lord Edgware dead. There is, of course, the nephew who inherits. A little obvious that, perhaps, and then, in spite of Miss Carroll's dogmatic pronouncement, there is the question of enemies. Lord Edgware struck me as a man who very easily might make enemies. Yes, I agreed. That is so. Whoever it was must have fancied himself pretty safe. Remember, Hastings. But for her change of mind at the last minute, Jane Wilkinson would have had no alibi. She might have been in her room at the Savoy, and it would have been difficult to prove it. She would have been arrested, tried, probably hanged. I shivered. But there is one thing puzzles me, went on Poirot. The desire to incriminate her is clear. But what, then, of the telephone call? Why did someone ring her up at Chiswick, and once satisfied of her presence there, immediately ring off. It looks, does it not, as if someone wanted to be sure of her presence there before proceeding to what that was at 9:30, almost certainly before the murder. The intention then seems, there is no other word for it, beneficent. It cannot be the murderer who rings up. The murderer has laid all his plans to incriminate Jane. Who, then, was it? It looks as though we have here two entirely different sets of circumstances. I shook my head, utterly fogged. It might be just a coincidence. I suggested, no, no. Everything cannot be a coincidence. 6 months ago, a letter was suppressed. Why? There are too many things here unexplained. There must be some reason linking them together. He sighed. Presently, he went on. That story that Brian Martin came to tell, surely. Poirot, that has got no connection with this business. You are blind. Hastings, blind and willfully obtuse. Do you not see that the whole thing makes a pattern confused at present, but which will gradually become clear? I felt Poirot was being over-optimistic. I did not feel that anything would ever become clear. My brain was frankly reeling. It's no good, I said suddenly. I can't believe it of Carlotta Adams. She seemed such a thoroughly nice girl. Yet, even as I spoke, I remembered Poirot's words about love of money. Love of money. Was that at the root of the seemingly incomprehensible? I felt that Poirot had been inspired that night. He had seen Jane in danger, the result of her strange, egoistical temperament. He had seen Carlotta led astray by avarice. I do not think she committed the murder. Hastings. She is too cool and level-headed for that. Possibly, she was not even told that murder would be done. She may have been used innocently. But then, he broke off, frowning. Even so, she's an accessory after the fact now. I mean, she will see the news today. She will realize. A hoarse sound broke from Poirot. Quick! Hastings! Quick, I have been blind. Imbecile! A taxi! At once. I stared at him. He waved his arms. A taxi! At once. One was passing. He hailed it, and we jumped in. Do you know her address, Carlotta Adams? Do you mean my we? May we? Quickly. Hastings, quickly. Every minute is of value. Do you not see no? I said, I don't. Poirot swore under his breath. The telephone book, no. She would not be in it. The theater. At the theater, they were not disposed to give Carlotta's address, but Poirot managed it. It was a flat in a block of mansions near Sloane Square. We drove there. Poirot, in a fever of impatience. If I am not too late. Hastings, if I am not too late. What is all this haste? I don't understand. What does it mean? It means that I have been slow, terribly slow, to realize the obvious. Ah, mon Dieu. If only we may be in time. Chapter 9. The Second Death. Though I did not understand the reason for Poirot's agitation, I knew him well enough to be sure that he had a reason for it. We arrived at Rosedew Mansions. Poirot sprang out, paid the driver, and hurried into the building. Miss Adams's flat was on the first floor, as a visiting card stuck on a board informed us. Poirot hurried up the stairs, not waiting to summon the lift, which was at one of the upper floors. He knocked and rang. There was a short delay. Then the door was opened by a neat, middle-aged woman with hair drawn tightly back from her face. Her eyelids were reddened as though with weeping. Miss Adams demanded Poirot eagerly. The woman looked at him. Haven't you heard, what his face had gone deadly pale, and I realized that this, whatever it was what he had feared. The woman continued slowly to shake her head. She's dead. Passed away in her sleep. It's terrible. Poirot leaned against the doorpost. Too late, he murmured. His agitation was so apparent that the woman looked at him with more attention. Excuse me, sir, but are you a friend of hers? I do not remember seeing you come here before. Poirot did not reply to this directly. Instead, he said, You have had a doctor. What did he say? Took an overdose of a sleeping draught. Oh, the pity of it. Such a nice young lady. Nasty, dangerous things. These drugs. Veronal. He said it was. Poirot suddenly stood upright. His manner took on a new authority. I must come in, he said. The woman was clearly doubtful and suspicious. I don't think, she began. But Poirot meant to have his way. He took probably the only course that would have obtained the desired result. You must let me in, he said. I am a detective, and I have got to inquire into the circumstances of your mistress's death. The woman gasped. She stood aside, and we passed into the flat. From there on, Poirot took command of the situation. What I have told you, he said authoritatively, is strictly confidential. It must not be repeated. Everyone must continue to think that Miss Adams' death was accidental. Please give me the name and address of the doctor you summoned. Dr. Heath, 17, Carlisle Street. And your own name, Bennett, Alice Bennett. You were attached to Miss Adams. I can see, Miss Bennett. Oh, yes. Sir, she were a nice young lady. I worked for her last year when she were over here. It wasn't as though she were one of those actresses. She were a real young lady. Dainty ways she had and liked everything just so. Poirot listened with attention and sympathy. He had now no signs of impatience. I realized that to proceed gently was the best way of extracting the information he wanted. It must have been a great shock to you. He observed gently. Oh, it was, sir. I took her in her tea, at 9:30 as usual, and there she was lying. Sleep, I thought. And I put the tray down, and I pulled the curtains. One of the rings caught. Sir, and I had to jerk it hard. Such a noise it made. I was surprised when I looked around to see she hadn't woken. And then, all of a sudden, something seemed to take hold of me. Something not quite natural about the way she lay. And I went to the side of the bed, and I touched her hand. Icy cold it was. Sir, and I cried out. She stopped, tears coming into her eyes. Yes, yes, said Poirot sympathetically. It must have been terrible for you. Did Miss Adams often take stuff to make her sleep? She'd taken something for a headache now and again. Sir, some little tablets in a bottle, but it was some other stuff she took last night. Or so the doctor said. Did anyone come to see her last night? A visitor. No, sir. She was out yesterday evening. Sir. Did she tell you where she was going? No, sir. She went out about 7 o'clock. How was she dressed? She had on a black dress. Sir. A black dress and a black hat. Poirot looked at me. Did she wear any jewelry? Just the string of pearls she always wore. Sir? And gloves? Gray gloves? Yes. Sir, her gloves were gray. Now describe to me, if you will, what her manner was. Was she gay? Excited? Sad, nervous? It seemed to me she was pleased about something. Sir, she kept smiling to herself, as though there were some kind of joke on. What time did she return? A little after 12 o'clock? Sir, and what was her manner then? The same, she was terribly tired. Sir, but not upset or distressed, oh, no. Sir, I think she was pleased about something, but just done up, if you know what I mean. She started to ring someone up on the telephone, and then she said she couldn't bother. She'd do it tomorrow morning. Poirot's eyes gleamed with excitement. He leaned forward and spoke in a would-be indifferent voice. Did you hear the name of the person she rang up, number, sir? She just asked for the number and waited, and then the exchange must have said, I'm trying to get them, as they do. Sir. And she said, all right. And then suddenly she yawned and said, oh, I can't bother. I'm too tired. And she put the receiver back and started undressing. And the number she called. Do you recollect that? Think? It may be important. I'm sorry I can't say. Sir, it was a Victoria number, and that's all I can remember. I wasn't paying special heed. You see, did she have anything to eat or drink before she went to bed? A glass of hot milk? Sir, like she always did? Who prepared it? I did. Sir. And nobody came to the flat that evening. Nobody, sir. And earlier in the day, nobody came that I can remember. Sir. Miss Adams was out to lunch and tea. She came in at 6 o'clock. When did the milk come? The milk she drank last night. It was the new milk she had. Sir, the afternoon delivery. The boy leaves it outside the door at 4 o'clock. But, oh, sir, I'm sure there wasn't nothing wrong with the milk. I had it myself for tea this morning. And the doctor, he said positive as she'd taken the nasty stuff herself. It is possible that I am wrong, said Poirot. Yes, it is possible that I am entirely wrong. I will see the doctor. But, you see, Miss Adams had enemies. Things are very different in America. He hesitated, but the good Alice leapt at the bait. Oh, I know, sir. I've read about Chicago and them gunmen and all that. It must be a wicked country, and what the police can be about, I can't think. Not like our policemen. Poirot left it thankfully at that, realizing that Alice Bennet's insular proclivities would save him the trouble of explanations. His eye fell on a small suitcase's or of an attaché case. That was lying on a chair. Did Miss Adams take that with her when she went out last night? In the morning she took it. Sir, she didn't have it when she came back at tea time, but she brought it back last thing. You permit that I open it. Alice Bennet would have permitted anything. Like most canny and suspicious women. Once she had overcome her distrust, she was child's play to manipulate. She would have assented to anything Poirot suggested. The case was not locked. Poirot opened it. I came forward and looked over his shoulder. You see, Hastings, you see, he murmured excitedly. The contents were certainly suggestive. There was a box of makeup materials, two objects which I recognized as elevators to place in shoes and raise the height an inch or so. There was a pair of gray gloves and, folded in tissue paper, an exquisitely made wig of golden hair, the exact shade of gold of Jane Wilkinson's, and dressed like hers with a center parting and curls in the back of the neck. Do you doubt now? Hastings asked Poirot. I believe I had up to that moment, but now I doubted no longer. Poirot closed the case again and turned to the maid. You do not know with whom Miss Adams dined yesterday evening? No, sir. Do you know with whom she had lunch or tea? I know nothing about tea. Sir, I believe she lunched with Miss Driver. Miss Driver? Yes, her great friend. She has a hat shop in Moffat Street, just off Bond Street, Genevieve. It's called Poirot noted the address in his notebook, just below that of the doctor. One thing more. Madame, can you remember anything at all, that Mademoiselle Adams said or did after she came in at 6 o'clock that strikes you as at all unusual or significant? The maid thought for a moment or two. I really can't say that I do. Sir, she said at last. I asked her if she would have tea, and she said she'd had some. Oh, she said she had had it, interrupted Poirot. Pardon, continue. And after that, she was writing letters till just on the time she went out. Letters. You do not know to whom? Yes, sir. It was just one letter. To her sister in Washington. She wrote her sister twice a week regular. She took the letter out with her to post because of catching the mail. But she forgot it. Then it is here still, no, sir. I posted it. She remembered last night, just as she was getting into bed. And I said I'd run out with it. By putting an extra stamp on it and putting it in the late fee box, it would go all right. Ah, and is that far? No, sir. The post office is just round the corner. Did you shut the door of the flat behind you? Bennett stared. No, sir. I just left it to, as I always do when I go out to post. Poirot seemed about to speak, then checked himself. Would you like to look at her? Sir, asked the maid tearfully. Looks beautiful, she does? We followed her into the bedroom. Carlotta Adams looked strangely peaceful and much younger than she had appeared that night at the Savoy. She looked like a tired child asleep. There was a strange expression on Poirot's face as he stood looking down on her. I saw him make the sign of the cross. J'ai fait un serment. Hastings, he said, as we went down the stairs. I did not ask him what his vow was. I could guess. A minute or two later he said, There is one thing off my mind at least. I could not have saved her. By the time I heard of Lord Edgware's death, she was already dead. That comforts me. Yes, that comforts me very much. Chapter 10. Jenny Driver. Our next proceeding was to call upon the doctor whose address the maid had given us. He turned out to be a fussy elderly man, somewhat vague in manner. He knew Poirot by repute and expressed a lively pleasure at meeting him in the flesh. And what can I do for you? Me? Poirot, he asked after this opening preamble. You were called this morning, le docteur, to the beneficiation of a Miss Carlotta Adams. Ah, yes. Poor girl. Clever actress, too. I've been twice to her show. 1,000 pities it's ended this way. Why these girls must have drugs, I can't think. You think she was addicted to drugs? Then, well, professionally, I should hardly have said so. At all events, she didn't take them hypodermically. No marks of the needle. Evidently always took it by the mouth. Maid said she slept well naturally, but then maids never know. I don't suppose she took veronal every night, but she'd evidently taken it for some time. What makes you think so? This, dash it, where did I put the thing? He was peering into a small case. Ah, here it is. He drew out a small black Morocco handbag. There's got to be an inquest. Of course. I brought this away so that the maid shouldn't meddle with it. Opening the pochette, he took out a small gold box. On it were the initials C.A. in rubies. It was a valuable and expensive trinket. The doctor opened it. It was nearly full of a white powder. Veronal. He explained briefly. Now look what's written inside. On the inside of the lid of the box was engraved C from D, Paris, Novi, 10th. Sweet dreams. November 10th, said Poirot thoughtfully. Exactly, and we're now in June. That seems to show that she's been in the habit of taking the stuff for at least 6 months. And as the year isn't given, it might be 18 months or 2 years and a half. Or any time. Paris. D, said Poirot, frowning. Yes, convey anything to you. By the way, I haven't asked you what your interest is in the case. I'm assuming you've got good grounds. I suppose you want to know if it's suicide? Well, I can't tell you. Nobody can. According to the maid's account, she was perfectly cheerful yesterday. That looks like accident. And in my opinion, accident it is. Veronal's very uncertain stuff. You can take a devil of a lot, and it won't kill you. And you can take very little and off you go. It's a dangerous drug for that reason. I've no doubt they'll bring it in accidental death at the inquest. I'm afraid I can't be of any more help to you. May I examine the little bag of Mademoiselle? Certainly. Certainly. Poirot turned out the contents of the pochette. There was a fine handkerchief with C.M. in the corner, a powder puff, a lipstick, a pound note, and a little change, and a pair of pince-nez. These last Poirot examined with interest. They were gold-rimmed and rather severe and academic in type. Curious, said Poirot. I did not know that Miss Adams wore glasses, but perhaps they are for reading. The doctor picked them up. No, these are outdoor glasses, he affirmed. Pretty powerful, too. The person who wore these must have been very short-sighted. You do not know if Miss Adams. I never attended her before. I was called in once to see a poisoned finger of the maid's. Otherwise, I have never been in the flat. Miss Adams, whom I saw for a moment on that occasion, was certainly not wearing glasses then. Poirot thanked the doctor, and we took our leave. Poirot wore a puzzled expression. It can be that I am mistaken, he admitted. About the impersonation, no. That seems to me proved. No. I mean, as to her death. Obviously, she had veronal in her possession. It is possible that she was tired and strung up last night, and determined to ensure herself a good night's rest. Then he suddenly stopped dead, to the great surprise of the passers-by, and beat one hand emphatically on the other. No, he declared, emphatically. Why should that accident happen so conveniently? It was no accident. It was not suicide. No. She played her part, and in doing so, she signed her death warrant. Veronal may have been chosen simply because it was known that she occasionally took it and that she had that box in her possession. But if so, the murderer must have been someone who knew her well. Who is Hastings? I would give a good deal to know who was. Poirot, I said, as he remained wrapped in thought. Hadn't we better go on? Everyone is staring at us. Well, perhaps you are right, though it does not incommode me that people should stare. It does not interfere in the least with my train of thought. People were beginning to laugh. I murmured. That has no importance. I did not quite agree. I have a horror of doing anything conspicuous. The only thing that affects Poirot is the possibility of the damp or the heat affecting the set of his famous mustache. We will take a taxi, said Poirot, waving his stick. One drew up by us, and Poirot directed it to go to Genevieve in Moffat Street. Genevieve turned out to be one of those establishments where one nondescript hat and a scarf display themselves in a glass box downstairs, and where the real center of operations is one floor up a flight of musty-smelling stairs. Having climbed the stairs, we came to a door with Genevieve. Please, walk in on it. And having obeyed this command, we found ourselves in a small room full of hats, while an imposing blonde creature came forward with a suspicious glance at Poirot. Miss Driver asked Poirot, I do not know if Madame can see you. What is your business? Please tell Miss Driver that a friend of Miss Adams would like to see her. The blonde beauty had no need to go on this errand. A black velvet curtain was violently agitated, and a small, vivacious creature with flaming red hair emerged. What's that? She demanded. Are you Miss Driver? Yeah. What's that about Carlotta? You have heard the sad news. What sad news? Miss Adams died in her sleep last night. An overdose of Veronal. The girl's eyes opened wide. How awful, she exclaimed. Poor Carlotta. I can hardly believe it. Why? She was full of life yesterday. Nevertheless, it is true. Mademoiselle, said Poirot. Now see, it is just on 1 o'clock. I want you to do me the honor of coming out to lunch with me and my friend. I want to ask you several questions. The girl looked him up and down. She was a pugilistic little creature. She reminded me in some ways of a fox terrier. Who are you? She demanded bluntly. My name is Hercule Poirot. This is my friend, Captain Hastings. I bowed. Her glance traveled from one to the other of us. I've heard of you. She said abruptly, I'll come. She called to the blonde. Dorothy? Yes, Jenny. Mrs. Lester's coming in about that Rose Descartes model we're making for her. Try the different feathers. Bye-bye. Shan't be long. I expect. She picked up a small black hat, affixed it to one ear, powdered her nose furiously, and then looked at Poirot. Ready, she said abruptly. 5 minutes afterwards, we were sitting in a small restaurant in Dover Street. Poirot had given an order to the waiter, and cocktails were in front of us. Now, said Jenny Driver, I want to know the meaning of all this. What has Carlotta been getting herself mixed up in? She had been getting herself mixed up in something. Then, Mademoiselle. Now then, who is going to ask the questions? You or me. My idea was that I should, said Poirot, smiling. I have been given to understand that you and Miss Adams were great friends. Right. Eh bien. Then I ask you, mademoiselle, to accept my solemn assurance that what I do, I am doing in the interests of your dead friend. I assure you that that is so. There was a moment's silence while Jenny Driver considered this question. Finally, she gave a quick, assenting nod of the head. I believe you. Carry on. What do you want to know? I understand. Mademoiselle, that your friend lunched with you yesterday. She did? Did she tell you what her plans were for last night? She didn't exactly mention last night, but she said something. Well, she mentioned something that maybe is what you're driving at. Mind you, she spoke in confidence. That is understood. Well, let me see now. I think I'd better explain things in my own words. If you please. Mademoiselle, well then, Carlotta was excited. She isn't often excited. She's not that kind. She wouldn't tell me anything definite. Said she'd promised not to. But she'd got something on. Something, I gathered, in the nature of a gigantic hoax. A hoax, that's what she said. She didn't say how, or when, or where. Only, she paused, frowning. Well, you see, Carlotta's not the kind of person who enjoys practical jokes or hoaxes or things of that kind. She's one of those serious, nice-minded, hard-working girls. What I mean is, somebody had obviously put her up to this stunt, and I think she didn't say so. Mine, no. I quite understand. What was it that you thought I thought? I was sure that in some way money was concerned. Nothing really ever excited Carlotta except money. She was made that way. She'd got one of the best heads for business I've ever met. She wouldn't have been so excited and so pleased unless money, quite a lot of money, had been concerned. My impression was that she'd taken on something for a bet, and that she was pretty sure of winning. And yet, that isn't quite true. I mean, Carlotta didn't bet. I've never known her to make a bet. But anyway, somehow or other, I'm sure money was concerned. She did not actually say so. No. Just said that she'd be able to do this, that, and the other in the near future. She was going to get her sister over from America to meet her in Paris. She was crazy about her little sister. Very delicate, I believe, and musical. Well, that's all I know. Is that what you want? Poirot nodded his head. Yes. It confirms my theory. I had hoped, I admit, for more. I had anticipated that Miss Adams would have been bound to secrecy, but I hoped that, being a woman, she would not have counted revealing the secret to her best friend. I tried to make her tell me, admitted Jenny, but she only laughed and said she'd tell me all about it someday. Poirot was silent for a moment. Then he said, You know the name of Lord Edgware? What, the man who was murdered on a poster half an hour ago? Yes, Do you know if Miss Adams was acquainted with him? I don't think so. I'm sure she wasn't. Oh, wait a minute. Yes. Mademoiselle, said Poirot eagerly. What was it now? She frowned, knitting her brow as she tried to remember. Yes. I've got it now. She mentioned him once. Very bitterly. Bitterly, yes. She said, what was it? That men like that shouldn't be allowed to ruin other people's lives by their cruelty and lack of understanding. She said why. So she did. that he was the kind of man whose death would probably be a good thing for everybody. When was it she said this? Mademoiselle? Oh, about a month ago. I think it was. How did the subject come up? Jenny Driver racked her brains for some minutes and finally shook her head. I can't remember, she confessed. His name cropped up or something. It might have been in the newspaper. Anyway, I remember thinking it odd that Carlotta should be so vehement all of a sudden when she didn't even know the man. Certainly it is odd, agreed Poirot thoughtfully. Then he asked, Do you know if Miss Adams was in the habit of taking veronal? Not that I knew. I never saw her take it or mention taking it. Did you ever see in her bag a small gold box with the initials C.A. on it in rubies? A small gold box. No, I am sure I didn't. Do you happen to know where Miss Adams was last November? Let me see. She went back to the States in November. I think towards the end of the month. Before that, she was in Paris. Alone. Of course, sorry. Perhaps you didn't mean that I don't know why any mention of Paris always suggests the worst. And it's such a nice, respectable place, really. But Carlotta wasn't the weekending sort. If that's what you're driving at. Now, mademoiselle, I am going to ask you a very important question. Was there any man Miss Adams was specially interested in? The answer to that is no, said Jenny slowly. Carlotta, since I've known her, has been wrapped up in her work and in her delicate sister. She's had the head of the family all depends on me attitude very strongly. So the answer's no, strictly speaking. And not speaking so strictly, I shouldn't wonder if lately Carlotta hadn't been getting interested in some man. Mind you, that's entirely guesswork on my part. I've gone simply by her manner. She's been different. Not exactly dreamy, but abstracted. And she's looked different, somehow. Oh, I can't explain. It's the sort of thing that another woman just feels. And, of course, may be quite wrong about. Poirot nodded. Thank you, mademoiselle. One thing more. Is there any friend of Miss Adams whose initial is D.D.? Said Jenny Driver thoughtfully. D? No. I'm sorry. I can't think of anyone. Chapter 11. The Egoist. I do not think Poirot had expected any other answer to his question. All the same, he shook his head sadly. He remained lost in thought. Jenny Driver leant forward, her elbows on the table. And now, she said, am I going to be told anything? Mademoiselle, said Poirot, first of all, let me compliment you. Your answers to my questions have been singularly intelligent. Clearly you have brains. Mademoiselle, you ask whether I am going to tell you anything. I answer, not very much. I will tell you just a few bare facts. Mademoiselle. He paused, and then said quietly, last night Lord Edgware was murdered in his library. At 10 o'clock yesterday evening, a lady whom I believe to have been your friend, Miss Adams, came to the house, asked to see Lord Edgware, and announced herself as Lady Edgware. She wore a golden wig and was made up to resemble the real Lady Edgware, who, as you probably know, is Miss Jane Wilkinson, the actress, Miss Adams. If it were, she only remained a few moments. She left the house at 5 minutes past 10, but she did not return home till after midnight. She went to bed, having taken an overdose of veronal. Now, Mademoiselle, you see the point, perhaps, of some of the questions I have been asking you. Jenny drew a deep breath. Yes, she said, I see now. I believe you're right. M. Poirot, right about its having been Carlotta. I mean, for one thing, she bought a new hat off me yesterday. A new hat, yes. She said she wanted one to shade the left side of her face. Here I must insert a few words of explanation, as I do not know when these words will be read. I have seen many fashions of hats in my time. The cloche that shaded the face so completely that one gave up in despair the task of recognizing one's friends. The tilted forward hat, the hat attached airily to the back of the head, the beret, and many other styles. In this particular June, the hat of the moment was shaped like an inverted soup plate and was worn attached as if by suction over one ear, leaving the other side of the face and hair open to inspection. These hats are usually worn on the right side of the head, asked Poirot. The little modiste nodded. But we keep a few to be worn on the opposite side, she explained, because there are people who much prefer their profile to the left, or who have a habit of parting hair on one side only. Now, would there be any special reason for Carlotta's wanting that side of her face to be in shadow? I remembered that the door of the house in Regent Gate opened to the left, so that anyone entering would be in full view of the butler that side. I remember also that Jane Wilkinson, so I had noticed, the other night had a tiny mole at the corner of the left eye. I said as much excitedly. Poirot agreed, nodding his head vigorously. It is so. It is so. Vous avez parfaitement raison, Hastings. Yes, that explains the purchase of the hat, M. Poirot. Jenny sat suddenly bolt upright. You don't for one moment think, that Carlotta did it, killed him. I mean, you can't think that. Not just because she spoke so bitterly about him. I do not think so. But it is curious, all the same, that she should have spoken so. I mean, I would like to know the reason for it. What had he done? What did she know of him to make her speak in such a fashion? I don't know. But she didn't kill him. She was, well, too refined. Poirot nodded approvingly. Yes, you put that very well. It is a point psychological. I agree. This was a scientific crime, but not a refined one. Scientific. The murderer knew exactly where to strike so as to reach the vital nerve centers at the base of the skull where it joins the cord. Looks like a doctor, said Jenny thoughtfully. Did Miss Adams know any doctors? I mean, was any particular doctor a friend of hers? Jenny shook her head. Never heard of one. Not over here. Anyway, another question. Did Miss Adams wear pince-nez glasses? Never. Poirot frowned. A vision rose in my mind. A doctor, smelling of carbolic. Short-sighted eyes, magnified by powerful lenses. Absurd. By the way, did Miss Adams know Brian Martin, the film actor? Why, yes. She used to know him as a child, she told me. I don't think she saw much of him, though. Just once in a while. She told me she thought he'd got very swollen-headed. She looked at her watch and uttered an exclamation. Goodness, I must fly. Have I helped you at all, M. Poirot? You have. I shall ask you for further help, by and by. It's yours. Someone staged this devilry. We've got to find out who it is." She gave us a quick shake of the hand, flashed her white teeth in a sudden smile, and left us with characteristic abruptness. "An interesting personality," said Poirot as he paid the bill. "I like her." I said, "It is always a pleasure to meet a quick mind, a little hard, perhaps." I reflected. The shock of her friend's death did not upset her as much as I should have thought it would have done. "She is not the sort that weeps." "Certainly," agreed Poirot dryly. "Did you get what you hoped from the interview?" He shook his head. "No, I hoped, very much, I hoped, to get a clue to the personality of the person who gave her the little gold box. There, I have failed. Unfortunately, Carlotta Adams was a reserved girl. She was not one to gossip about her friends or her possible love affairs. On the other hand, the person who suggested the hoax may not have been a friend at all. It may have been a mere acquaintance who proposed it, doubtless for some sporting reason, on a money basis. This person may have seen the gold box she carried about with her and made some opportunity to discover what it contained. But how on earth did they get her to take it? And when? Well, there was the time during which the flat door was open, when the maid was out posting a letter. Not that that satisfies me. It leaves too much to chance. But now, to work, we have still two possible clues, which are, the first is the telephone call to a Victoria number. It seems to me quite a probability that Carlotta Adams would ring up on her return to announce her success. On the other hand, where was she between 10 and midnight? She may have had an appointment with the instigator of the hoax. In that case, the telephone call may have been merely one to a friend. What is the second clue, that I do have hopes for? The letter, Hastings. The letter to the sister. It is possible, I only say possible, that in that she may have described the whole business. She would not regard it as a breach of faith, since the letter would not be read till a week later, and in another country. At that, amazing. If that is so, we must not build too much upon it. Hastings, it is a chance. That is all. No, we must work now from the other end. What do you call the other end? A careful study of those who profit in any degree by Lord Edgware's death. I shrugged my shoulders. Apart from his nephew and his wife, and the man the wife wanted to marry, added Poirot, the Duke. He is in Paris. Quite so. But you cannot deny that he is an interested party. Then there are the people in the house, the butler, the servants, who knows what grudges they may have had. But I think myself, our first point of attack should be a further interview with Mademoiselle Jane Wilkinson. She is shrewd. She may be able to suggest something. Once more, we made our way to the Savoy. We found the lady surrounded by boxes and tissue paper, whilst exquisite black draperies were strewn over the back of every chair. Jane had a rapt and serious expression, and was just trying on yet another small black hat before the glass. Why, Poirot, sit down. That is, if there's anything to sit on. Ellis, clear something. Will you, madame? You look charming. Jane looked serious. I don't want exactly to play the hypocrite. Poirot, but one must observe appearances. Don't you think I mean? I think I ought to be careful. Oh, by the way, I've had the sweetest telegram from the Duke. From Paris. Yes, from Paris. Guarded, of course, and supposed to be condolences, but put so that I can read between the lines. My felicitations, Madame M. Poirot. She clasped her hands. Her husky voice dropped. She looked like an angel, about to give vent to thoughts of exquisite holiness. I've been thinking. It all seems so miraculous, if you know what I mean. Here I am, all my troubles over. No tiresome business of divorce, no bothers, just my path cleared and all plain sailing. It makes me feel almost religious, if you know what I mean. I held my breath. Poirot looked at her, his head a little on one side. She was quite serious. That is how it strikes you, Madame, eh? Things happen right for me, said Jane in a sort of awed whisper. I've thought, and I've thought lately, if Edgeware was to die, and there, he's dead. It's almost like an answer to prayer. Poirot cleared his throat. I cannot say I look at it quite like that, Madame. Somebody killed your husband. She nodded. Why, of course. Has it not occurred to you to wonder who that someone was? She stared at him. Does it matter? I mean, what's that to do with it? The Duke and I can be married in about 4 or 5 months. With difficulty, Poirot controlled himself. Yes, Madame, I know that. But apart from that, has it not occurred to you to ask yourself who killed your husband? No. She seemed quite surprised by the idea. We could see her thinking about it. Does it not interest you to know? Asked Poirot. Not very much. I'm afraid, she admitted. I suppose the police will find out. They're very clever, aren't they? So it is said. I, too, am going to make it my business to find out. Are you? How funny. Why funny? Well, I don't know. Her eyes strayed back to the clothes. She slipped on a satin coat and studied herself in the glass. You do not object, eh? Said Poirot, his eyes twinkling. Why? Of course not, M. Poirot. I should just love you to be clever about it all. I wish you every success. Madam, I want more than your wishes. I want your opinion. Opinion, said Jane absently, as she twisted her head over her shoulder. Who do you think likely to have killed Lord Edgware? Jane shook her head. I haven't any idea. She wriggled her shoulders experimentally and took up the hand glass. Madame, said Poirot in a loud, emphatic voice, who do you think killed your husband? This time it got through. Jane threw him a startled glance. Geraldine, I expect, she said. Who is Geraldine? But Jane's attention was gone again. Ellis, take this up a little on the right shoulder. So, what, M? Poirot Geraldine's his daughter? No. Ellis. The right shoulder. That's better? Oh, must you go? M. Poirot, I'm terribly grateful for everything. I mean, for the divorce, even though it isn't necessary after all. I shall always think you were wonderful. I only saw Jane Wilkinson twice again, once on the stage. Once when I sat opposite her at a luncheon party. I always think of her as I saw her then, absorbed, heart and soul, in clothes. Her lips carelessly throwing out the words that were to influence Poirot's further actions. Her mind concentrated firmly and beatifically on herself. Ye patent, said Poirot, with reverence as we emerged into the Strand. Chapter 12. The Daughter. There was a letter sent by hand lying on the table when we got back to our rooms. Poirot picked it up, slid it open with his usual neatness, and then laughed. "What is it you say? Talk of the devil." "See here, Hastings." I took the note from him. The paper was stamped 17 Regent Gate and was written in very upright, characteristic handwriting which looked easy to read, and, curiously enough, was not, "Dear Sir," it ran. "I hear you were at the house this morning with the inspector. I am sorry not to have had the opportunity of speaking to you. If convenient to yourself, I should be much obliged if you could spare me a few minutes any time this afternoon. Yours truly, Geraldine Marsh." Curious. I said, "I wonder why she wants to see you. Is it curious that she should want to see me? You are not polite." My friend, Poirot has the most irritating habit of joking at the wrong moment. "We will go round at once, my friend," he said, and lovingly brushing an imagined speck of dust from his hat, he put it on his head. Jane Wilkinson's careless suggestion that Geraldine might have killed her father seemed to me particularly absurd. Only a particularly brainless person could have suggested it. I said as much to Poirot. Brains, brains. What do we really mean by the term? In your idiom, you would say that Jane Wilkinson has the brains of a rabbit. That is a term of disparagement. But consider the rabbit for a moment. He exists and multiplies. Does he not? That, in nature, is a sign of mental superiority. The lovely Lady Edgware, she does not know history or geography, nor the classics sans doute. The name of Lao Tse would suggest to her a prize Pekingese dog, the name of Molière, a maison de couture. But when it comes to choosing clothes, to making rich and advantageous marriages, and to getting her own way, her success is phenomenal. The opinion of a philosopher as to who murdered Lord Edgware would be no good to me. The motive for murder from a philosopher's point of view would be the greatest good of the greatest number. And as that is difficult to decide, few philosophers are murderers. But a careless opinion from Lady Edgware might be useful to me because her point of view would be materialistic and based on a knowledge of the worst side of human nature. Perhaps there's something in that. I conceded. "No, voici," said Poirot. "I am curious to know why the young lady wishes so urgently to see me." "It is a natural desire," I said, getting my own back. "You said so a quarter of an hour ago. The natural desire to see something unique at close quarters. Perhaps it is you, my friend, who made an impression on her heart the other day," replied Poirot as he rang the bell. I recalled the startled face of the girl who had stood in the doorway. I could still see those burning dark eyes and the white face. That momentary glimpse had made a great impression on me. We were shown upstairs to a big drawing room, and in a minute or two, Geraldine Marsh came to us there. The impression of intensity, which I had noticed before, was heightened on this occasion. This tall, thin, white-faced girl, with her big haunting black eyes, was a striking figure. She was extremely composed, in view of her youth. Remarkably so. "It is very good of you to come so promptly. M. Poirot," she said, "I am sorry to have missed you this morning. You were lying down." Yes, Miss Carroll, my father's secretary, you know, insisted. She has been very kind. There was a queer, grudging note in the girl's voice that puzzled me. In what way can I be of service to you? Mademoiselle asked Poirot. She hesitated a minute and then said, On the day before my father was killed, you came to see him. Yes, mademoiselle. Why did he send for you? Poirot did not reply for a moment. He seemed to be deliberating. I believe, now, that it was a cleverly calculated move on his part. He wanted to goad her into further speech. She was, he realized, of the impatient type. She wanted things in a hurry. Was he afraid of something? Tell me, tell me. I must know. Who was he afraid of? Why? What did he say to you? Oh, why can't you speak? I had thought that that forced composure was not natural. It had soon broken down. She was leaning forward now, her hands twisting themselves nervously on her lap. What passed between Lord Edgware and myself was in confidence, said Poirot slowly. His eyes never left her face. Then it was about, it must have been something to do with the family. Oh, you sit there and torture me. Why won't you tell me? It's necessary for me to know. It's necessary. I tell you. Again, very slowly. Poirot shook his head, apparently a prey to deep perplexity. Poirot. She drew herself up. I'm his daughter. It is my right to know what my father dreaded on the last day but one of his life. It isn't fair to leave me in the dark. It isn't fair to him not to tell me. Were you so devoted to your father, then, mademoiselle? Asked Poirot gently. She drew back as though stung. Fond of him, she whispered. Fond of him. I. And suddenly, her self-control snapped. Peals of laughter broke from her. She lay back in her chair and laughed and laughed. It's so funny. She gasped. It's so funny. To be asked that. That hysterical laughter had not passed unheard. The door opened and Miss Carroll came in. She was firm and efficient. Now, Geraldine, my dear, that won't do. No, hush. Now, I insist. No, stop it. I mean it. Stop it at once. Her determined manner had its effect. Geraldine's laughter grew fainter. She wiped her eyes and sat up. I'm sorry, she said in a low voice. I've never done that before. Miss Carroll was still looking at her anxiously. I'm all right now, Miss Carroll. It was idiotic. She smiled suddenly, a queer, bitter smile that twisted her lips. She sat up very straight in her chair and looked at no one. He asked me, she said in a cold, clear voice, if I had been very fond of my father. Miss Carroll made a sort of indeterminate cluck. It denoted irresolution on her part. Geraldine went on, her voice high and scornful. I wonder if it is better to tell lies or the truth. The truth. I think I wasn't fond of my father. I hated him. Geraldine, dear, why pretend you didn't hate him because he couldn't touch you? You were one of the few people in the world that he couldn't get at. You saw him as the employer who paid you so much a year. His rages and his queernesses didn't interest you. You ignored them. I know what you'd say. Everyone has got to put up with something. You were cheerful and uninterested. You're a very strong woman. You're not really human. But then, you could have walked out of the house any minute. I couldn't. I belonged. Really. Geraldine, I don't think it's necessary going into all this. Fathers and daughters often don't get on, but the less said in life, the better. I've found. Geraldine turned her back on her. She addressed herself to Poirot. Poirot, I hated my father. I am glad he is dead. It means freedom for me. Freedom and independence. I am not in the least anxious to find his murderer. For all we know, the person who killed him may have had reasons, ample reasons, justifying that action. Poirot looked at her thoughtfully. That is a dangerous principle to adopt. Mademoiselle, will hanging someone else bring father back to life? No, said Poirot dryly. But it may save other innocent people from being murdered. I don't understand. A person who has once killed, Mademoiselle, nearly always kills again. Sometimes again and again. I don't believe it. Not a real person. You mean not a homicidal maniac. But yes, it is true. One life is removed, perhaps after a terrific struggle with the murderer's conscience. Then, danger threatens. The second murder is morally easier. At the slightest threatening of suspicion, a third follows. And little by little, an artistic pride arises. It is a métier to kill. It is done at last almost for pleasure. The girl had hidden her face in her hands. Horrible, horrible. It isn't true. And supposing I told you that it had already happened, that already, to save himself, the murderer has killed a second time. What's that? Poirot cried. Miss Carroll. Another murder. Where who? Poirot gently shook his head. It was an illustration only. I ask pardon. Oh, I see. For a moment, I really thought, now, Geraldine, if you've finished talking all that nonsense, you are on my side. I see, said Poirot with a little bow. I don't believe in capital punishment, said Miss Carroll briskly. Otherwise, I am certainly on your side. Society must be protected. Geraldine got up. She smoothed back her hair. I am sorry, she said. I am afraid I have been making rather a fool of myself. You still refuse to tell me why my father called you in. Called him in, said Miss Carroll, in lively astonishment. You misunderstand, Miss Marsh. I have not refused to tell you. Poirot was forced to come out into the open. I was only considering how far that interview might have been said to be confidential. Your father did not call me in. I sought an interview with him on behalf of a client. That client was Lady Edgware. Oh, I see. An extraordinary expression came over the girl's face. I thought at first it was disappointment. Then I saw it was relief. I have been very foolish, she said slowly. I thought my father had perhaps thought himself menaced by some danger. It was stupid. You know, Poirot. You gave me quite a turn just now, said Miss Carroll. When you suggested that woman had done a second murder, Poirot did not answer her. He spoke to the girl. Do you believe Lady Edgware committed the murder, Mademoiselle? She shook her head. No, I don't. I can't see her doing a thing like that. She's much too, well, artificial. I don't see who else can have done it, said Miss Carroll. and I don't think women of that kind have got any moral sense." "It needn't have been her," argued Geraldine. "She may have come here and just had an interview with him and gone away. And the real murderer may have been some lunatic who got in afterwards. All murderers are mentally deficient. Of that I'm assured," said Miss Carroll. "Internal gland secretion." At that moment, the door opened and a man came in, then stopped awkwardly. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't know anyone was in here." Geraldine made a mechanical introduction. "My cousin, Lord Edgware, Poirot." "It's all right. Ronald, you're not interrupting?" "Sure. Dina, how do you do? Poirot. Are your gray cells functioning over our particular family mystery?" I cast my mind back trying to remember. That round, pleasant, vacuous face, the eyes with slight pouches underneath them, the little mustache marooned like an island in the middle of the expansive face. Of course, it was Carlotta Adams' escort on the night of the supper party in Jane Wilkinson's suite, Captain Ronald Marsh. Now Lord Edgware. Chapter 13. The Nephew. The new Lord Edgware's eye was a quick one. He noticed the slight start I gave. "Ah, you've got it," he said amiably. "Aunt Jane's little supper party. Just a shade bottled, wasn't I? But I fancied it passed quite unperceived. Poirot was saying goodbye to Geraldine Marsh and Miss Carroll. I'll come down with you," said Ronald genially. He led the way down the stairs, talking as he went. Rum thing, life. Kicked out one day, lord of the manor the next. My late unlamented uncle kicked me out. 3 years ago. But I expect you know all about that. Poirot. I had heard the fact mentioned. "Yes," replied Poirot composedly. "Naturally. A thing of that kind is sure to be dug up. The earnest sleuth can't afford to miss it." He grinned. Then he threw open the dining room door. "Have a spot before you go." Poirot refused. So did I. But the young man mixed himself a drink and continued to talk. "Here's to murder," he said cheerfully. "In the space of one short night, I am converted from the creditor's despair to the tradesman's hope. Yesterday, ruin stared me in the face. Today, all is affluence. God bless Aunt Jane." He drained his glass. Then, with a slight change of manner, he spoke to Poirot. "Seriously, though, Poirot, what are you doing here? 4 days ago, Aunt Jane was dramatically declaiming, 'Who will rid me of this insolent tyrant?' And lo and behold, she is righted not by your agency. I hope the perfect crime, by Hercule Poirot, ex-sleuth hound." Poirot smiled. "I am here this afternoon in answer to a note from Miss Geraldine Marsh. A discreet answer. Eh? No. Poirot. What are you really doing here? For some reason or other, you are interesting yourself in my uncle's death." "I am always interested in murder, Lord Edgware. But you don't commit it. Very cautious. You should teach Aunt Jane caution. Caution and a shade more camouflage. You'll excuse me calling her Aunt Jane. It amuses me. Did you see her blank face when I did it the other night? Hadn't the foggiest notion who I was. In verity, no. I was kicked out of here 3 months before she came along." The fatuous expression of good nature on his face failed for a moment. Then he went on lightly. "Beautiful woman. but no subtlety. Methods are rather crude, eh? Poirot shrugged his shoulders. It is possible. Ronald looked at him curiously. I believe you think she didn't do it. So she's got round you too. Has she? I have a great admiration for beauty, said Poirot evenly, but also for evidence. He brought the last word out very quietly. Evidence, said the other sharply. Perhaps you do not know. Lord Edgware. That Lady Edgware was at a party at Chiswick last night at the time she was supposed to have been seen here. Ronald swore, so she went after all. How like a woman. At 6 o'clock, she was throwing her weight about, declaring that nothing on earth would make her go. And I suppose about 10 minutes after she changed her mind, when planning a murder, never depend upon a woman doing what she says she'll do. That's how the best laid plans of murder go. Agli. No. Poirot. I'm not incriminating myself. Oh, yes. Don't think I can't read what's passing through your mind. Who is the natural suspect? The well-known, wicked, ne'er-do-well nephew. He leaned back in his chair, chuckling. I'm saving your little gray cells for you. Poirot. No need for you to hunt round for someone who saw me in the offing when Aunt Jane was declaring she never would go out that night, etc. I was there. So you ask yourself, did the wicked nephew in very truth come here last night, disguised in a fair wig and a Paris hat, seemingly enjoying the situation? He surveyed us both, Poirot, his head a little on one side, was regarding him with close attention. I felt rather uncomfortable. I had a motive. Oh yes, motive admitted. And I'm going to give you a present of a very valuable and significant piece of information. I called to see my uncle yesterday morning. Why? To ask for money. Yes, lick your lips over that. To as for money, and I went away without getting any. And that very same evening, Lord Edgware dies. Good title, that. By the way, Lord Edgware dies. Look well on a bookstall. He paused. Still Poirot said nothing. I'm really flattered by your attention. Poirot? Captain Hastings looks as though he had seen a ghost, or were going to see one any minute. Don't get so strung up, my dear fellow. Wait for the anticlimax. Well, where were we? Oh yes. Case against the wicked nephew. Guilt is to be thrown on the hated aunt by marriage. Nephew, celebrated at one time for acting female parts, does his supreme histrionic effort. In a girlish voice, he announces himself as Lady Edgware and sidles past the butler with mincing steps. No suspicions are aroused. Jane, cries my fond uncle. George, I squeak. I fling my arms about his neck and neatly insert the penknife. The next details are purely medical and can be omitted. Exit the spurious lady. And so to bed at the end of a good day's work. He laughed and, rising, poured himself out another whiskey and soda. He returned slowly to his chair. Works out well, doesn't it? But you see, here comes the crux of the matter, the disappointment, the annoying sensation of having been led up the garden path. For now, Poirot, we come to the alibi. He finished off his glass. I always find alibis very enjoyable, he remarked. Whenever I happen to be reading a detective story, I sit up and take notice when the alibi comes along. This is a remarkably good alibi. 3 strong, and Jewish at that. In plainer language, Mr., Mrs., and Miss Dortheimer, extremely rich and extremely musical. They have a box at Covent Garden. Into that box, they invite young men with prospects, as good a one, shall we say, as they can hope to get. Do I like the opera? Frankly, no. But I enjoy the excellent dinner in Grosvenor Square first, and I also enjoy an excellent supper somewhere else afterwards, even if I do have to dance with Rachel Dortheimer and have a stiff arm for 2 days afterwards. So you see, Poirot, there you are. When Uncle's lifeblood is flowing, I am whispering cheerful nothings into the diamond-encrusted ears of the fair, I beg your pardon. Dark Rachel in a box at Covent Garden. Her long Jewish nose is quivering with emotion. And so you see, Poirot, why I can afford to be so frank. He leaned back in his chair. I hope I have not bored you. Any questions to ask, I can assure you that I have not been bored, said Poirot. Since you are so kind, there is one little question that I would like to ask. Delighted? How long? Lord Edgware, have you known Miss Carlotta Adams? Whatever the young man had expected, certainly had not been this. He sat up sharply, with an entirely new expression on his face. Why on earth do you want to know that? What's that got to do with what we've been talking about? I was curious. That was all. For the other, you have explained so fully everything there is to explain that there is no need for me to ask questions. Ronald shot a quick glance at it. Him. It was almost as though he did not care for Poirot's amiable acquiescence. He would, I thought, have preferred him to be more suspicious. Carlotta Adams. Let me see. About a year, a little more. I got to know her last year when she gave her first show. You knew her well, pretty well. She's not the sort of girl you ever got to know frightfully well. Reserved and all that. But you liked her? Ronald stared at him. I wish I knew why you were so interested in the lady. Was it because I was with her the other night? Yes, I like her very much. She's sympathetic, listens to a chap, and makes him feel he's something of a fellow after all. Poirot nodded. I comprehend. Then you will be sorry. Sorry. What about that she is dead? What? Ronald sprang up in astonishment. Carlotta dead. He looked absolutely dumbfounded by the news. You're pulling my leg. Poirot. Carlotta was perfectly well the last time I saw her. When was that? Asked Poirot quickly. Day before yesterday. I think. I can't remember. Tout de Macme. She is dead. It must have been frightfully sudden. What was it? A street accident. Poirot looked at the ceiling. No, she took an overdose of veronal. Oh, I say, poor kid, how frightfully sad. N'est-ce pas, I am sorry. And she was getting on so well. She was going to get her kid sister over and had all sorts of plans. Dash it, I'm more sorry than I can say. Yes, said Poirot. It is sad to die when you are young, when you do not want to die, when all life is open before you, and you have everything to live for. Ronald looked at him curiously. I don't think I quite get you. Poirot. No. Poirot rose and held out his hand. I express my thoughts. A little strongly, perhaps, for I do not like to see youth deprived of its right to live. Lord Edgware, I feel very strongly about it. I wish you good day. Oh, goodbye. As I opened the door, I almost collided with Miss Carroll. Poirot, they told me you hadn't gone yet. I'd like a word with you if I may. Perhaps you wouldn't mind coming up to my room. It's about that child, Geraldine, she said when we had entered her sanctum and she had closed the door. Yes, mademoiselle, she talked a lot of nonsense this afternoon. Now don't protest. Nonsense, that's what I call it, and that's what it was. She broods. I could see that she was suffering from overstrain, said Poirot gently. Well, to tell the truth, she hasn't had a very happy life. No, one can't pretend she has. Frankly, M. Poirot, Lord Edgware was a peculiar man, not the sort of man who ought to have had anything to do with the upbringing of children. Quite frankly, he terrorized Geraldine. Poirot nodded. Yes, I should imagine something of the kind. He was a peculiar man. I don't quite know how to put it, but he enjoyed seeing anyone afraid of him. It seemed to give him a morbid kind of pleasure. Quite so. He was an extremely well-read man, and a man of considerable intellect, but in some ways, well, I didn't come across that side of him myself, but it was there. I'm not really surprised his wife left him. This wife, I mean. I didn't approve of her. Mind. I've no opinion of that young woman at all. But in marrying Lord Edgware, she got all and more than she deserved. Well, she left him. And no bones broken, as they say. But Geraldine couldn't leave him. For a long time, he'd forget all about her. And then, suddenly, he'd remember. I sometimes think, though perhaps I shouldn't say it. Yes, yes, mademoiselle, say it. Well, I sometimes thought he revenged himself on the mother, his first wife. That way. She was a gentle creature, I believe, with a very sweet disposition. I've always been sorry for her. I shouldn't have mentioned all this, M. Poirot, if it hadn't been for that very foolish outburst of Geraldine's just now. Things she said about hating her father. They might sound peculiar to anyone who didn't know. Thank you very much, Mademoiselle Lord Edgware. I fancy, was a man who would have done much better not to marry. Much better. He never thought of marrying for a third time. How could he? His wife was alive. By giving her her freedom, he would have been free himself. I should think he had had enough trouble with 2 wives as it was, said Miss Carroll grimly. So, you think there would have been no question of a third marriage? There was no one. Think, mademoiselle, no one. Miss Carroll's color rose. I cannot understand the way you keep harping on the point. Of course there was no one. Chapter 14. 5 questions. Why did you ask Miss Carroll about the possibility of Lord Edgware's wanting to marry again? I asked with some curiosity as we were driving home. It just occurred to me that there was the possibility of such a thing, mon ami. Why, I have been searching in my mind for something to explain Lord Edgware's sudden, volte-face regarding the matter of divorce. There is something curious there. My friend? Yes, I said thoughtfully. It is rather odd. You see, Hastings. Lord Edgware confirmed what Madame had told us. She had employed the lawyers of all kinds, but he refused to budge the inch. No, he would not agree to the divorce. And then, all of a sudden, he yields, or so he says. I reminded him, very true. Hastings, it is very just. The observation you make there. So he says, we have no proof, whatever, that that letter was written. Eh bien? On one part. So monsieur is lying. For some reason, he tells us the fabrication, the embroidery. Is it not so? Why? We do not know. But, on the hypothesis that he did write that letter, there must have been a reason for so doing. Now the reason that presents itself most naturally to the imagination is that he has suddenly met someone whom he desires to marry. That explains perfectly his sudden change of face. And so, naturally, I make the inquiries. Miss Carroll turned the eye down very decisively. I said, yes. Miss Carroll, said Poirot in a meditative voice. Now, what are you driving at? I asked in exasperation. Poirot is an adept at suggesting doubts by the tone of his voice. What reason should she have for lying about it? I asked. Aucune. But, you see, Hastings. It is difficult to trust her evidence. You think she's lying? But why? She looks a most upright person. That is just it. Between the deliberate falsehood and the disinterested inaccuracy, it is very hard to distinguish something. What do you mean, to deceive deliberately? That is one thing. But to be so sure of your facts, of your ideas, and of their essential truth, that the details do not matter, that, my friend, is a special characteristic of particularly honest persons. Already, mark you, she has told us one lie. She said she saw Jane Wilkinson's face when she could not possibly have done so. Now, how did that come about? Look at it this way. She looks down and sees Jane Wilkinson in the hall. No doubt enters her head that it is Jane Wilkinson. She knows it is. She says she saw her face distinctly because, being so sure of her facts, exact details do not matter. It is pointed out to her that she could not have seen her face. Is that so? Well, what does it matter if she saw her face or not? It was Jane Wilkinson. And so, with any other question, she knows. And so, she answers questions in the light of her knowledge, not by reason of remembered facts. The positive witness should always be treated with suspicion. My friend, the uncertain witness who doesn't remember, isn't sure, will think a minute, ah yes, that's how it was, is infinitely more to be depended upon. Dear me, Poirot, I said, you upset all my preconceived ideas about witnesses. In reply to my question as to Lord Poirot's marrying again, she ridicules the idea, simply because it has never occurred to her. She will not take the trouble to remember whether any infinitesimal signs may have pointed that way. Therefore, we are exactly where we were before. She certainly did not seem at all taken aback when you pointed out she could not have seen Jane Wilkinson's face. I remarked thoughtfully, no. That is why I decided that she was one of those honestly inaccurate persons, rather than a deliberate liar. I can see no motive for deliberate lying unless, true, that is an idea. What is I asked eagerly? But Poirot shook his head. An idea suggested itself to me. But it is too impossible. Yes, much too impossible. And he refused to say more. She seems very fond of the girl. I said, yes. She certainly was determined to assist at our interview. What was your impression of the Honorable Geraldine Marsh? Hastings, I was sorry for her, deeply sorry for her. You have always the tender heart. Hastings, beauty in distress upsets you every time. Didn't you feel the same? He nodded gravely. Yes, she has not had a happy life. That is written very clearly on her face. At any rate, I said warmly, you realize how preposterous Jane Wilkinson's suggestion was, that she should have had anything to do with the crime. I mean, doubtless her alibi is satisfactory. But Jap has not communicated it to me as yet. My dear Poirot, do you mean to say that even after seeing her and talking to her, you are still not satisfied and want an alibi? Eh bien, my friend. What is the result of seeing and talking to her? We perceive that she has passed through great unhappiness. She admits that she hated her father and is glad that he is dead, and she is deeply uneasy about what he may have said to us yesterday morning. And after that you say, no alibi is necessary. Her mere frankness proves her innocence. I said warmly, frankness is a characteristic of the family. The new Lord Edgware, with what a gesture he laid his cards on the table. He did indeed, I said, smiling at the remembrance. Rather an original method. Poirot nodded. He, what do you say, cuts the ground before our feet. From under, I corrected. Yes, it made us look rather foolish. What a curious idea. You may have looked foolish. I did not feel foolish in the least, and I do not think I looked it. On the contrary, my friend, I put him out of countenance. Did you? I said doubtfully, not remembering having seen signs of anything of the kind. See, I listen and listen. And at last, I ask a question about something quite different, and that, you may have noticed, disconcerts our brave monsieur very much. You do not observe. Hastings, I thought his horror and astonishment at hearing of Carlotta Adams's death was genuine. I said, I suppose you will say it was a piece of clever acting, impossible to tell. I agree it seemed genuine. Why do you think he flung all those facts at our head in that cynical way? Just for amusement. That is always possible. You English. You have the most extraordinary notions of humor. But it may have been policy. Facts that are concealed acquire a suspicious importance. Facts that are frankly revealed tend to be regarded as less important than they really are. The quarrel with his uncle that morning, for instance? Exactly. He knows that the fact is bound to leak out. Eh bien, he will parade it. He is not so foolish as he looks. Oh, he is not foolish at all. He has plenty of brains when he cares to use them. He sees exactly where he stands, and as I said, he lays his cards on the table. You play the bridge. Hastings, tell me, when does one do that? You play bridge yourself, I said, laughing. You know well enough when all the rest of the tricks are yours and you want to save time and get on to a new hand. Yes, mon ami. That is all very true. But occasionally there is another reason. I have remarked it once or twice when playing with les dames. There is perhaps a little doubt. Eh bien, la dame. She throws down the cards, says, and all the rest are mine, and gathers up the cards and cuts the new pack. And possibly the other players agree, especially if they are a little inexperienced. The thing is not obvious. Mark you, it requires to be followed out. Halfway through dealing the next hand, one of the players thinks, yes, but she would have to have taken over that fourth diamond and dummy whether she wanted to or not. And then she would have had to lead a little club, and my 9 would have made. So you think I think, Hastings, that too much bravado is a very interesting thing. And I also think that it is time we dined. Une petite omelette, n'est-ce pas? And after that, about 9 o'clock, I have one more visit I wish to make. Where is that? We will dine first. Hastings. And until we drink our coffee, we will not discuss the case further. When engaged in eating, the brain should be the servant of the stomach. Poirot was as good as his word. We went to a little restaurant in Soho, where he was well known, and there we had a delicious omelette, a sole, a chicken, and a baba au rhum, of which Poirot was inordinately fond. Then, as we sipped our coffee, Poirot smiled affectionately across the table at me. "My good friend," he said, "I depend upon you more than you know." I was confused and delighted by these unexpected words. He had never said anything of the kind to me before. Sometimes, secretly, I had felt slightly hurt. He seemed almost to go out of his way to disparage my mental powers, although I did not think his own powers were flagging. I did realize, suddenly, that perhaps he had come to depend on my aid more than he knew. "Yes," he said dreamily, "you may not always comprehend just how it is so, but you do often and often point the way." I could hardly believe my ears. "Really? Poirot," I stammered. "I'm awfully glad. I suppose I've learnt a good deal from you one way or another." He shook his head. "Mais non, ce n'est pas ça. You have learnt nothing." "Oh," I said, rather taken aback. "That is as it should be. No human being should learn from another. Each individual should develop his own powers to the uttermost, not try to imitate those of someone else. I do not wish you to be a second and inferior Poirot. I wish you to be the supreme Hastings. And you are the supreme Hastings. In you, Hastings. I find the normal mind almost perfectly illustrated. I'm not abnormal. I hope." I said, "No, no. You are beautifully and perfectly balanced. In you, sanity is personified. Do you realize what that means to me? When the criminal sets out to do a crime, his first effort is to deceive. Who does he seek to deceive? The image in his mind is that of the normal man. There is probably no such thing actually. It is a mathematical abstraction, but you come as near to realizing it as is possible. There are moments when you have flashes of brilliance, when you rise above average. Moments, I hope you will pardon me, when you descend to curious depths of obtuseness. But take it all for all. You are amazingly normal. Eh bien, how does this profit me? Simply in this way. As in a mirror, I see reflected in your mind exactly what the criminal wishes me to believe. That is terrifically helpful and suggestive. I did not quite understand. It seemed to me that what Poirot was saying was hardly complimentary. However, he quickly disabused me of that impression. I have expressed myself badly. He said quickly, "You have an insight into the criminal mind, which I myself lack. You show me what the criminal wishes me to believe. It is a great gift." "Insight," I said thoughtfully. "Yes, perhaps I have got insight." I looked across the table at him. He was smoking his tiny cigarettes and regarding me with great kindliness. "C'est cher, Hastings," he murmured. "I have indeed much affection for you." I was pleased but embarrassed and hastened to change the subject. "Come," I said in a businesslike manner. "Let us discuss the case." "Eh bien?" Poirot threw his head back. His eyes narrowed. He slowly puffed out smoke. "Je me pose des questions," he said. "Yes," I said eagerly. "You, too, doubtless, certainly," I said. And also leaning back and narrowing my own eyes, I threw out "Who killed Lord Edgware?" Poirot immediately sat up and shook his head vigorously. "No, no, not at all. Is it a question? That you are like someone who reads the detective story and who starts guessing each of the characters in turn without rhyme or reason? Once? I agree. I had to do that myself. It was a very exceptional case. I will tell you about it one of these days. It was a feather in my cap. But of what were we speaking of the questions you were posing to yourself? I replied dryly, "It was on the tip of my tongue to suggest that my real use to Poirot was to provide him with a companion to whom he could boast. But I controlled myself. If he wished to instruct, then let him. Come on," I said. "Let's hear them." That was all that the vanity of the man wanted. He leaned back again and resumed his former attitude. "The first question we have already discussed. Why did Lord Edgware change his mind on the subject of divorce? One or two ideas suggest themselves to me on that subject. One of them you know. The second question I ask myself is what happened to that letter? To whose interest was it that Lord Edgware and his wife should continue to be tied together? 3. What was the meaning of the expression on his face that you saw when you looked back yesterday morning on leaving the library? Have you any answer to that?" "Hastings," I shook my head, "I can't understand it. You are sure that you didn't imagine it?" "Sometimes." "Hastings, you have the imagination un peu vif." "No, no." I shook my head vigorously. "I'm quite sure I wasn't mistaken." "Bien, then it is a fact to be explained. My fourth question concerns those pince-nez. Neither Jane Wilkinson nor Carlotta Adams wore glasses. What, then, are the glasses doing in Carlotta Adams's bag? And for my fifth question, why did someone telephone to find out if Jane Wilkinson were at Chiswick? And who was it? Those, my friend, are the questions with which I am tormenting myself. If I could answer those, I should feel happier in my mind. If I could even evolve a theory that explained them satisfactorily, my amour propre would not suffer so much. There are several other questions," I said, "such as who incited Carlotta Adams to this hoax? Where was she that evening, before and after 10 o'clock? Who is D, who gave her the golden box?" "Those questions are self-evident," said Poirot. "There is no subtlety about them. They are simply things we do not know. They are questions of fact. We may get to know them any minute. My questions, mon ami, are psychological. The little gray cells of the brain, Poirot." I said desperately, I felt that I must stop him at all costs. I could not bear to hear it all over again. You spoke of making a visit tonight. Poirot looked at his watch. True, he said. I will telephone and find out if it is convenient. He went away and returned a few minutes later. Come, he said. All is well. Where are we going? I asked. To the house of Sir Montague Corner at Chiswick. I would like to know a little more about that telephone call. Chapter 15. Sir Montague Corner. It was about 10 o'clock when we reached Sir Montague Corner's house on the river at Chiswick. It was a big house, standing back in its own grounds. We were admitted into a beautifully paneled hall. On our right, through an open door, we saw the dining room with its long, polished table lit with candles. Will you come this way? Please. The butler led the way up a broad staircase and into a long room on the first floor, overlooking the river. Hercule Poirot, announced the butler. It was a beautifully proportioned room and had an old-world air with its carefully shaded dim lamps. In one corner of the room was a bridge table, set near the open window, and round it sat 4 people. As we entered the room, one of the 4 rose and came towards us. It is a great pleasure to make your acquaintance. Poirot. I looked with some interest at Sir Montague Corner. He had a distinctly Jewish cast of countenance, very small, intelligent black eyes, and a carefully arranged toupee. He was a short man, 5'8" at most, I should say. His manner was affected to the last degree. Let me introduce you. Mr. and Mrs. Whodunit. We've met before, said Mrs. Whodunit brightly. And Mr. Ross. Ross was a young fellow of about 22 with a pleasant face and fair hair. I disturb your game. A million apologies, said Poirot. Not at all. We have not started. We were commencing to deal the cards, only some coffee. Poirot. Poirot declined, but accepted an offer of old brandy. It was brought us in immense goblets as we sipped it. Sir Montague discoursed. He spoke of Japanese prints, of Chinese lacquer, of Persian carpets, of the French Impressionists, of modern music, and of the theories of Einstein. Then he sat back and smiled at us beneficently. He had evidently thoroughly enjoyed his performance. In the dim light, he looked like some genie of the medieval age. All round the room were exquisite examples of art and culture. And now, Sir Montague, said Poirot, I will trespass on your kindness no longer, but will come to the object of my visit. Sir Montague waved a curious claw-like hand. There is no hurry. Time is infinite. One always feels that in this house, sighed Mrs. Piccadilly's Whodunit. So wonderful. I would not live in London for £1,000,000, said Sir Montague. Here one is in the old-world atmosphere of peace that, alas, we have put behind us in these jarring days. A sudden impish fancy flashed over me that if someone were really to offer Sir Montague £1,000,000, old-world peace might go to the wall. But I trod down such heretical sentiments. What is money? After all, murmured Mrs. Whodunit. Ah, said Mr. Whodunit thoughtfully, and rattled some coins absent-mindedly in his trousers pocket. Archie, said Mrs. Whodunit reproachfully. Sorry, said Mr. Whodunit, and stopped. To speak of crime in such an atmosphere is, I feel, unpardonable, began Poirot apologetically. Not at all. Sir Montague waved a gracious hand. A crime can be a work of art. A detective can be an artist. I do not refer, of course, to the police. An inspector has been here today, a curious person. He had never heard of Benvenuto Cellini. For instance, he came about Jane Wilkinson. I suppose, said Mrs. Whodunit, with instant curiosity. So it seems, said Sir Montague. I asked her here knowing that she was beautiful and talented and hoping that I might be able to be of use to her. She was thinking of going into management. But it seems that I was fated to be of use to her in a very different way. Jane's got luck, said Mrs. Whodunit. She's been dying to get rid of Edgeware, and here's somebody gone and saved her the trouble. She'll marry the young Duke of Merton now. Everyone says so. His mother's wild about it. I was favorably impressed by her, said Sir Montague graciously. She made several most intelligent remarks about Greek art. I smiled to myself, picturing Jane saying yes and no. Really how wonderful, in her magical husky voice. Sir Montague was the type of man to whom intelligence consisted of the faculty of listening to his own remarks with suitable attention. Edgeware was a queer fish, by all accounts, said Whodunit. I dare say he's got a good few enemies. Is it true, Poirot, asked Mrs. Whodunit, that somebody ran a penknife into the back of his brain? Perfectly true, madame. It was very neatly and efficiently done, scientific. In fact, I note your artistic pleasure. Poirot, said Sir Montague. And now, said Poirot, let me come to the object of my visit. Lady Edgware was called to the telephone when she was here at dinner. It is about that telephone call that I seek information. Perhaps you will allow me to question your domestics on the subject. Certainly, certainly. Just press that bell, will you? Ross. The butler answered the bell. He was a tall, middle-aged man of ecclesiastical appearance. Sir Montague explained what was wanted. The butler turned to Poirot with polite attention, who answered the telephone when it rang, began Poirot. I answered it myself. Sir, the telephone is in a recess leading out of the hall. Did the person ask to speak to Lady Edgware or to Miss Jane Wilkinson? To Lady Edgware, sir. What did they say exactly? The butler reflected for a moment. As far as I remember, sir, I said hello. A voice then asked if I was Chiswick 43434. I replied that that was so. It then asked me to hold the line. Another voice then asked if that was Chiswick 43434, and on my replying yes, it said, Is Lady Edgware dining there? I said her ladyship was dining here. The voice said, I would like to speak to her, please. I went and informed her ladyship, who was at the dinner table. Her ladyship rose, and I showed her where the phone was, and then her ladyship picked up the receiver and said, Hello, who's speaking? Then she said, Yes, that's all right. Lady Edgware speaking. I was just about to leave her ladyship when she called to me and said they had cut her off. She said someone had laughed and evidently hung up the receiver. She asked me if the person ringing up had given any name. They had not done so. That was all that occurred. Sir. Poirot frowned to himself. Do you really think the telephone call has something to do with the murder? Poirot asked Mrs. Whodunit. Impossible to say. Madame, it is just a curious circumstance. People do ring up for a joke sometimes. It's been done to me. C'est toujours possible. Madame, he spoke to the butler again. Was it a man's voice or a woman's who rang up a lady's? I think, sir, what kind of a voice, high or low? Low. Sir, careful and rather distinct. He paused. It may be my fancy. Sir, but it sounded like a foreign voice. The R's were very noticeable. As far as that goes, it might have been a Scotch voice. Donald, said Mrs. Whitburn. Smiling at Ross, Ross laughed. Not guilty, he said. I was at the dinner table. Poirot spoke once again to the butler. Do you think, he asked, that you would recognize that voice if you were to hear it any time? The butler hesitated. I couldn't quite say. Sir, I might do so. I think it is possible that I should do so. I thank you, my friend. Thank you, sir. The butler inclined his head and withdrew, pontifical to the last. Sir Montague Carter continued to be very friendly and to play his RFLA of old-world charm. He persuaded us to remain and play bridge. I excused myself. The stakes were bigger than I cared about. Young Ross seemed relieved also at the prospect of someone taking his hand. He and I sat looking on while the other four played. The evening ended in a heavy financial gain to Poirot and Sir Montague. Then we thanked our host and took our departure. Ross came with us. Strange little man, said Poirot as we stepped out into the night. The night was fine, and we had decided to walk until we picked up a taxi instead of having one telephoned for. Yes, a strange little man, said Poirot again. A very rich little man, said Ross with feeling. I suppose so. He seems to have taken a fancy to me, said Ross. Hope it will last. A man like that behind you means a lot. You are an actor, Mr. Ross. Ross said that he was. He seemed sad that his name had not brought instant recognition. Apparently, he had recently won marvelous notices in some gloomy play translated from the Russian. When Poirot and I between us had soothed him down again, Poirot asked casually, You knew Carlotta Adams, did you not? No. I saw her death announced in the paper tonight. Overdose of some drug or other. Idiotic, the way all these girls dope. It is sad. Yes. She was clever, too. I suppose so. He displayed a characteristic lack of interest in anyone else's performance but his own. Did you see her show at all? I asked. No. That sort of thing's not much in my line. Kind of craze for it at present, but I don't think it will last. Ah, said Poirot. Here is a taxi. He waved a stick. Think I'll walk, said Ross. I get a tube straight home from Hammersmith. Suddenly, he gave a nervous laugh. Odd thing, he said. That dinner last night. Yes, we were 13. Some fellow failed at the last minute. We never noticed it till just the end of dinner. And who got up first? I asked. He gave a queer little nervous cackle of laughter. I did. He said, Chapter 16. Mainly discussion. When we got home, we found Jap waiting for us. Thought I'd just call round and have a chat with you before turning in. M. Poirot, he said cheerfully. Eh bien, my good friend, how goes it? Well, it doesn't go any too well, and that's a fact. He looked depressed. Got any help for me, Mum? Poirot. I have one or two little ideas that I should like to present to you, said Poirot. You and your ideas. In some ways, you know, you're a caution. Not that I don't want to hear them. I do. There's some good stuff in that funny-shaped head of yours. Poirot acknowledged the compliment somewhat coldly. Have you any idea about the double lady problem? That's what I want to know, eh? Poirot. What about it? Who was she? That is exactly what I wish to talk to you about. He asked Jap if he had ever heard of Carlotta Adams. I've heard the name. For the moment, I can't just place it. Poirot explained. Her does imitations. Does she? Now what made you fix on her? What have you got to go on? Poirot related the steps we had taken and the conclusion we had drawn. By the Lord. It looks as though you were right. Clothes, hat, gloves, etc. And the fair wig? Yes, it must be. I will say, you're the goods. Poirot. Smart work. That. Not that I think there's anything to show she was put out of the way. That seems a bit far-fetched. I don't quite see eye to eye with you there. Your theory is a bit fantastical for me. I've more experience than you have. I don't believe in this villain behind-the-scenes motif. Carlotta Adams was the woman all right, but I should put it one of two ways. She went there for purposes of her own. Blackmail. Maybe. Since she hinted she was going to get money, they had a bit of a dispute. He turned nasty. She turned nasty. And she finished him off. And I should say that when she got home, she went all to pieces. She hadn't meant murder. It's my belief she took an overdose on purpose as the easiest way out. You think that covers all the facts? Well, naturally, there are a lot of things we don't know yet. It's a good working hypothesis to go on with. The other explanation is that the hoax and the murder had nothing to do with each other. It's just a damned queer coincidence. Poirot did not agree. I knew. But he merely said, noncommittally, Mais oui, c'est possible. Or, look here, how's this the hoax is innocent enough? Someone gets to hear of it and thinks it will suit their purpose jolly well. That's not a bad idea. He paused and went on. But personally, I prefer idea. No. 1. What the link was between his lordship and the girl we'll find out somehow or other. Poirot told him of the letter to America posted by the maid, and Jap agreed that that might possibly be of great assistance. I'll get on to that at once, he said, making a note of it in his little book. I'm the more in favor of the lady being the killer, because I can't find anyone else, he said, as he put the book away. Captain Marsh now. His lordship as now is, he's got a motive sticking out a yard. A bad record, too. Hard up and none too scrupulous over money. What's more, he had a row with his uncle yesterday morning. He told me that himself, as a matter of fact, which rather takes the taste out of it. Yeah, he'd be a likely customer, but he's got an alibi for yesterday evening. He was at the opera with the Dortheimers. Rich Jews, Grosvenor Square. I've looked into that, and it's all right. He dined with them, went to the opera, and they went on to supper at Sobranis. So that's that. And Mademoiselle the daughter. You mean she was out of the house too? Dined with some people called Carthew West. They took her to the opera and saw her home afterwards. 11:45 she got in. That disposes of her. The secretary woman seems all right. Very efficient, decent woman. Then there's the butler. I can't say I take to him much. It isn't natural for a man to have good looks like that. There's something fishy about him, and something odd about the way he came to enter Lord Edgware's service. Yes, I'm checking up on him all right. I can't see any motive for murder, though. No fresh facts have come to light. Yes, one or two. It's hard to say whether they mean anything or not. For one thing, Lord Edgware's key's missing. The key to the front door. Yes, that is interesting. Certainly. As I say, it may mean a good deal or nothing at all. Depends. What's a bit more significant to my mind is this. Lord Edgware cashed a check yesterday, not a particularly large one. £100, as a matter of fact. He took the money in French notes. That's why he cashed the check, because of his journey to Paris today. Well, that money has disappeared. Who told you of this, Miss Carroll? She cashed the check and obtained the money. She mentioned it to me, and then I found that it had gone. Where was it yesterday evening? Miss Carroll doesn't know. She gave it to Lord Edgware about 3:30. It was in a bank envelope. He was in the library at the time. He took it and laid it down beside him on a table. That certainly gives one to think. It is a complication, or a simplification. By the way, the wound. Yes. The doctor says it wasn't made by an ordinary penknife. Something of that kind, but a different shaped blade. And it was amazingly sharp. Not a razor, no. Much smaller. Poirot frowned thoughtfully. The new Lord Edgware seems to be fond of his joke, remarked Jap. He seems to think it amusing to be suspected of murder. He made sure we did suspect him of murder, too. Looks a bit queer. That. It might be merely intelligence. More likely guilty conscience. His uncle's death came very pat for him. He's moved into the house. By the way, where was he living before Martin Street? St. George's Road. Not a very swell neighborhood. You might make a note of that. Hastings? I did so, though I wondered a little. If Ronald had moved to Regent Gate, his former address was hardly likely to be needed. I think the Adams girl did it, said Jap, rising. A fine bit of work on your part, M. Poirot, to tumble to that. But there, of course, you go about to theaters and amusing yourself. Things strike you that don't get the chance of striking me. Pity there's no apparent motive, but a little spade work will soon bring it to light. I expect there is one person with a motive to whom you have given no attention, remarked Poirot. Who's that, sir? The gentleman who is reputed to have wanted to marry Lord Edgware's wife. I mean, the Duke of Merton. Yes, I suppose there is a motive. Jap laughed. But a gentleman in his position isn't likely to murder. And anyway, he's over in Paris. You do not regard him as a serious suspect. Then, well, M. Poirot. Do you? And laughing at the absurdity of the idea. Jap left us. Chapter 17. The Butler. The following day was one of inactivity for us, an activity for Jap. He came round to see us about tea time. He was red and wrathful. I've made a bloomer, impossible, my friend, said Poirot soothingly. Yes, I have. I've let that here he gave way to profanity of a butler slip through my fingers. He has disappeared. Yes. Hooked it. What makes me kick myself for a double-dyed idiot is that I didn't particularly suspect him. Calm yourself. But calm yourself then. All very well to talk. You wouldn't be calm if you'd been hauled over the coals at headquarters. Oh, he's a slippery customer. It isn't the first time he's given anyone the slip. He's an old hand. Jap wiped his forehead and looked the picture of misery. Poirot made sympathetic noises, somewhat suggestive of a hen laying an egg, with more insight into the English character. I poured out a stiff whiskey and soda and placed it in front of the gloomy inspector. He brightened a little. "Well," he said, "I don't mind if I do." Presently, he began to talk more cheerfully. "I'm not so sure. Even now that he's the murderer. Of course, it looks bad, his bolting this way, but there might be other reasons for that. I'd begun to get on to him. You see, seems he's mixed up with a couple of rather disreputable nightclubs. Not the usual thing. Something a great deal more researchy and nasty. In fact, he's a real bad hat. Tout dem cami. That does not necessarily mean that he is a murderer. Exactly. He may have been up to some funny business or other, but not necessarily murder. No, I'm more than ever convinced it was the Adams girl. I've got nothing to prove it as of yet. Though, I've had men going all through her flat today, but we've found nothing that's helpful. She was a canny one. Kept no letters except a few business ones about financial contracts. They're all neatly docketed and labeled. Couple of letters from her sister in Washington, quite straight and above board. One or two pieces of good old-fashioned jewelry, nothing new or expensive. She didn't keep a diary. Her passbook and checkbook don't show anything helpful. Dash it all. The girl doesn't seem to have had any private life at all. She was of a reserved character, said Poirot thoughtfully. From our point of view, that is a pity. I've talked to the woman who did for her. Nothing there. I've been and seen that girl who keeps a hat shop and who, it seems, was a friend of hers. Ah, and what do you think of Miss Driver? She was a smart, wide-awake bit of goods. She couldn't help me, though. Not that that surprised me. The amount of missing girls I've had to trace, and their family and their friends always say the same things. She was a bright and affectionate disposition and had no men friends. That's never true. It's unnatural. Girls ought to have men friends. If not, there's something wrong about them. It's the muddle-headed loyalty of friends and relations that makes a detective's life so difficult. He paused for want of breath, and I replenished his glass. Thank you. Captain Hastings. I don't mind if I do. Well, there you are. You've got to hunt and hunt about. There's about a dozen young men she went out to supper and danced with, but nothing to show that one of them meant more than another. There's the present Lord Edgware. There's Mr. Brian Martin, the film star. There's half a dozen others, but nothing special and particular. Your man behind idea is all wrong. I think you'll find that she played a lone hand, Poirot. I'm looking now for the connection between her and the murdered man. That must exist. I think I'll have to go over to Paris. There was Paris written in that little gold box. And the late Lord Edgware ran over to Paris several times last autumn. So Miss Carroll tells me. Attending sales and buying curios. Yes, I think I must go over to Paris. Inquest's tomorrow. It'll be adjourned. Of course. After that, I'll take the afternoon boat. You have a furious energy. Jap, it amazes me. Yes, you're getting lazy. You just sit here and think what you call employing the little gray cells. No good. You've got to go out to things. They won't come to you. The little maidservant opened the door. Mr. Brian Martin, sir? Are you busy? Or will you see him? I'm off. Poirot. Japp hoisted himself up. All the stars of the theatrical world seemed to consult you. Poirot shrugged a modest shoulder, and Japp laughed. You must be a millionaire by now. Poirot. What do you do with the money? Save it. Assuredly, I practice the thrift. And talking of the disposal of money, how did Lord Edgware dispose of his such property as wasn't entailed he left to his daughter? 500 to Miss Carroll, no other bequests. Very simple will. And it was made when after his wife left him, just over 2 years ago. He expressly excludes her from participation. By the way, a vindictive man, murmured Poirot to himself. With a cheerful, so long, Japp departed. Brian Martin entered. He was faultlessly attired and looked extremely handsome. Yet I thought that he looked haggard and not too happy. I am afraid I have been a long time coming. Poirot, he said apologetically, and, after all, I have been guilty of taking up your time for nothing, en verity. Yes, I have seen the lady in question. I've argued with her, pleaded with her, but all to no purpose. She won't hear of my interesting you in the matter. So I'm afraid we'll have to let the thing drop. I'm very sorry to have bothered you. Du tout, said Poirot genially. I expected this. Eh? The young man seemed taken aback. You expected this? He asked in a puzzled way. Mais oui. When you spoke of consulting your friend, I could have predicted that all would have arrived as it has done. You have a theory. Then, a detective, Martin, always has a theory. It is expected of him. I do not call it a theory myself. I say that I have a little idea. That is the first stage. And the second stage, if the little idea turns out to be right, then I know it is quite simple. You see, I wish you'd tell me what your theory, your little idea, is. Poirot shook his head gently. That is another rule. The detective never tells. Can't you suggest it? Even no. I will only say that I formed up my theory as soon as you mentioned a gold tooth. Brian Martin stared at him. I'm absolutely bewildered. He declared, I can't make out what you are driving at. If you'd just give me a hint. Poirot smiled and shook his head. Let us change the subject. Yes, but first, your fee. You must let me. Poirot waved an imperious hand. Pas un sou. I have done nothing to aid you. I took up your time. When a case interests me, I do not touch money. Your case interested me very much. I'm glad, said the actor uneasily. He looked supremely unhappy. Come, said Poirot kindly. Let us talk of something else. Wasn't that the Scotland Yard man whom I met on the stairs? Yes. Inspector Japp. The light was so dim, I wasn't sure. By the way, he came round and asked me some questions about that poor girl. Carlotta Adams, who died of an overdose of veronal. You knew her well? Miss Adams. Not very well. I knew her as a child in America. I came across her here once or twice, but I never saw very much of her. I was very sorry to hear of her death. You liked her? Yes. She was extraordinarily easy to talk to. A personality very sympathetic. Yes, I found the same. I suppose they think it might be suicide. I knew nothing that could help the inspector. Carlotta was always very reserved about herself. I do not think it was suicide, said Poirot. Far more likely to be an accident. I agree. There was a pause. Then Poirot said with a smile, "The affair of Lord Edgware's death becomes intriguing. Does it not? Absolutely amazing. Do you know, have they any idea who did it? Now that Jane is definitely out of it." We. They have a very strong suspicion. Brian Martin looked excited. Really? Who the butler has disappeared. You comprehend flight is as good as a confession. The butler. Really? You surprise me. A singularly good-looking man. Il vous ressemble un peu. He bowed in a complimentary fashion. Of course I realize now why the butler's face had struck me as being faintly familiar when I first saw it. You flatter me, said Brian Martin with a laugh. No, no, no. Do not all the young girls, the servant girls, the flappers, the typists, the girls of society, do they not all adore Mem? Brian Martin? Is there one who can resist you a lot? I should think, said Martin. He got up abruptly. Well, thank you very much. Poirot, let me apologize again for having troubled you. He shook hands with us both. Suddenly, I noticed he looked much older. The haggard look was more apparent. I was devoured with curiosity, and as soon as the door closed behind him, I burst out with what I wanted to know. Poirot, did you really expect him to come back and relinquish all idea of investigating those queer things that happened to him in America? You heard me say so. Hastings. But then I followed the thing out logically. Then you must know who this mysterious girl is that he had to consult. He smiled. I have a little idea. My friend, as I told you, it started from the mention of the gold tooth, and if my little idea is correct, I know who the girl is. I know why she will not let Martin consult me. I know the truth of the whole affair. And so could you know it if you would only use the brains the good God has given you. Sometimes I really am tempted to believe that by inadvertence he passed you by. Chapter 18. The Other Man. I do not propose to describe either the inquest on Lord Edgware or that on Carlotta Adams. In Carlotta's case, the verdict was death by misadventure. In the case of Lord Edgware, the inquest was adjourned after evidence of identification and the medical evidence had been given. As a result of the analysis of the stomach, the time of death was fixed as having occurred not less than an hour after the completion of dinner, with possible extension to an hour after that. This put it as between 10 and 11 o'clock, with the probability in favor of the earlier time. None of the facts concerning Carlotta's impersonation of Jane Wilkinson were allowed to leak out. A description of the wanted butler was published in the press, and the general impression seemed to be that the butler was the man wanted. His story of Jane Wilkinson's visit was looked upon as an impudent fabrication. Nothing was said of the secretary's corroborating testimony. There were columns concerning the murder in all the papers, but little real information. Meanwhile, Jap was actively at work. I knew. It vexed me a little that Poirot adopted such an inert attitude. The suspicion that approaching old age had something to do with it flashed across me. not for the first time. He made excuses to me, which did not ring very convincingly. At my time of life, one saves oneself the trouble, he explained. But, Poirot, my dear fellow, you mustn't think of yourself as old. I protested. I felt that he needed bracing. Treatment by suggestion. That, I know, is the modern idea. You are as full of vigor as ever you were. I said earnestly. You're in the prime of life, Poirot. At the height of your powers, you could go out and solve this case magnificently if you only would. Poirot replied that he preferred to solve it sitting at home. But you can't do that, Poirot. Not entirely. It is true. What I mean is, we are doing nothing. Jap is doing everything, which suits me admirably. It doesn't suit me at all. I want you to be doing things. So I am. What are you doing? Waiting. Waiting for what? Pour que mon chien de chasse me rapporte le gibier, replied Poirot with a twinkle. What do you mean I mean the good Jap? Why keep a dog and bark yourself? Jap brings us here the result of the physical energy you admire so much. He has various means at his disposal, which I have not. He will have news for us very soon, I do not doubt. By dint of persistent inquiry. It was true that Jap was slowly getting together material. He had drawn a blank in Paris. But a couple of days later, he came in looking pleased with himself. It's slow work, he said, but we're getting somewhere at last. I congratulate you. My friend, what has happened? I've discovered that a fair-haired lady deposited an attaché case in the cloakroom at Euston at 9 o'clock that night. They've been shown Miss Adams's case and identify it positively. It's of American make and so just a little different. Ah, Euston. Yes, the nearest of the big stations to Regent Gate. She went there, doubtless, made herself up in the lavatory, and then left the case. When was it taken out again? At 10:30? The clerk says by the same lady. Poirot nodded. And I've come on something else, too. I've reason to believe that Carlotta Adams was in Lion Corner House in the Strand at 11 o'clock. Ah, c'est très bien ça. How did you come across that? Well, really more or less by chance. You see, there's been a mention in the papers of the little gold box with the ruby initials. Some reporter wrote it up. He was doing an article on the prevalence of dope-taking among young actresses. Sunday paper romantic stuff. The fatal little gold box with its deadly contents. Pathetic figure of a young girl with all the world before her. And just a wonder, expressed as to where she passed her last evening and how she felt and so on and so on. Well, it seems a waitress at the corner house read this, and she remembered that a lady she had served that evening had had such a box in her hand. She remembered the C.A. on it, and she got excited and began talking to all her friends. Perhaps a paper would give her something. A young newspaper man soon got on to it, and there's going to be a good sob-stuff article in tonight's Evening Shriek, The Last Hours of the Talented Actress. Waiting for the man who never came, and a good bit about the waitress's sympathetic intuition that something was not well with her sister woman. You know the kind of bilge. M. Poirot. And how has it come to your ears so quickly? Oh well, we're on very good terms with the Evening Shriek. It got passed on to me while their particular bright young man tried to get some news out of me about something else. So I rushed along to the corner house straight away. Yes, That was the way things ought to be done. I felt a pang of pity for Poirot. Here was Jap getting all this news at first hand, quite possibly missing valuable details. And here was Poirot placidly content with stale news. I saw the girl, and I don't think there's much doubt about it. She couldn't pick out Carlotta Adams' photograph. But then she said she didn't notice the lady's face particularly. She was young and dark and slim, and very well dressed, the girl said, had got on one of the new hats. I wish women looked at faces a bit more, and hats a bit less. The face of Miss Adams is not an easy one to observe, said Poirot. It had the mobility, the sensitiveness, the fluid quality. I dare say you're right. I don't go in for analyzing these things. Dressed in black the lady was, so the girl said, and she had an attaché case with her. The girl noticed that particularly because it struck her as odd that a lady so well dressed should be carrying a case about. She ordered some scrambled eggs and some coffee, but the girl thinks she was putting in time and waiting for someone. It was when the girl came to give her the bill that she noticed the box. The lady took it out of her handbag and had it on the table looking at it. She opened the lid and shut it down again. She was smiling in a pleased, dreamy sort of way. The girl noticed the box particular because it was such a lovely thing. I'd like to have a gold box with my initials in rubies on it, she said. Apparently, Miss Adams sat there some time after paying her bill. Then, finally, she looked at her watch once more, seemed to give it up, and went out. Poirot was frowning. It was a rendezvous, he murmured. A rendezvous with someone who did not turn up. Did Carlotta Adams meet that person afterwards? Or did she fail to meet him and go home and try to ring him up? I wish I knew. Oh, how I wish I knew. That's your theory, M. Poirot. Mysterious man in the background. That man in the background's a myth. I don't say she mayn't have been waiting for someone. That's possible. She may have made an appointment to meet someone there after her business with his lordship was settled satisfactorily. Well, we know what happened. She lost her head and stabbed him. But she's not one to lose her head for long. She changes her appearance at the station, gets out her case, goes to the rendezvous, and then what they call the reaction gets her. Horror of what she's done. And when her friend doesn't turn up, that finishes her. He may be someone who knew she was going to Regent Gate that evening. She feels the game's up, so she takes out her little box of dope, an overdose of that, and it'll be all over. At any rate, she won't be hanged. Why? It's as plain as the nose on your face. Poirot's hand strayed doubtfully to his nose. Then his fingers dropped to his mustaches. He caressed them tenderly with a proud expression. There was no evidence at all of a mysterious man in the background, said Jap, pursuing his advantage doggedly. I haven't got evidence yet of a connection between her and his lordship, but I shall do. It's only a question of time. I must say, I'm disappointed about Paris, but 9 months ago is a long time. I've still got someone making inquiries over there. Something may come to light yet. I know you don't think so. You're a pig-headed old boy. You know, you insult first my nose and then my head. Figure of speech, that's all, said Jap soothingly. No offense meant. The answer to that, I said, "is nor taken." Poirot looked from one to the other of us, completely puzzled. "Any orders?" inquired Japp facetiously from the door. Poirot smiled forgivingly at him. "An order? No. A suggestion? Yes. Well, what is it? Out with it." "A suggestion that you circularize the taxicabs. Find one that took a fare, or more probably 2 fares. Yes, 2 fares, from the neighborhood of Covent Garden to Regent Gate on the night of the murder. As to time, it would probably be about 20 minutes to 11. Japp cocked an eye alertly. He had the look of a smart terrier dog, so that's the idea. "Is it?" he said. "Well, I'll do it. Can't do any harm, and you sometimes know what you're talking about." No sooner had he left than Poirot arose and with great energy began to brush his hat. "Ask me no questions, my friend. Instead, bring me the benzine." A morsel of omelette this morning descended on my waistcoat. I brought it to him. "For once," I said, "I do not think I need to ask questions. It seems fairly obvious." "But do you think it really is so, mon ami?" "At the moment, I concern myself solely with the toilet. If you will pardon me saying so, your tie does not please me." "It's a jolly good tie." I said, "Possibly, once. It feels the old age, as you have been kind enough to say I do. Change it, I beseech you, and also brush the right sleeve." "Are we proposing to call on King George?" I inquired sarcastically. "No. But I saw in the newspaper this morning that the Duke of Merton had returned to Merton House. I understand he is a premier member of the English aristocracy. I wish to do him all honor. There is nothing of the socialist about Poirot. Why are we going to call on the Duke of Merton? I wish to see him." That was all I could get out of him. When my attire was at last handsome enough to please Poirot's critical eye, we started out. At Merton House, Poirot was asked by a footman if he had an appointment. Poirot replied in the negative. The footman bore away the card and returned shortly to say that his Grace was very sorry, but he was extremely busy this morning. Poirot immediately sat down in a chair. "Très bien," he said. "I wait. I will wait several hours if need be." This, however, was not necessary. Probably as the shortest way of getting rid of the importunate caller, Poirot was bidden to the presence of the gentleman he desired to see. The Duke was about 27 years of age. He was hardly prepossessing in appearance, being thin and weakly. He had nondescript thin hair going bald at the temples, a small bitter mouth, and vague dreamy eyes. There were several crucifixes in the room, and various religious works of art. A wide shelf of books seemed to contain nothing but theological works. He looked far more like a weedy young haberdasher than like a duke. He had, I knew, been educated at home, having been a terribly delicate child. This was the man who had fallen an immediate prey to Jane Wilkinson. It was really ludicrous in the extreme. His manner was priggish, and his reception of us just short of courteous. "You may, perhaps, know my name," began Poirot. "I have no acquaintance with it. I study the psychology of crime." The Duke was silent. He was sitting at a writing table, an unfinished letter before him. He tapped impatiently on the desk with his pen. "For what reason did you wish to see me?" he inquired coldly. Poirot was sitting opposite him. His back was to the window. The Duke was facing it. I am at present engaged on investigating the circumstances connected with Lord Edgware's death. Not a muscle of the weak yet obstinate face moved. Indeed, I was not acquainted with him. But you are, I think, acquainted with his wife, with Miss Jane Wilkinson. That is so. You are aware that she is supposed to have had a strong motive for desiring the death of her husband. I am really not aware of anything of the kind. I should like to ask you outright, Your Grace, are you shortly going to marry Miss Jane Wilkinson? When I am engaged to marry anyone, the fact will be announced in the newspapers. I consider your question an impertinence. He stood up. Good morning. Poirot stood up also. He looked awkward. He hung his head. He stammered. I did not mean... Je vous demande pardon. Good morning, repeated the Duke, a little louder. This time, Poirot gave it up. He made a characteristic gesture of hopelessness, and we left. It was an ignominious dismissal. I felt rather sorry for Poirot. His usual bombast had not gone well. To the Duke of Merton, a great detective was evidently lower than a blackbeetle. That didn't go too well, I said sympathetically. What a stiff-necked tartar the man is. What did you really want to see him for? I wanted to know whether he and Jane Wilkinson are really going to marry. She said so. Ah, she said so. But you realize, she is of those who say anything that suits their purpose. She might have decided to marry him, and he, poor man, might not yet be aware of the fact. Well, he certainly sent you away with a flea in the ear. He gave me the reply he would give to a reporter. Yes, Poirot chuckled. But I know exactly how the case stands. How do you know? By his manner. Not at all. You saw. He was writing a letter? Yes. Eh bien. In my early days in the police force in Belgium, I learned that it was very useful to read handwriting upside down. Shall I tell you what he was saying in that letter? My dearest, I can hardly bear to wait through the long months. Jane, my adored, my beautiful angel. How can I tell you what you are to me? You who have suffered so much, your beautiful nature. Poirot, I cried, scandalized, stopping him. This was as far as he had got. Your beautiful nature. Only I know it. I felt very upset. He was so naively pleased with his performance. Poirot. I cried. You can't do a thing like that. Overlook a private letter. You say the imbecilities. Hastings, absurd to say I cannot do a thing which I have just done. It's not playing the game. I do not play games. You know that. Murder is not a game. It is serious. And anyway, Hastings, you should not use that phrase, playing the game. It is not said anymore. I have discovered that. It is dead. Young people laugh when they hear it. Mais oui, young beautiful girls will laugh at you if you say playing the game and not cricket. I was silent. I could not bear this thing that Poirot had done so light-heartedly. It was so unnecessary. I said, if you had only told him that you had gone to Lord Edgware at Jane Wilkinson's request, then he would have treated you very differently. Ah, but I could not do that. Jane Wilkinson was my client. I cannot speak of my client's affairs to another. I undertake a mission in confidence. To speak of it would not be honorable. Honorable, precisely. But she's going to marry him. That does not mean that she has no secrets from him. Your ideas about marriage are very old-fashioned. No, what you suggest, I couldn't possibly have done. I have my honor as a detective to think of. The honor. It is a very serious thing. Well, I suppose it takes all kinds of honor to make a world. Chapter 19. A Great Lady. The visit that we received on the following morning was to my mind one of the most surprising things about the whole affair. I was in my room when Poirot slipped in with his eyes shining. Mon ami, we have a visitor. Who is it? The Dowager Duchess of Merton. How extraordinary. What does she want? If you accompany me downstairs, mon ami, you will know. I hastened to comply. We entered the room together. The Duchess was a small woman with a high-bridged nose and autocratic eyes. Although she was short, one would not have dared to call her dumpy. Dressed though she was in unfashionable black, she was yet every inch a grande dame. She also impressed me as having an almost ruthless personality. Where her son was negative, she was positive. Her willpower was terrific. I could almost feel waves of force emanating from her. No wonder this woman had always dominated all those with whom she came in contact. She put up a lorgnette and studied first me and then my companion. Then she spoke to him. Her voice was clear and compelling, a voice accustomed to command and to be obeyed. You are Mem. Hercule Poirot. My friend bowed. At your service. Madame la Duchesse. She looked at me. This is my friend, Captain Hastings. He assists me in my cases. Her eyes looked momentarily doubtful. Then she bent her head in acquiescence. She took the chair that Poirot offered. I have come to consult you on a very delicate matter, M. Poirot, and I must ask that what I tell you shall be understood to be entirely confidential. That goes without saying. Madam, it was Lady Yardley who told me about you. From the way in which she spoke of you and the gratitude she expressed, I felt that you were the only person likely to help me. Rest assured, I will do my best, Madame. Still she hesitated. Then, at last, with an effort, she came to the point, came to it with a simplicity that reminded me in an odd way of Jane Wilkinson on that memorable night at the Savoy. M. Poirot. I want to ensure that my son does not marry the actress, Jane Wilkinson. If Poirot felt astonishment, he refrained from showing it. He regarded her thoughtfully and took his time about replying. Can you be a little more definite, Madame? As to what you want me to do, that is not easy. I feel that such a marriage would be a great disaster. It would ruin my son's life. Do you think so? Madame, I am sure of it. My son has very high ideals. He knows really very little of the world. He has never cared for the young girls of his own class. They have struck him as empty-headed and frivolous. But as regards this woman, well, she is very beautiful. I admit that. And she has the power of enslaving men. She has bewitched my son. I have hoped that the infatuation would run its course. Mercifully, she was not free. But now that her husband is dead, she broke off. They intend to be married in a few months' time. The whole happiness of my son's life is at stake." She spoke more peremptorily. "It must be stopped." Poirot. Poirot shrugged his shoulders. "I do not say that you are not right, madame. I agree that the marriage is not a suitable one. But what can one do? It is for you to do something." Poirot slowly shook his head. "Yes, yes, you must help me." "I doubt if anything would avail." "Madame, your son, I should say, would refuse to listen to anything against the lady. And also, I do not think there is very much against her to say. I doubt if there are any discreditable incidents to be raked up in her past. She has been, shall we say, careful, I know," said the Duchess grimly. "So you have already made the inquiries in that direction?" She flushed a little under his keen glance. "There is nothing I would not do, Poirot, to save my son from this marriage." She reiterated that word emphatically. "Nothing." She paused, then went on. "Money is nothing in this matter. Name any fee you like. But the marriage must be stopped. You are the man to do it." Poirot slowly shook his head. "It is not a question of money. I can do nothing, for a reason which I will explain to you presently. But also, I may say, I do not see there is anything to be done. I cannot give you help. Madame la Duchesse, will you think me impertinent if I give you advice? What advice do not antagonize your son? He is of an age to choose for himself, because his choice is not your choice. Do not assume that you must be right. If it is a misfortune, then accept misfortune. Be at hand to aid him when he needs aid. But do not turn him against you. You hardly understand." She rose to her feet. Her lips were trembling. "But yes, Madame la Duchesse, I understand very well. I comprehend the mother's heart. No one comprehends it better than I, Hercule Poirot, and I say to you with authority, be patient and calm, and disguise your feelings. There is yet a chance that the matter may break itself. Opposition will merely increase your son's obstinacy. Goodbye. M. Poirot," she said coldly. "I am disappointed. I regret infinitely, madame, that I cannot be of service to you. I am in a difficult position. Lady Edgware, you see, has already done me the honor to consult me herself. Oh, I see." Her voice cut like a knife. "You are in the opposite camp. That explains, no doubt, why Lady Edgware has not yet been arrested for her husband's murder." Comment: Madame la Duchesse, I think you heard what I said. Why is she not arrested? She was there that evening. She was seen to enter the house, to enter his study. No one else went near him, and he was found dead. And yet she is not arrested. Our police force must be corrupt through and through. With shaking hands, she arranged the scarf round her neck. Then, with the slightest of bows, she swept out of the room. "Whew," I said. "What a Tartar! I admire her. Though, don't you? Because she wishes to arrange the universe to her manner of thinking. Well, she's only got her son's welfare at heart." Poirot nodded his head. "That is true enough. And yet, Hastings, will it really be such a bad thing for me, Le Duc, to marry Jane Wilkinson? Why? You don't think she is really in love with him?" "Probably not. Almost certainly not. But she is very much in love with his position. She will play her part carefully. She is an extremely beautiful woman, and very ambitious. It is not such a catastrophe." The Duke might very easily have married a young girl of his own class who would have accepted him from the same reasons, but no one would have made the song and the dance about that. That is quite true, but, and suppose he marries a girl who loves him passionately. Is there such a great advantage in that? Often, I have observed that it is a great misfortune for a man to have a wife who loves him. She creates the scenes of jealousy. She makes him look ridiculous. She insists on having all his time and attention. Ah, non. It is not the bed of roses. Poirot, I said, you're an incurable old cynic. Mais non, mais non. I only make the reflections. See you. Really. I am on the side of the good mamma. I could not refrain from laughing at hearing the haughty Duchess described in this way. Poirot remained quite serious. You should not laugh. It is of great importance. All this, I must reflect. I must reflect a great deal. I don't see what you can do in the matter. I said. Poirot paid no attention. You observed. Hastings, how well informed the Duchess was, and how vindictive. She knew all the evidence there was against Jane Wilkinson, the case for the prosecution, but not the case for the defense. I said, smiling. How did she come to know of it? Jane told the Duke. The Duke told her. I suggested, yes, that is possible. Yet I have... My telephone rang sharply. I answered it. My part consisted of saying yes at varying intervals. Finally, I put down the receiver and turned excitedly to Poirot. That was Jap. Firstly, you're the goods as usual. Secondly, he's had a cable from America. Thirdly, he's got the taxi driver. Fourthly, would you like to come round and hear what the taxi driver says? Fifthly, you're the goods again. And all along he's been convinced that you'd hit the nail on the head when you suggested that there was some man behind all this. I omitted to tell him that we'd just had a visitor who says the police force is corrupt. So Jap is convinced at last, murmured Poirot, curious that the man in the background theory should be proved just at the moment when I was inclined to another possible theory. What theory? The theory that the motive for the murder might have nothing to do with Lord Edgware himself. Imagine someone who hated Jane Wilkinson, hated her so much that they would have even had her hanged for murder. C'est une idée, ça, he sighed. Then rousing himself, come, Hastings, let us hear what Jap has to say. Chapter 20. She killed the truth and let the lie live on. Section 1. A murder with too many witnesses. You stand there at the edge of the velvet table where Jane Wilkinson has just picked up her teacup. No shaking hand. No alarm. Just a twitch of her lips, as if she knew what was coming. Poirot opens his mouth to say, Madame, I'm afraid. The door opens. A young man enters. His cheeks are flushed, and he holds a sealed letter. I'm sorry, I need Mr. Poirot. You glance at Jane. She tilts her head, puts down her teacup. Oh, someone's come to save me from this accusation drama. The letter is handed to you. No return address. Old typewriter. Yellowed paper. You open it. Read quickly. If you're going to end the case here, don't. She wasn't the one who killed Edgeware. And I know why. You look up. Jane smiles. What happened? Did the police switch sides? You don't answer. In your head, things start to shift. Last night, you piece together the details. The evidence points to Jane. The timing. The motive. the fabricated alibi. But now, there's another voice intruding on your thoughts, a strange sound, like someone else rewriting your own memory. You ask the man, "Who gave you the letter?" He shakes his head. A woman, half-hooded. All she said was, "Give it to me just as you're about to conclude." Jane claps her hands. That's great. Is this case getting more interesting? You leave the room, heading straight for Hastings. Did you notice anything strange in yesterday's testimony? Hastings blinked. Apart from the whole thing being staged. Yes. I thought Carlotta Adams was afraid of someone, but not Jane. You return to your office. You begin to review all the evidence. Some of the transcripts of the deposition no longer match your memory. In particular, Mr. Japp's statement. Jane was at the party at 8:45, but the original you saved from earlier says Jane was last seen at 8:10, then disappeared. You look at your watch. Time hasn't slowed down, but you're starting to doubt the time itself. A photo from the scene falls onto the table. Carlotta is lying on her side, her neck at an odd angle. You bend down to pick it up. Turn it over. The faded handwriting. I imitated Jane. The voice, the fear. But I didn't know she would make me play the main role until the end. Signed C.A. You close your eyes. The Edgeware killer didn't just kill him. He killed the story, rewriting it from scratch and leaving blank roles for others to step into. You open your notebook. You write the first line of the transformed case. This is no longer an investigation into a death. It's a search for the person who rewrote reality. Section 2. Jane's smile didn't reach her eyes. You invite Jane into your study. She enters as lightly as the morning air. Ash gray coat, white gloves, curly blonde hair. But her eyes no longer smile as much as her mouth. "Monsieur Poirot," she says, as lightly as if they were playing cards. "I believe you have a little surprise in store for you." You don't reply, just invite her to sit. You look her straight in the eye. No avoidance, no deference. You speak slowly. "I used to think you were too clever to leave a slip. Now I'm beginning to think you left it on purpose." Jane raises an eyebrow. "Oh, what did I leave?" You lean in, pull out a copy of the anonymous letter, hand it to her. "Do you know who wrote it?" She reads it through, then smiles the kind of smile that doesn't move the corners of her eyes. Everyone has secret admirers. It seems I'm no exception. You ask, "Who saw you leave the party the night Mr. Edgware died?" Jane pauses. I don't remember. Many people. I think no one has confirmed. Oh, that's a shame. You hand her another photograph. Carlotta Adams sitting backstage at the show 3 weeks ago, wearing the same coat as Jane. Her hair done up like Jane's. Her demeanor as cool as the publicity photo. Jane looks closely. She sees what you're implying. She replies, "If she's impersonating me, she's better than I thought. But I don't have a body double in my life." "Monsieur Poirot." You reply softly, "No, you just need someone to die for you." She laughs. It's hollow. "I see. You're not sure I did it, but you want me to do it." You fall silent. Jane leans in, lowering her voice. "Because I make your case look better." You freeze. Not because of what she said, but because you realize you never wanted Jane to be innocent. You want a worthy opponent. Someone smart, dangerous, and unshakable. Jane leans close to the table. "Go ahead. Convict me. But remember, if I do kill, I'm also killing the truth you think is yours." She stands up and leaves the room. The door has never closed so slowly. You sit back, The pen falls from your hand. You write, "I'm losing the distance between investigator and narrator." And Jane is writing her own ending. Section 3. The mask was worn too long. You return to your study, intending to write down the entire conversation with Jane. But when you open your notebook, you find words you have never written. She knew you would be suspicious. She taught you how to reason by setting her own trap. And you came in like a good student. You flip back to the previous page. The handwriting is yours. The ink is yours. But not your thoughts. You are being written at the same time as someone else. Knock, knock. The door opens. Ronald Marsh. Lord Edgware's nephew enters. His face pale. "I need to talk. Private?" You nod. Ronald sits. His hands clenched. His eyes clouded. "I think I remember something. But I don't know if it's true." You sit up straight. "Are you dreaming or remembering? Both?" "I'm not sure. Lately I've been losing track of time. Sometimes I wake up with a scent on my sleeve, not mine. Sometimes I find myself sitting in a theater, but I don't remember how I got there." You ask, "Can anyone confirm where you've been lately?" Ronald shakes his head. "I live alone. I don't sleep much. I have daydreams." You pull out a picture of Carlotta. Ronald stares at you. I saw her. I think so. But I could be wrong. Maybe she came to you." No, but I saw her. Upstairs, in my house, in her nightgown. And then she disappeared." You pause. "Carlotta died before that could happen." Najmain. Ronald clasps his hands to his head. "So what am I remembering?" You ask the last question. "Have you seen Jane lately?" Ronald looks up, his eyes hazy. "Jane came to see me last night. She said, 'I'll help you remember the right things. I'll keep the rest for you.'" You send Ronald away. A single word swirls around in your head. Suggestion. You check Carlotta's medical records. One detail overlooked. There are light traces of morphine under her fingernails. A drug that can cause short-term anesthesia, loss of consciousness, and can easily cause someone to misremember. You write in the book, the killer didn't just want to kill one person. She wanted to rewrite the whole case with memories that are no longer real. The door opens a crack. Geraldine stands outside, trembling. "Mr. Poirot, I think someone is recording me while I sleep." Section 4. A letter she never sent you arrive at Carlotta Adams's apartment alone. The key is found in her handbag, but it appears that no one has used it since the autopsy. You open the door. The faint scent of perfume still lingers in the air. Amber and orange blossom, just like you smelled on Ronald's hand last night. You search carefully, not in the order the police would. You look for something the police don't see, because it has no reason to exist. You look where the truth is usually hidden in books, behind picture frames, among unfinished manuscripts, between pages 74 and 75 of Hypocrisy and the Theater. You find it, a small beige envelope, unstamped, unsent, sealed with purple wax and uncommon color. You open it. The writing is soft, but the last strokes tremble slightly, like someone's hand is losing its temper. "Wednesday, after tea, I'll try one last time. Jane said I just need to remember the script. The lighting will do the rest. I don't know why it's so important to be like her. I thought a few steps, a few gestures would be enough, but she wants me to learn her breathing." You clench the edge of the letter. This is no longer a simple impersonation. Jane didn't hire Carlotta to cover for her. She hired Carlotta to be Jane herself for an important night. And if there's a murder, it's Jane, but not the real Jane. You keep reading, I heard her laughing backstage. She said, if I can't prove myself elsewhere, I'll create a version of myself to prove it. You stop. This isn't a play. This is a play about a play. Jane doesn't need an alibi. She needs another body to be mistaken for her. She's using other people as props, and death as her final line. You write in your notebook, she's building a permanent role. No audience needed. Just a credible witness. Whoa. You turn and leave the apartment. Someone came in after Carlotta died. The carpet is turned up in a corner. A second cup of tea is sitting upside down in the sink. The scent of her perfume. Fresh. Section 5. Her alibi was a performance. You return to the Ritz, where Jane says she was at dinner the night of the murder. The receptionist remembers her. The waiter insists she ordered halibut. Someone remembers a joke she made about Lord Edgware's death. Even though the news hadn't been announced yet, everything is perfect. You ask to see the reservation book. The name Jane Wilkinson is bold and underlined. Next to it, there is a small symbol, a red diamond, one you saw, on the envelope in Carlotta's apartment. You ask, who wrote this? The clerk replies, she always wanted the best table lighting. You sit down at her table. You imagine the scene, a soft yellow light in her hair, a white glove resting on a wine glass. A mix of stage and real laughter. But what you can't figure out, did anyone confirm that they touched her that night? You ask each witness, waiter, she left a tip, but I didn't touch her hand. Manager, I just talked from a distance. Some customers are afraid of disturbing them. I understand. A couple sitting nearby. We just took a picture together, but she kept it. You go to the photo studio. A request for a photo from that night. The photo is blurry. The person in the photo is half turned. The light is in the right place, blurring out the face. You zoom in and notice the details that don't match. The left earring is crooked. Jane is famous for always wearing it crooked on the right to cover a small scar. You write down, the woman at the party wasn't Jane. It was a stage version of Jane. For the lights, for the cameras, not for the real thing. You check the guest list. A name is crossed out and then rewritten in new ink. You scrape the ink off. The original name, Carlotta Adams. You step outside. A breeze blows across your shoulders. You suddenly remember what Jane said when you first met her. I don't act so people will believe me. I act so they won't doubt me. You open your notebook. Right. Alibis are set up like a set. When the lights go out, everything disappears. The point is, I'm investigating in a theater, not a crime scene. Section 6, someone was playing Poirot. You sit alone, surrounded by files and depositions. Everything fits. Every detail makes sense. Too much sense. You take out your timeline from Jane leaving the party to Lord Edgware's body being discovered. You connect the dots in red ink. All the evidence points in the same direction. A direction you were the first to put forward. You pause. Who's driving my logic? You check your original notes. There are phrases you never used, but they appear in your journal, in your depositions, in your supposed investigation. You find the first phrase. The yellow handkerchief suggests a sense of illusion, but it may be unconscious. Not the kind of language you write. Too literary, too script-like. You open the file again. On the cover, a line in faded ink reads, Version 2, edited by HPA. Odd P. Hercule Poirot? But you never write like that. You don't write down the version number. You don't edit the case. You look around the room. Silence. The clock is still ticking. The coffee is still warm. You suddenly feel like you're in a space designed by someone else. You remember Jane's words, "I'm acting so no one will suspect me." And you think of a new line, "Someone else is making it up, so you won't suspect yourself." You review the DNA analysis of the hair found on Carlotta's scarf. The result, a second sample, is unidentified, a strong match to Poirot's. You never touched the scarf, or you don't remember touching it. You scribble in your notebook, "If someone is copying me, the goal is not to kill people. The goal is to break the principles I live by. The goal is to make me believe something that isn't true." You receive a package. The sender is anonymous. Inside is a copy of your signature, a page of research you've never written, but very much in your style, and a note, "I knew you'd come to this conclusion today." You pull out your gun, not because you're afraid of being attacked, but because for the first time, you're not sure who the most dangerous person in the room is. Not even yourself. Section 7. The dinner invitation that never existed. You return to the Ritz, where Jane says she attended the fateful dinner, where she laughed, raised her glass, and proved she couldn't kill. The receptionist remembers her. The waiter remembers what she ordered. The other guests remember her dress, the way she clinked her wine glass and said, "If anyone kills my husband, I owe them dinner." The joke becomes legend. You ask, that dinner party, who gave it? They look at each other. No one is sure. "I thought Miss Jane was Mrs. Barrington's guest." "Mrs. Barrington said Jane invited you." "I remember the invitation, but I didn't keep it." You ask to see the dinner book. My boy. There's no entry in the reservation for that night by Jane Wilkinson or Mrs. Barrington. There's only a row of room numbers under E. Hope Evelyn. Hope, Carlotta's friend. The person who gave you the letter that changed the course of the investigation. You check the records. Evelyn Hope has been out of London since the day Carlotta died, but she never booked a room at the Ritz. Someone is using the dead woman's name to create a fake crime scene. You ask for a video of the third-floor hallway, the banquet hall. The video recorder is faulty. There's no data, just a still frame that's been frozen for 2 hours. In the still, a woman stands in the hallway, facing away, her hand on her cheek, as if she's talking. But there's no phone. She's wearing a dark purple dress. What was Carlotta wearing the night she died? Dark purple. You check the bill for details. The wine Jane ordered, the meal Jane chose, it's all on the bill. But the signature at the bottom of the bill is J. Wilkinson, a misspelling. Jane always signs her name perfectly, as if she were always playing the part. You write, that dinner party wasn't real. It was a play played out in someone else's mind, with the audience as witnesses and the actors as illusions. You return home. Under the door, there's a note. You're trying to destroy a scene, but you don't know you're on a stage. Go on. Hercule, she's watching. Section 8. The woman in the mirror lied. You arrive at Jane's house, following a vague invitation. If you want to understand me, look at me from behind the mirror. A maid leads you through the hall, her hands shaking. You enter the living room. Jane is not there. You stop in front of the fireplace. On the wall is a large portrait of Jane, her eyes piercing, her dress in blue silk, one hand holding an orchid, the other resting lightly on a pillow. On. Signed in the bottom corner, Benedict Lane, 1931, a painter famous for depicting the true nature of his subjects. You look closely. Something is wrong. You step closer. The earring on the right ear Yes, the left hand red nail polish, but the right hand has a mole, something Jane in real life doesn't have. You use a magnifying glass. The brush strokes around the eyes are shaky, a sharp contrast to the sharpness of her lips. You tap the frame. Empty. You remove the frame. Behind the canvas is another sketch hidden. You spread it out. Same pose. Same dress. Different face. Slightly fuller. Mouth slightly drooped. No more Jane's eyes, just the look of the imitator. Below the sketch is a handwritten line in pencil. Carlotta, try 3. Don't smile too much. Jane is never really happy. You step back. The entire portrait of Jane hanging on the wall is a reproduction. Based on the impersonator, Jane doesn't just create an alibi for one night. She builds a permanent replica so the world will remember her by the image she isn't. You find a photo album. The front page is Jane with famous people. The last page is a backstage photo Carolta standing in front of a mirror, in makeup, and below it, last act. No audience. No applause. You wonder, how many times has Jane let herself appear without her real face? How much evidence has been based on her image, not her real self? You write, she killed her own image so that a controlled version could take its place. From now on, truth is no longer based on presence, but on the reliability of a role played enough times. You leave the room. Your shadow falls on the mirror at the end of the hall, but the mirror reflects someone else, someone standing straighter than you. Neater, staring straight ahead. You turn around. No one is there. Section 9. Carlotta's voice didn't die with her. You return to Carlotta's apartment a second time, not by politeness or by the rules of investigation, but by intuition. The sound is still there. The living room is as silent as a theater after the curtain has fallen. You listen. Then you open the record cabinet. There's an old Edison player. The needle still in the vinyl. You turn it on. What comes out is not music, but a phrase repeated over and over. The performance is in the breath, in the pause. The pause. A female voice. Dry. You recognize Carlotta's voice, but offbeat, off-key, as if frightened. You let the record spin to completion. The end of the record loops. Eshamam. No complete phrase. Just the pause, the pause, the pause. You snap the needle. Turn the record over. No song. Just one side. You take the record back to your room. Tell the technician you know how to reverse the sound. Listen backward. When you reverse the pause part, it becomes a whisper. Jane doesn't need to be Jane. Then a sigh. She just needs you to believe she is. You sit quietly. Carlotta leaves a final message in her voice, but without revealing Jane's identity. She makes no accusations. Sat. She calls on someone to understand that the role has taken over the person. You remember Jane saying, "I didn't do it, but I understand why people think I did." You examine the disc. There is a small scratch near the inside edge. It's barely visible to the naked eye. When you shine the laser, it makes a word, a very fine engraving, retake. A theatrical term. It means a retake. So, Carlotta had to reprise her role. Perhaps not just because Jane wanted it to, but because she didn't act out the sin. You write in your notebook, voices can die, but auditory memories, when forced to repeat, become haunting. Carlotta didn't just pretend to be Jane. She was forced to be Jane until she lost her real voice. You walk out of the engineering room. A girl is waiting outside, tapping her finger on your business card. You've never met her. You're Poirot. You nod. I'm Jane's hairdresser. But I've cut the hair of two people with identical faces. I thought you should know that. Section 10. The room that locked itself. You arrive at Lord Edgware's mansion, where it all began and ended. The room where he was murdered is still sealed, but now you want to see the lock. Inspector Japp meets you at the gate, frowning. I don't understand why you want to see the lock. You don't answer. Just hold out your hand. The key, Japp sighs, rummaging in his pockets. We used the original key that night. Had to pick it because it wasn't found inside. Are you sure you had to? Yes. You enter Lord Edgware's study. The carpet has been cleaned of blood, but the door remains intact. You bend down to look at the lock. New, replaced after the murder. But the wood around the lock shows no signs of having been picked. No cracks, no scratches. You ask the housekeeper, an old lady named Collins, who changed the locks. She shakes her head. Nobody. We've kept them the same since. You ask to see the police report. It says, lock broken, changed Monday morning. But the date of the lock change is the same day. You left London to track down Evelyn Hope. You're sure you've never heard of it. You ask Japp again, did you sign the lock change? Japp looks at the book. He signs it J. Japp. But the handwriting is soft, slanting slightly to the left. Japp always writes in bold, square letters. You've seen it hundreds of times. You write in your notebook, the door wasn't broken, the lock wasn't changed. The witness who changed the lock wasn't real. Someone wrote the scene from collective memory. You use gloves and remove the new lock. No dust inside, no signs of age. New lock. But it's been installed before. You insert Carlotta's key into the lock. It fits smoothly. There's no reason for an understudy to have the keys to Lord Edgware's study. You call the maid back. Did anyone call a locksmith to the mansion? She hesitates. Yes, last week. A woman gave them the key. I thought it was Lord Edgware's secretary. But what? She was wearing dark clothes. Didn't say anything. Just gestured with her hands. You hold out a photo of Jane. That's her. No, it's not. You hold out a photo of Carlotta. She hesitates. Maybe, but her eyes were different. Like someone who no longer knew who she was. You write, the room wasn't broken into from the outside. It was opened from the inside with a duplicate key that didn't belong to the victim. And the lock change only existed on paper. You look out the window. The golden afternoon sun is streaming down the steps. You turn back to Japp. Someone didn't just rewrite the case. They changed the memories of everyone present. Section 11. Geraldine wasn't supposed to hear that you find Geraldine Marsh, Lord Edgware's stepdaughter. She's in the study of a small abbey outside the city, where no one knows her name, where time asks no questions. She sees you, pauses, then smiles slightly, as if memory is catching up with the present. I guess. You know. You don't nod. Don't deny. Know what? I heard something I shouldn't have heard. She pulls out a black notebook, sets it in front of you. I write down everything. Every dream, because I'm not sure if they're dreams or flashbacks. So you flip through the pages. A female voice quotes each passage, not Geraldine's. A sharp, theatrical voice. Killing isn't hard. Making people believe they want you to live is hard. You ask. You write it down from memory. She shakes her head. I just write down the voice I hear every night. Starting 2 weeks before my father died. You pause. Where did the voice come from? My father's room. At first I thought he had the radio on. But one night when he wasn't home, the voice came back. It was like the room remembered her voice. You ask, "Did you see her face?" She nods slowly. "Only once." I opened the door. She was sitting with her back turned, blonde hair, her hands on the armchair, moving slowly as if she were hypnotizing herself. And I stood there for a long time, not knowing why I couldn't leave. You hold out the photo of Jane. She looks at it, like, but not the other woman. Didn't have eyes that wanted to be seen. She just wanted others to hear. You switch to Carlotta. Geraldine shudders. I think I saw her, dead, but not in a dream. I saw her through the mirror when I was standing in the hallway. You write, Geraldine's memory is not corrupted. It was reprogrammed, bit by bit, to keep her as a spectator in a show that was not meant for her. You ask one last time, do you remember what she said that last night? Geraldine closes her eyes. Her voice is shaky, but clear. She said, it wasn't me who pretended to be Jane. Jane was the one who pretended to be me. And now, I'm just reclaiming the lead role. You leave the convent, taking the notebook with you. Each page is evidence not legal, but real. You think, if a person hears voices to the point where they can't tell what's real, what happens when the killer is the voice in their head? Section 12. The script. Jane never finished. You return to Jane's house again, this time without knocking, without waiting for an invitation. The apartment is lit, but there is no sound, only the sound of a pen on paper from a room next door. You enter the study. In the middle of the table is a loose manuscript, held together with a brass pin. Handwritten title, The Long Goodbye, a play in 3 acts. Author's name blank. You open to the first page. Jane's handwriting, unmistakable. First scene, the woman enters in a purple dress. She has not come to apologize. She has come to prove that she does not need to explain. You flip to the next, Act 1, Scene 3. The old man sits in a chair, his back to the audience. She whispers, I've rewritten the ending. He will die, but as if he had chosen it to. You pause. The scene is identical to the scene of Lord Edgware's murder, right down to the position of the chair, the direction of the lamp, and the line overheard by the maid. You turn to the next page, Act 2, Scene 2. The leading lady came out from behind the scenes. She didn't remember the original lines, but she remembered the fear and acted it out. The lines were written for someone other than Jane. The writing was softer, more timid. You realize Carlotta wrote this. The manuscript had 2 voices. One was sharp, controlling. The other soft, carried away. You weren't investigating a murder. You were following a play that never took place on stage. You turned to the last page. There was only one sentence. She walked into an empty stage. No lights, no audience, and wondered if no one was watching. Who was she? You closed the file. On the back of the cover, stick a small piece of paper. If you're reading this, you're playing your part. Good luck. Hercule. J. You step out onto the balcony and look down at the street. People pass by like wordless actors. Each one plays a hastily written role. No one is real, only those who are believed to be real. You write, Jane doesn't need a perfect crime scene. She needs a story that's more convincing than the truth. And now the case is going exactly as she wrote it, except for one thing: the ending. Section 13. The real Jane never left Paris. You receive a package from an anonymous source. Inside is a copy of Jane Wilkinson's passport, a return ticket from Paris to London, dated a week after Lord Edgware's death, and a Paris hotel receipt. Jane Wilkinson, Suite 308, June 914. The murder occurred on the night of June 11th. Jane, according to her testimony, was in London attending parties, dining, and playing the innocent. But the paperwork says otherwise. You call the hotel manager in Paris. The French accent says, "Oui." Madame Wilkinson stayed all week. She didn't leave the hotel, except for one evening to go to the opera. You ask, "Are you sure it's her? Do you have a picture?" The manager sends back a picture from the hallway camera. You open it. The woman in the photo is bowing, walking past the reception desk. Curly blonde hair, tall, gray silk collar, like Jane, but not Jane. The earring is on the left. The real Jane wears it on the right. You call back. Has anyone else visited her? The manager replies, "No, but she has a different accent every day. Some days it's perfect English. Some days it's a little Spanish." The waiter thought she was an actress. You go back to the customs records. There's no record of Jane leaving Paris on the 11th. You sit down. Old theory. Jane is in London. Carlotta died impersonating Jane. Jane is geographically innocent. New theory. The real Jane is in Paris. The person in London is someone who shall not be named. You write, if the real Jane didn't go to London, then she doesn't need to prove her innocence. Just have someone else take the blame. You remember the line in the unfinished script? She didn't act to be believed innocent. She acted to be believed guilty. You ask, so who was the person in London? It's no longer just Carlotta. Carlotta is dead, but Carlotta can't cover up the whole thing. You remember Geraldine saying, "I saw someone else, like Jane, but without the eyes that wanted to be seen." You add, someone pretended to be Jane, and Jane let them do it from a safe distance. You receive an anonymous message. You're investigating the wrong person. Jane isn't the killer. She's the one who wrote the script for the killer. Section 14. The woman who vanished twice. You flip through a photo from a gala a year ago. Jane standing in the crowd, radiant, in a red silk gown. Her arm draped loosely over another young woman's shoulder. The angle is blurry, but clear enough for you to make out a familiar face. Not Carlotta, not Evelyn Hope, someone you've seen in the background, but never introduced. You check the guest list that night. No one standing next to Jane in the photo. You ask the organizer, "That girl? Oh, I think she was the wardrobe assistant on..." But there's no name. She disappeared after the event, quietly. You call 3 casting agencies. No one knows her. You send the photo to a backstage person who worked with Jane. He's quiet for a few seconds, then replies with a strange sentence. "She looks like someone we used." And then, don't remember why. You go to the studio that printed the original. Ask for the negative. On the original film, her name is written faintly in pencil in the corner. Mira Lane. No one has that name on any civil, film, or residency records. You ask a veteran costumer. She pauses, then pulls an old notebook from a drawer. Opening it to the middle page, she points to a handwritten line. Mira costume Jane W. March. You ask, "Is she an actress?" She replies, "No, she's a mirror." You frown. A mirror. Jane used her as a draft. To audition, to test expressions, to test the look of guilt. You are speechless. Jane has trained Mira Lane to be a sidekick, a moving shadow, with no voice of her own. You check the hospital, a psychiatric report from a private asylum. Mira Lane, dissociative delusions. No guardian identified. Admission date 2 days after the murder of Lord Edgware. You go to the hospital. They refuse visitors. You use Poirot's business card, the red signature. A nurse bows her head. She doesn't talk. She doesn't respond. Just sits in front of the mirror every day, repeating, I am Jane. Not Jane, but I am the reason Jane doesn't need a crime scene. You sit in front of the isolation room. Look through the glass. The girl in the room doesn't look out. She looks straight into the mirror. She holds a small piece of paper, shaking. You ask the nurse to take it out. A single sentence, written over and over. If they find me, she will write me down again. You leave the hospital. It's raining lightly. You write in your notebook. Someone disappears from the records. Then from memory. Then from yourself. Section 15. The signature that didn't belong to her. You return to the apartment. Not for new evidence, this time for the signature. A small thing, often overlooked, but in a world where everything is a role, a signature is the only thing that cannot be altered by a glance or a voice. You collect every document Jane Wilkinson has signed in the past 5 years. A film contract, award certificate, a letter to a co-star, a thank you postcard to Hercule Poirot, 1930. You compare the ink, the slant, the connection between the J and the W. Results. Before 1931. Hard signature. Clear hand pressure. Upward stroke. After 1931. Softer. Backward curve. Has a strange hook. Year of murder handwriting completely changed. 97% match to Mira Lane's. Taken from asylum admission form. You open the transcript of Jane's letter to Carlotta before she died. You may be me, but I must be the one to write you down. The I in the letter. A strong stroke. Like the writer is trying to maintain an identity. You send the entire set of signatures to a handwriting polygraph expert. The report comes back. Not one person signing. Not 2 different people signing. But one person trying to maintain 2 signature styles, then losing both. You realize someone is not pretending to be Jane. She is signing her identity. You call Geraldine back. She replies, I used to practice writing Jane's signature to make her laugh. But the only person who can do it perfectly is someone who doesn't know who she is. You return to the asylum. Request Mira Lane's admission form. In the left corner is the signature of the proxy signed J. Wilkinson. You write, Jane is gone, but her signature lives on, like an echo of her memory from the people she used as living copies. You sit in the darkness of your old room, facing you, piece by piece. All of them are Jane. None of them are Jane. Section 16. The confession came from the wrong mouth. You receive an ivory envelope. No stamp, no postmark. On your doorstep, handwritten in red ink. For Hercule, not the detective. The witness. Inside is a folded sheet of paper, written in a neat, even handwriting, the penmanship of someone who has studied elocution. I killed Lord Edgware. I was not paid. I was given the part. You pause. Not a confession of guilt. Like dialogue, the letter continues. When people believe an actor is acting, they do not ask why the stage is set for death. I did not want to kill him. I was told if I play the late arrival, someone else will play the timely death. You hand the letter to Jap. He frowns. Not like Jane. Not like Carlotta. Not like anyone I suspect. Sohan. You check the handwriting. Not Jane. Not Mira. Not Geraldine. But you remember. You've seen this handwriting before. On the cover of a script sent from Paris. The name is E. Hope. Evelyn Hope Carlotta's supposed friend. But no one really knows her. You check her passport, her records, her visas. No one's real name is Evelyn Hope. But her letters, the handwriting is identical. And she's always the go-between, introducing Jane to new assistants. You realize Evelyn Hope isn't real. She's a postman, Jane's creation to control the scenes. You check the time. The letter was sent. The paper smells faintly of sandalwood, typical of a Parisian post office. You call the post office. They confirm that a strange woman gave them pen and paper and asked them to write the script. She didn't say her name. She left a note. The recipient is the only character who believes the story is true. You ask, did she leave anything? The staff member hands you a spare piece of paper. Still with the pen test. Hercule will believe because he knows the act ends when the audience leaves. And you're still sitting there. Right? You write. The confession doesn't come from the perpetrator. It comes from the person who wrote the role for the perpetrator. In a story, no one acts but lives as if it were true. You look out the window. The sky is gray. Every face out there you wonder, how many people are living a script that isn't theirs? Section 17. The detective who was cast too early. You arrive at the private library of the stage director Benedict Haller, who collaborated with Jane Wilkinson in 1930 on the Alibi game, an old acquaintance of yours. Haller calls you in with a brief message. Hercule, I think someone has been directing your thoughts. You are led into the basement archives. Haller spreads out on the table a stack of untitled scripts dated only 1931. 3 months before the murder of Lord Edgware. First page. Characters. The actress. The shadow. The girl who can't forget. The detective. Belgian. Fastidious. Suspicious by default. You frown. Haller taps the stack. I don't remember directing this, but it's here, in my library, and your name appears 16 times. With lines you said in real life. You turn the page. Act 2. Scene 4. The detective. Madam, I'm not convinced by appearances, only by what's hidden behind the eyes. You said the same thing to Jane a week before she was arrested. You continue reading. Act 3. Scene 1. The detective steps into unreal space and finds himself being stared back at. He doesn't investigate. He was written to investigate. You pause. At the bottom of the page is another handwriting. If you figured this out, you've played the part I needed you to play. The handwriting, Jane. Haller shrugs. I don't know when Jane gave it to me, but she said something I'll never forget. You ask, what? That the best roles are the ones people don't know they're playing. You remember the times Jane looked at you not afraid, not arrogant, just like someone waiting for you to get your lines right. You write, I didn't solve the case. I played the role, she wrote. And now, I'm starting to doubt everything I ever doubted. You turn to the last page of the script. A line. The detective left the stage, not knowing the lights had long since gone out. Section 18. The ending was already rehearsed. You arrive at an old warehouse in Chelsea that was Jane's small rehearsal studio when she was a stage performer. It's abandoned, but the signs remain a cracked wooden platform, a cracked mirror hanging askew, hastily folded chairs. You check the rental records. The date is significant June 5th, 6 days before Lord Edgware's death. The rental stated table read, private, The tenant's name, Evelyn Hope. You follow the records? No performance permit, no public advertisement, but the bill is addressed to Jane. You step further inside. Under the platform, a forgotten stack of papers is in the prop box. Scene breakdown, rehearsal draft. The first line, final scene, the room, the chair, the call. Lighting one lamp. Door ajar. Gun unseen. But felt, you shudder. The description matches the scene of Lord Edgware's murder. You turn the page. There are roles. The actress Jane, the echo Mira, the witness Geraldine, the dead silent, the detective optional. You tap your finger on the table. The word optional, next to the detective, sends a shiver down your spine. You don't have to be there. You're allowed to be there if you play it right. You ask the old warehouse keeper, an old man with one eye missing, smoking a pipe. Is there a show that night? Not really. They're reading the lines. But strangely enough, there's fake blood on the floor, and the girl gets up in the middle of the scene and says, "We don't have to do it again. It happened." You ask, "Who is she?" "I don't know." But she spoke Jane's voice, and as she walked out, I heard her say, "This play doesn't need an audience. Just memories real enough to keep people from doubting." You sit back on the dais. Everything has been rehearsed. No audience. Just actors for the real thing. You write, "The death of Lord Edgware is not the climax. It is the end of a play prepared as truth." Then, and truth, repeated so often, becomes unprovable. You turn to the last page of the script. Says, a note. If all goes well, Poirot will suspect the right person and will miss the only person not on the list of suspects. The one in the audience, keeping the role silent. You stand up. Your eyes are fixed on the cracked mirror. Reflected in it is not you, but an image learning to be you. It is faulty. Section 19. The truth was written in the applause. Bạn tìm thấy một chi tiết nhỏ từng bị bỏ qua. Bữa tiệc từ thiện nơi Jane Wilkinson được chọn là mặt nạ trong đêm Lord Edgware đã chết. Bằng chứng duy nhất cho Jane là lời xác nhận của hàng khách mời. Tất cả đều nhờ. Cô bước vào, cười cười, mặc đầm trắng và được chào đón bằng tràng pháo tay vắng xanh. Một chi tiết không ai phản bác, cũng không ai từng nghe lại. Bạn đến với kỹ thuật viên âm thanh tự hào sự kiện. Một người trẻ, tên George, ngập ngừng khi tìm thấy bạn. Được hưởng bản gốc âm thanh. Nhưng có một đoạn bị cắt. Theo yêu cầu của ban tổ chức, bạn hỏi, Lý làm gì? Tiếng Anh không khớp. Nó xảy ra trước khi Jane bước vào. Bạn yêu cầu bản gốc. George đưa cho bạn một cuốn băng tự cũ. Đế tay thô. Thời gian vào không sử dụng, bạn ngồi một mình. Tại đeo tai nghe, âm thanh bắt đầu ly chậm ly. Tiếng rì xì sang trọng. Một vài tiếng cười xa. Rồi quen tai, tự động phát hiện. Long. Như khi bước vào nổi tiếng, nhưng không có lời giới thiệu. Không có bước chân, không có ai tên Jane. Bạn tựa tiếp. 10 giây sau một giọng nữ vang lên, lưỡi rốt. Và giờ, quý vị, Jane Wilkinson. Tôi im lặng, không có ai định dạng. Chi tiếng ly rơi nhẹ nhàng. Và rồi những tiếng cuối cùng. Tôi tưởng tượng cô ấy đã vào rồi. Không phải ai mới bước vào lúc hài sao. Bạn viết vào sổ, khán giả không có người chào. Họ trích dẫn ý tưởng. Và một khi niềm tin được thiết lập, hiện diện không cần phải kiểm tra. Bạn tìm đến nhân chứng rác rác duy nhất, không bị ảnh hưởng bởi tiếng ồn, tay người mù chơi piano đêm đó. Ông Collins, Ben Hoy, ông có chắc Jane bước vào đúng lúc được giới thiệu. Ông cười. Tôi không nghe tiếng Gothic dày của ta, nhưng tôi nghe nhịp đập tay, bắt đầu từ một người gần tôi, bên trái, và lần ra, giống như có ai đó, ra hiệu bằng âm thanh. Bạn kiểm tra video, giá tiếc. Góc trái một phụ nữ tóc tối, không rõ mặt, đập tay 3 lần. Đúng nhịp, rồi đứng lên. Khán phòng phản ứng theo bản năng, và khi Jane thực sự bước vào, mọi người đều tin rằng cô chưa từng vắng mặt. Bạn lại ghi lại bạn ghi, chen giữa tiếng chim ưng đầu tiên. Một câu thì thầm lọt micro. Vài diễn đàn bắt đầu. Hãy khiến mọi người nhớ sai thời gian. Bạn nằm yên trong căn hộ qua đêm. Không ai trong căn hộ đó từng nhìn thấy Jane qua đêm. Nhưng tất cả đều nhỏ đã về tay cho cô. Ben viết, sự thật không cần thiết phải có bằng chứng. Chỉ cần một pháo tay. Và từ thời điểm đó, mọi thứ còn lại đều là diễn đàn phụ của một niềm tin được sắp xếp. You available for end part, section 20. She wrote the ending before anyone lived it. You return to Jane's apartment one last time, not to find evidence. A chance, not to question, just to read. You recall the words of the printer in Paris. There was a manuscript that was never published. We printed 3 copies. 2 were burned. 1 was sent to the name she used to kill Wilkinson. You find it in a wooden chest, hidden under the floor, unlocked. Black cover, no title. Just a handwritten line on the first page. Final rewrite, no curtain call. You turn the pages. Not a stage script. Not dialogue. A guide to living. Each paragraph is an act. Each paragraph is a rhythm. Each paragraph is a disappearance. The final chapter is titled Exit Without Exit. It begins with, if they think I'm playing Jane, I might be a better Jane than the real Jane. And the real Jane, if she ever existed, has no place in this world. You read on. A confession, no. A resume, no. A declaration of leaving nothing but illusion behind. I didn't kill him. I killed the possibility of them believing anyone but me. I didn't lie in my testimony. I was speaking from a script that someone else wrote with the wrong time. I don't need baptism. I need silence when the lights go out. You see a page falling from the spine of the book, a photocopy of an old photograph Jane at 17 and extra in an obscure play. On the back of the photograph, the first part I didn't get. The last part, no one dared to take. You walk out of the apartment, it's raining. The lights reflecting off the stage are mottled. You look at the people passing by, like an actor reading a script he never wrote. You return to your office. Jap asks, So, did we catch her? You shake your head. We can't catch a character. And Jane hasn't been real for a long time. You open your notebook and write the last line. I used to think I solved the case. Now I know I was just a supporting character in a story written well enough to make people believe I was the main character.